Fuck all that talking, we gon' get them straight. I'm in the trenches damn near every day. I get the money and stay out the way. I'm moving solo, can't fuck with no snakes. Pull out them bands and I got them amazed. She'll fuck me for a new pair of J's. He tryna fix shop and eat me space. Take off your bitch cause you losing your face. Bitch, where I'm from, how young niggas gon' play. If it ain't convicted, they clench them K's. Fuck all these hoes and I'm style my face. I can't fuck with you, too busy getting paid. All of my niggas keep it on the waist. Don't step in my section, the shit it ain't safe. I'm on my shit, that's the reason they hate. Straight to the top, yeah, I'm on the way. Just out the bank, took out 20,000 of flicks. I'm feeling like fuck a nigga. If you get out of line, you can hit with that line. It really ain't shit to come touch a nigga. I be out of the state, I just stay out the way. Don't get too close about another nigga. This why you fuck, ain't no trust to give up. So I had to stop trusting niggas. Never did fuck with them other niggas. Really, I never did fuck with niggas. I just be around a couple niggas. Elimination coming, fuck a nigga. I just bought up their doors. Yeah, I fell in love with the jokes. Backwoods, switching fruit. Aside right from when I move. I'm finna call me a cold. 23 be all on my shoes. I just guess I know some jewels. It look like I slipped in a pool. Yeah, they be watching my move. Can't take a L on lows. He move around, make the nose. You gon' get hit with that too. Don't give a fuck about you. Step on the same bitches shoes. My body's full of them blues. They tryna play me like a fool. Cause I never did finish school. Now they tryna see what I do. All that talking, we gon' get them straight. I'm in the trenches damn near every day. I get the money and stay out the way. I'm moving solo, can't fuck with no snakes. Pull out them bands and I got them amazed. She'll fuck me for a new pair of J's. He tryna fix shop and eat me space. Take off your bitch cause you losing your face. Bitch, where I'm from, how young niggas gon' play. If it ain't convicted, they clutch them K's. Fuck all these hoes and I'm style my face. I can't fuck with you, too busy getting paid. All of my niggas keep it on the waist. Don't step in my section, the shit it ain't safe. I'm on my shit, that's the reason they hate. Straight to the top, yeah, I'm on the way.
Spotify Premium is the best way to upgrade your listening experience. Enjoy your music fully when you play songs in any order. Download them offline at higher quality and listen to them ad-free. It's what your ears deserve. Tap the banner to learn more.
Talking like a weed straight. I've been all on the interstate. I've been trying to go and get this cake. She ain't no feeling because we ain't speaking, but she don't even call them niggas. She gon' get nasty whenever I see her. She try to suck all them niggas. Heard you been doing business with the ops. Fuck you and all them niggas. We gon' keep riding around with them gloss until we find them niggas. They thinking I lost to remind them niggas. I can get fly to niggas. 100,000.
Losses, right? Heretics had a tough showing later on. The teams definitely underperformed, didn't have full rosters. Wolves have a lot of strength.
Let's hear from another member of this squad. Here's what Juicy had to say to Jenly.
Hello everyone, Jenly here with Juicy. Now Juicy, you guys have grinded so hard for this. What do you think is at stake in this fight today? What are you guys fighting for other than the survival?
I think honestly there's nothing much we're fighting for because we came into the tournament as the underdogs. So I think no pressure. If we lose, we lose, and no one's gonna blame us because everyone thought we were gonna lose already, and if we win, we win, and we prove everyone wrong.
Right. Yeah. Got nothing to lose. That's the mentality.
I love the way he summed that up because for Heretics, every single time they enter a tournament at this point, the narrative, Mel, is are they going to win a trophy? Are they going to come second again? But they don't even have maybe the luxury of making it to another grand final. And for Wolves, that's got to be in the back of their mind, right? Like they literally have nothing to lose.
Yeah, and I feel like that is such a scary team to play against when you are Team Heretics. That's why I was saying earlier, if I'm Team Heretics, I'm going to try and find some mental game here to assume the position of the underdog in some way, some shape or form, despite, the accolades they have versus Wolves, but it's so scary playing a team like Wolves because they will just peak you. They're here for the experience. They're not visualizing too far ahead. They're playing in the present, and that is when a team is at its strongest.
And it also seems to me like these teams have very different styles, at least in how they approach their attacking sides. Like, again, Heretics have to be on guard versus the slower rounds versus the lurking of Spring. This guy is absolutely on fire. And on the other side of things, Heretics play a lot of these like very explosive, quicker style rounds, especially on the maps where Miniboo is going to be playing the Neon. So you've also got to balance sort of those play styles going into the series too.
The map, I'm so intrigued by the vetoes today too, and because I just don't want to see Pearl. I don't care where we go, I just don't want to see Pearl.
Yeah, you're wearing enough pearls for the broadcast.
Hey!
We need no more of those.
But it's just you have to learn from your mistakes. I think the 1 and 0 of Pearl for Heretics is so it's a false stat. It's so skewed because nobody else plays Pearl in EMEA.
It's true.
It's just like the one time we see it, unless it's BBL. But I don't think it's a good idea for them to. And considering that Wolves love Pearl.
Yeah, I mean, literally for like the history of the map Pearl, this has just been the kryptonite of EMEA teams. And even if you like win regionally, you come onto the international stage and it's just a thrashing going down. It's what we saw last time from Heretics. I'm in the same camp as you.
We will find out in just a moment. But for now, it's time for the results of our MasterCard fan poll. Earlier, we asked you which team was going to survive today's elimination matches. The results are in. And I'm extremely surprised that everybody's picked Team Heretics with Nat Smell back in the building.
That's true. I mean, that is crazy news to hear with Nats coming back in as well, but this is very skewed. I definitely wasn't expecting it to be so dominantly in Heretics' favor.
I think if you're looking at pre-tournament expectations, this graph makes a lot of sense. If you don't update your opinions after the first map, if you give that leeway in the history of Heretics to say they will bounce back, but based on one game and looking at current form, that is completely flipped on its head.
I don't think they watched Sen versus Wolves. I think it's just kind of like, oh, I skipped that game and they got O2'd,
typical
maybe.
EMEA fans, how can I say, avoiding the Americas matchup in China matchup.
Yeah, that's crazy. Damn. Yeah. I was here, right? There's literal footage of me watching this game. And looking at the prediction coming into this, I am so happy that I have the 6 and 0 Kilios, 6 and 0 Jen Lee, and 5 and 1 Mel.
Okay, hold on.
For once on my side because I am 1 and 5.
Hold on. Are Achilleos and Jen geniuses, or do they just come from the best region? Because they keep predicting the Pacific teams, and the Pacific teams keep winning.
I just want to say that my Liquid prediction is I saw Fraud and Verno, and he basically said, please do not predict us. Like, do not predict us tomorrow. So this is a win-win, because I would have predicted Liquid anyway, but, you know, with Verno and Fraud telling me not to do that, I thought I'd do them a favor. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I mean, as usual, you've just been the anti-jinx for us the past 3 days, it feels like, so thank you again for your service.
Oh, you're welcome, you're welcome, but some of you have joined me, you know? Before it would have been my only Soul Wolves prediction.
Yeah, I'm sorry. No, I'm not on the Wolves train. I'm still believing in Heretics, I fear.
Oh,
really?
That's crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm totally on the Wolves train. You've influenced me. I'm 100% influenced by you.
We will see, indeed, what happens later. But because every team here came to win, of course, but today is about survival. If you're Team Heretics, Wolves, Liquid, or MIBR, you do not want to go home this early. It's time to kick off Day 4 of Masters Toronto and see who has what it takes to stay alive.
Foxy will put them out of their misery, 13-1, a statement game from Gen G.
O mindset mais é realmente que a gente tenha de não desistir. Pode estar 12-1 como estava, pode estar 7-0 pra gente, 2-0 pra gente. A gente sempre vai estar muito focado para ganhar o jogo.
The road doesn't end here, but it certainly looks a hell of a lot rockier than we could have expected.
Seja o mais fácil possível e nos jogos mais difíceis, a gente deu o nosso máximo.
It's a lot to do with mental. It's a lot to do with confidence, how you approach individual decisions. And if you let the other team do what they want to do, then you're just going to get rolled over.
e voltar melhor pro jogo contra a Team Liquid. Vai ser um jogo que acho que provavelmente o Nets vai estar aqui já, então vai ser um jogo mais difícil. Mas a gente tá bem confiante, acho que vai ser um jogão.
It's my second chance to prove myself again. Bangkok, it was really fun to play at, but I didn't do amazing how I expected myself to do.
Gotta be a sour moment stepping from that stage after what could have been.
I want to show myself on the international.
A gente vai continuar bem confiante contra a Team Liquid e a gente vai varrer essa LAR e ganhar 2 jogos para classificar para os playoffs.
Good luck, and we'll see you on the server.
This would be one of the nastiest losses that Heretics have suffered in quite some time.
Nobody's guilty of the loss.
They immediately, utterly crush Team Heretics.
It's not on anyone's shoulders individually, it's on us as a team. We just need to keep doing our part, so the end result is good.
我们输给深藤老师是因为我们的经验不足，但是我们从失败中吸取经验，就是因为这有可能是我们最后一次机会了，可能我们可以继续走下去。
I mean, it's do or die. Nobody wants to leave the international event first. Every individual needs to show up in terms of their communication and teamwork. We have to remind ourselves we are not gods, but we are heretics.
Man, did Wolves come out swinging. No one expected this game to be that close.
我们就越想证明自己，我们可以打败这些世界的强队。下一把的对手你要小心一点，我们会非常的不一样。
I'm quite confident. I think we have high chances. I just hope that whoever wins actually deserves it, and it's going to be a great game.
Team Heretics versus Wolves.
The stakes are very, very simple today. You win, you survive, you lose. You will be the first team to be eliminated at Masters Toronto, and nobody wants that.
Yeah, it's an unenviable position to be on stage for this first game and have that hanging over your heads, especially for Team Heretics, which came in with so much expectations. Even as the #2 seed out of EMEA, a lot of people expected this team to be able to make a deep run in the tourney.
With Fnatic being the only team to really put them to rest in the past 6 weeks, I don't blame anyone for thinking that.
Sorry, Mel, why? Why?
Oh,
Why? I know I'm in-house and I don't want to disturb them, you know, doing the huddle on the stage, but I need a clear answer from Heretics as to why they are floating a Pearl out on a global stage.
It's a surprise. Look, Pearl, they left open in their first series versus Paperex. It was a 13-1 loss versus that team. I think if I am to look at this...
Sorry.
Yeah.
And Ascent is lost! Ascent!
EMEA fans must feel so
Yinsu, I know you come from EMEA. I know that it's doom and gloom right now. As someone from across the pond, I want to help you through this difficult time.
Okay.
Let's look at Pearl.
I'm gonna try and be calm real quick. But Ascent, Mel, I mean, you guys know this, but Ascent was at permaban all of last year. They never played it, not even one time, unless it was a grand final when they were forced to play it. And when they did, won the best.
Okay.
So map they don't play.
I see.
Pearl, a map they don't play.
I see.
And then Lotus. Woo.
So here I am as the coat merchant yet again. I feel like in the spirit of this tournament, right, the theme of redemption, I want to say maybe this is a bit of pride here from Heretics. They want to prove themselves again on Pearl, prove themselves on Ascent, a map that was their permaban. And there's no way they leave it in without having a clear game plan in mind. Yes. I think they're coming back with a vengeance.
I also think that this matchup, they're going to be playing against a very different style of team, a very different style of comp. They struggled a lot on the defensive. They didn't get to play attack on Pearl, right? What they struggled against was the double dive. So Raze Yoru was overwhelming their sights. Jing was all up in their business. They could not handle it. Now Wolves, on the other hand, play the older style G2 comp with a Yoru and a Chamber. So no double dive. It's much slower paced. It has a lot less explosive power, especially on its attacking side. So I think Heretics are going to be able to play a much more controlled style of defense. And while I'm still not a full believer in their Pearl, they will be light years ahead in terms of competitive competitiveness to that first series versus PRX.
I appreciate you guys so much.
I'm here for you.
I appreciate
No,
you
I got
so
you.
much. Lotus, however, I love. I really, really love them being able to go there. Their Lotus have been good. I love what they do on there. It looks really, really formidable. But this part is where I get worried because, again, you don't want to start somewhere slow. You need to start strong, you know, the way the Wolves did against Sentinels, for example. And if they go 0-1 down, this is where I get giga worried because Ascent is another place that I wouldn't want to see them go. And they chose to go there.
I'm fully expecting something like surprising here from Team Heretics. I mean, they're gonna have to. Pearl, we saw how they played just a couple days ago. It looks like they are hovering the same comp as before. I'm not the biggest fan of the Breach on this map, but like I've been saying over and over, drilling it in, they need to have a different plan than the one I saw just 2 days ago.
Exactly. I think Heretics got run over in their previous map playing Pearl. This time,
oh,
it is a switch up.
Okay,
this is what I wanted to see out of Team Heretics.
I believe again. I believe again. Yeah, I'm back. We're so back, baby.
Oh, and Priyan's on the Sova. We're so back.
We're so back. We're so back.
I actually love the Jet Yoru comp versus how Wolves like to play. Now, Heretics are starting on attack, but once they go to defense, you have two agents that are fantastic at playing forward lines and beating contact plays. What do Wolves love to do, especially with a comp like this? Play the entire map, let a lot of solo players look for different lurk timings. Jet and Yoru absolutely crush that style of play.
I'm really excited to see kind of like a bait and switch between the Yoru and the Chamber on Wolves' side. We've seen G2, a team that is very dominant this year so far, play a very similar comp on Pearl to great success. So I'm really excited to see what they implement, what they take away.
Yeah, the pressure seems to be for the side of Wolves here because this is a map they love to play. They have a lot of experience and a very high win rate too. Speaking of wins, let me give you another W. Here's Achilles and Paperthin.
Thank you very much. Here we go. It is elimination time. One of these teams is going to be going home. The winner sticking around for at least a little bit longer, still with an opportunity to make it to the playoffs.
Yeah, this is a crazy high-stakes match for Team Heretics and for the Wolves. I mean, the Wolves said it, you know, hey, we're coming in loose today. We don't feel like we have anything to prove. If we win, great. You know, nobody expected a lot out of us at this tournament, but for Heretics, it's the complete opposite story. Everybody expected a lot out of them. If you look at the tier list that fans and the analysts and everybody was putting together, Heretics were often at the top. So this needs to be a big game for Heretics if they're going to get themselves back into that position and maybe make a run.
Absolutely. Already, though. A bit of pace here from the side of Wolves. Juicy just storming out of mid doors. It's a quick check over towards Shop. Sees nothing. Should lead Wolves to the conclusion that this A site's about to be attacked. Moving forward here from MIBR gets himself situated on the site. Spike still needed to be brought forward. The wall holding them back for the moment. Lysor here backside dodging that concuss. Does get spotted out. Rians collects it through the smoke. Finds a kill. Smoke dropping. Juicy able to find one. Trades it back. Even trades it up.
One enemy
going to be getting involved. Final shot's going to go flying across. Two players from the side of Wolves still standing tall. The pistol is theirs.
Chamber.
Tremendous util here from Sufat. Just a really nice ability to get that haunt down. That really broke things open for the Wolves. That fade util so powerful in his hands. The IGL does such a good job, not just with his util, but with his shooting as well. But Juicy, the one thing I was really impressed about with him, I mean, obviously you and I got to cast him all the way back at Ascension when he was on Bleed. An incredibly talented player. We know how good he is. But this is his first time at the international level. And he was unafraid. I saw him just going in. Whenever his team called for him to make that play, to be that guy, to go in and maybe even just die for the cause, he was ready, willing, and able. And he, once again, stepping in there. A little concerning with Lysor. Tried to make a sneaky play behind the box, but at the end of the day, didn't cost him too much.
Nope, full investment here. Outlaw in the hands for YU, just holding things down over by mid doors. Looks like once again, Heretics going to poke and prod a little bit. They get the orb take over on towards MIBR to try to get the Dimensional Drift online as quickly as possible, but in the end, this is likely going to be a 4-player push in through A main. Just trying to death ball and overwhelm anyone who would be waiting for them on the side.
And you got a little bit extra Vice utility there to back up the Astra if this execute does come through this direction. So it is going to be a little bit tricky. You know, the Oru can get past it a bit, and you have a Jet as well. So you do have some options to bypass some of the stall, some of the delay that this double Sentinel Wolves comp brings at you. Along with that Astra, of course.
Looking for the flick attempt there, unable to find it. Just going to be a little bit of info gained. You see the Astra cutting across from Shops. That should tell you that the A side is about to get hit. especially as the Prowler sees nothing in link. Free fire shot, connect onto Woot, puts him down to half HP. So Wolves in position to try to go for a flood retake, or if not, just slam the door here in their faces. MIBR does come away with one. Juicy going to be taken down. Second shot there from YU, able to connect. Wants to push forward, denied. The plant money cannot do that, but still will be able to pick up a 3K. And that is going to be overall a very clean anti-eco win as Wolves start things off 2-0.
Yeah, looking really solid here. Yeah, maybe a little bit off with some of those outlaw shots for YU, but that's okay, because the game plan was good. You had a lot of stalls at the front of the A site. You're able to get just about every flank position possible here. And you've got Dugout, you've got Secret, you've got Flowers. You have a great position to just flood in there, knock them out of the round. And the quietest pop-off I've ever seen.
Do I stand?
You know, I had a chance to talk with Fade a little bit today before the match, and you know, asked him how he felt. They were super confident coming into today. The one player he mentioned was Lysor. He said, you know, this is the guy who has experience on the big stage. We need him to step up more.
Yo.
Need that back. Need that back.
So they fair. Bucky in hand for Spring. He's holding close over at A. And Juicy hits the one tap.
Goodness.
Guardian just absolutely obliterate Boo. She'll send the cage to slowly drift across over towards Art. Spring pushes forward into the smoke. Does get flushed out eventually as Rienz with the spray will be able to get it to connect. But this is still already so much damage dealt, and they haven't made their way into the site quite just yet. Wood's still tagged up. Only 65 health behind. Is thrown over the top. Will be able to get the spot out on the one. Doesn't get the dart though, so can't just try to go for the wallbang shots here. Tailwind now expires, flashes into their face. The spike still not brought forward here into the site. Fishy's thinking about this flank, but now has his eyes turned back into the site itself. YU arriving, doesn't hit the shot, but now they consistently have to have heads on swivels. Lysor on the quick peek, finishes off Woot. Juicy gets Benji Fishy. And Wolves are about to give themselves a bonus conversion. Rienz needing to pull off a miracle. 9 remaining here in the magazine. 3 swings out. It's Juicy's 3K. Go ahead and seal the deal on a 3-0 start.
Juicy so deadly with this Guardian. Just winning an isolated battle there against Boo. Spring, who was tremendous throughout that match against the Sentinels. Him and Juicy both just really, really stellar. But Spring absolutely was a hero at times. I mean, he won so many rounds for the Wolves. Believe it or not, he's second in ADR right now in the tournament.
Give me a
Spring only behind Texture.
Pretty insane considering coming out of the pause. Very closely fought one. 3 Sheriffs, a frenzy, Stinger here. Heretics looking to try to change up the pace a bit. Light spray, get a little touch of damage there, but Spring will be able to snap one for the headshot. Woot's going to be taken down.
He's just so clean. He's doing a great job there. He's holding his angle, not overstaying his welcome. Not giving Team Heretics the ability to stack an extra man and trade. Very efficient stuff.
Basically trapped in here at the moment. Wall does get popped by Rienz.
But I like this from Wolves. They're just giving this up. They feel the pressure. They've only got 2 in position. They don't really have full information other than Rienz. They don't know if they stuck around inside a link. We're going to find out here real soon.
Lysor obviously here, hearing that. Let's get pinged out. Let's get taken down. MIBR with a very nice headshot. Brings it now into a 4v4. Spike getting planted. Safe spot here for Boo. No punish to come through. It's still 2 players from Wolves needing to rotate all the way across the map. And now MIBR has a Phantom in hand, as well as the Dimensional Drift. Is he committed? Is the question. Maybe with one more kill, you'd certainly feel a bit more inclined to do so.
So hard.
Benji Fishy though, yeah, right through the corner. There at alley, going to be
nice
taken down low, and okay, push coming through. That's going to be the transfer connecting. Rienz with another headshot though, now finds himself in a 1v2 situation, trying to clutch us out. Weapon recovered. The Nebula, however, dissipating, gets the spot out, finds the kill. But YU with the headshot.
What?
Keeps them off the board.
Similar scenes for the Wolves to what we saw against Sentinels. A hot
Story'indir
start,
아니고, bro.
but this time it's on the defender side, the side of the map where they struggled a bit. But here on Pearl, they look so in control, as you would maybe kind of expect with the comp that they're running, but they're still doing a great job of setting up for the
Just like getting two here.
really patient, coming from a lot of different angles.
It's always that other side of the coin, though, because for Heretics, they have that Jet Yor, they have that double duelist, and the impact hasn't really been coming through. Overall, a decent round there from MIBR. It doesn't lead to the win. It gets them close, but close is not going to be good enough.
Now you've got this ultimate to deal with. The tour de force available. Gonna try to hide from the drone.
No one here to clear this out for him, so we'll just go for a bit of a timing peek before the quick exit. It's back around the corner. Hunter's Fury going to be lobbed in to try to get the tracking here onto him. Dances around it. Bounces back the opposite side. Does manage to stay safe. MIBR now. Swaying towards upper. Exits the dimensional drift. It's going to be looking for a punish. Spring on the peek out. Able to find Woot. He goes back through. While you taken down. Value to be found there from the tour de force, and Spring's flushed out.
Fishy, Benji, fishy.
We're still tuning around, gets himself in position to join in with Okayyy, but now they find themselves in 2v4. Boo once again gets the spike planted.
Spike planted.
Be tough to go for this one. The haunt and the seize.
Last player standing.
No charges.
Now it may just be a save.
That basically makes it impossible. He's got plenty of money. He knows that Heretics don't. Playing for some damage. Gonna be the worst idea here for him. Let's see if he can actually get anything as Shock Dart does connect.
We'll catch them.
Looks like in the end, will just be a quick little repivot back over to the top. Spot out, but kill cannot be found. And now you've got Boo in pole position to go ahead and get this punish. Will be able to do so. So 4 players surviving. Team Heretics, that's the round win they've been looking for.
Yeah, this is just a really good aggressive round. You know, Lianos has been talking about the way that this team likes to accelerate. This is a round where they just punish the solo chamber. No real good opportunities for that tour de force to do its thing. YU gets shut out of that round pretty nicely, using that Hunter's Fury as well to really clear open the site for themselves, along with, of course, the dimensional drift. So that's a really solid round there for Team Heretics to pick up. See if they can double down. There's going to be the operator, though, for YU. Do have a dimensional drift and a cosmic divide of their own. Quick dash forward. A main control established in a spot there. On to Spring.
Spot with no punish, but that allows for MIBR. Just go ahead, grab up another orb. 2 charges towards the next dimensional drift. Juicy has his online. Cosmic divide there for Wolves.
I wouldn't mind seeing the Heretics try to isolate YU again and try to punish him. Worked in the previous round. He looked a little shaky with the snipers. So maybe that's an angle that you can find to really start pushing the Wolves' buttons a bit. But instead, looks like they're going to set up for an A crunch. We're going to have a little bit of info on this. Here comes the dimensional drift from Juicy. Just saw the back.
Spotting out the 2 players. The others getting ready to strike in. Now advancing forward through Art. Juicy exiting that, trying to make them constantly consider the flank in from behind. Cosmic Divide going to be invested as well here at Spring. The Cubby looking just for a wallbang attempt as the plank gets ready to come through. Otherwise, it's just going to be finding audio here for the team and moved up and over the top. Ends up getting taken down. Shots on the re-ends, not quite going to connect. He gets himself out alive as the spike does get planted. That does give a player advantage here to the side of Wolves. Full flash coming through, but Ice just kind of push forward in front of the wall. It's all crumbling to pieces. Spring Fat Baby do manage to bring this into a 2v2. Hero Theft getting the reveal. Benji Fishy holding his own. Ducks back behind the enemy Cosmic Divide, using it against them. Pushes forward now into the 1v1, but time ticking away, dwindling down. Looking to try to close this one. Boo reading it perfectly that he's not sticking this at all. Backs away, now knows that he has to commit to it. And he will strike, takes the second tap. He gets the kill all the same. Narrow margins, but Heretics will pick up a 2nd round win.
Yeah, this looked like it was going to be a decent round here for Wolves. They've got good information. Spring's position in the dugout, really annoying to deal with. He tried to spam on towards the spike there as well. But then,
bullets ready.
Yeah, exactly. But then they're able to just kind of flood past that Cosmic Divide and do some real damage real fast to the players of Wolves. Catch them out in the open just a little bit.
Into the game. I like that we're fighting. I like that we're going forward, okay? Let's keep that up.
Absolutely.
Maintain that aggression.
And now you've got Wolves on their first eco. So you've got a real opportunity to get very close.
Pixel angle from Boo. Looking very clean. Fat Baby going to be taken down.
And now just a bit of a fallback to wait this out a little bit. I mean, I think they're waiting for their moments to accelerate. Got both of the duelists together, and that's a nice shot from MIBR.
A bit of an off angle. Up on top of that little ridge, not something that you typically see players do. Juicy now having to manually move over to try to re-clear this B site. Push not coming in though. Heretics looking to just be a bit flowy with this round. Don't want to over-aggress, don't want to put themselves in bad positions to get punished.
Yeah, they're just really being diligent. Spikes drop. Very concerned about an aggressive Wolves play. You do see this from time to time from them, where they'll try to spread the map or just send some lurks. So you got to be real careful.
Take flight.
You never know when one of them's just going to start walking up mid on you. Rian's
30
gonna go for the
seconds left.
check. Will get the spot there. Juicy identified.
Trying to get the wall bang kill. Hasn't been able to do so, but
Yeah,
watch out,
but
MIBR just storms the site. And that is quickly going to be the remaining players of Wolves dealt with. YU still slowly creeping over to see if he can try to stop this from being a flawless round. Nebula dissipating. Boot's there. Boot is instantaneous with it. Flawless round. Team Heretics running
They're
this
warming
back.
up. They're warming up.
Establishing a very strong economy.
Yeah, this is really nice for them. Starting to find their groove, starting to make some good reads. Yeah, against an eco there, but the previous 2 rounds starting to really come together. It's a tight angle there for Boo. No problem at all. Boo set up with the Nova Pulse.
One enemy remains.
Able to follow up nicely. Spamming through the smoke. Knows somebody's probably back there. Yeah, just a good round for Heretics. Starting to get the wind underneath their feet. Another op invested here for the Wolves. Trying to get YU going on that chamber.
A bit of a reposition, but it's a heavy stack towards this A side of the map for the Wolves, but everybody right now from Heretics storming their way down through B. Dimensional Drift will go ahead and ensure that this is cleared out for them. As everyone now having to back away. Double stack going to be noted here in this position. Just a flash, quick exit. Looking to maintain control of this upper position. Tiny little licks of damage going to be taken here by MIBR, but widely Heretics in firm control of the site. YU still checking around, lingering to try to see if there's a lurk, but just don't have the information that every one of the others is here from the side of Wolves.
Yeah, I like that we're playing long here. Avoid this nightfall. Beautiful.
I mean, but Benji okay. Gonna be caught off guard a little bit there, point blank. Nice, we're able to come away with the kill. Invests the ultimate. Weapon's going to be taken out of their hands. Rian's now dead. Wu here inside of the smoke has a shorty. This time had shells loaded up, but only gets the one pop off. Looks like we're down to 55, and this retake from Wolves is looking damn clean. Re-swing out, nothing that Boo can do. Full 5 pacing. Wolves will keep Heretics at arm's length.
That's a brutal round to fall for Heretics. Great stuff again from Wolves. Retakes looking really solid overall. They've been converting pretty nicely on them. But I thought Heretics were going to have a really good idea here. You maybe leave one player close because you got the Nightfall and you got the Vice ult, and they just kind of try to play it up close, and they chew through some of those ults, and that really opens things up for the Wolves.
This is my new favorite thing. Just the silent, calm stand-up.
Yeah. Just letting them know that you're not flustered at all. 3 rounds in a row, no problem. We're punching right back. Similar scenes here, trying to cut off this A main access. Seems to be a real pain point that they want to identify.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Maybe we're just going to be trading some rounds out here. That's why you trying to go for the blind shot. It's going wide, but Juicy dead. That is a critical target found here for Heretics.
There's no full committal to this push. Spike's still down, back by Spawn, so for Heretics, they're looking for a reaction. One of the things that concerned me a little bit with Wolves against Sentinels was Sentinels was doing a great job baiting out their util when Wolves are on the defensive side and really giving themselves advantages in that department. So definitely need to see the Wolves maintain their discipline as this one goes along. Rian's gets a little bit of info. Boo very close to another Cosmic Divide, and they're going to stack up for another A hit.
Nebulous popped. YU play out in front of this one here at Art, but it's getting fully flashed up. Has to make a quick exit with the rendezvous.
30 seconds left.
It's just here on the opposite side. He can hear their movements, hear their footsteps, but doesn't know when's going to be safe to try to go for the strike. Would just get taken down there mid-air. YU tries to go out with the headhunter in hand, but get taken down. 2v4 now. As Wolves try to stretch this lead a little bit further than before, though, and MIBR already lingering within the smoke. Finds the punish, and Lysor might just have to go for the save. Looks like that is going to be the call. Or at least a quick peek over in towards
shot,
Secret. MIBR looking strong, looking deadly. Gets himself a 4K as Heretics once again just one round away from tying things up.
Just that early kill there onto Juicy. Makes things that much more difficult for the Wolves, and MIBR having a whale of a round. 4 kills for him on the Yoru. And that's really good discipline there from Team Heretics. Not overextending, not pushing past where their comfort would be. You know, anticipating that the Wolves are going to be pretty close quarters. You're not going to fall into that shorty. You're not going to give them any opportunities to kind of reestablish that retake. Just holding the line. Really, really nice stuff. And Wolves, I think, need to calm down a little bit. YU looks a little shaky on the chamber. Doesn't seem to be quite in control. Some of those snipers and the headhunter as well looking a little bit off. So probably a good time here for Fade to get in there and try to mentally recover the team a bit.
I'd say overall the patience here from the coaching staff of Heretics ends up paying off. They don't opt to go for a timeout after that 0-4 start. Now they're one away from tying things up here on Pearl, and it's Wolves who have to pull the trigger on this.
Yeah, I like that a lot from the Heretics coaching staff, because this is a team that has way more experience on the global stages than their opponents. So you can rely on MIBR to be that guy, to be the one to get the troops back under control, so you don't have to burn that precious time out to do it. So really, really showing some faith in their team, showing some trust. And it is paying off as the Heretics are back within 1 round again. We'll see what they want to do coming out of this. Woot has a Blade Storm, but not necessarily something you're going to pull out on rifle rounds unless things get a little bit wild. We'll see. Unless they have some kind of trickery up their sleeves.
Might be good for the entries when he's trying to clear out dugout.
Yeah.
Having the blades online.
Definitely usable. Look at all this Vice util. Shift in direction here for Lysor.
And then relying on him to basically be able to hold this down. Given the tendencies for Heretics to try to poke and prod around this A side, at least in the early stages of the rounds.
Well, and it's a shift back to what worked on the bonus for Wolves, and that's Juicy pushing up long B, holding down that main angle. And nobody has made any contact with him, so he's falling back. This is kind of making Wolves lean more towards the A side.
Just for the setup on the dimensional, or rather the gate crash here. It's going to end up taking him a hell of a lot further away than he might like, given that we look to see Heretics committing onto this site. Okay, just pop Spring though. Wow. Pre-firing, able to find Woot. Gets the elimination there. Benji Fishy similarly going to be taken down. Juicy holding back. Pillar now can make his exit. Woot does manage to find one. A Spring will fall.
Bro, niskin what?
So Fat Baby able to go ahead and tuck back into Hall. Self-protected. Riens and Boone out. Left to try to clutch this out. And there's the first step, but it's all down to Boo. Spike in hand, but position noted. Knows that he is going to be surrounded. Dodges the C's. Gets away from that, but as he pushes back forward, he will meet his demise. Wolves, timeout works a treat. They get themselves to 6.
Yeah, this is really into the Wolves' wheelhouse here. Finding these one and dones, finding these picks. Something they're really, really talented at. There's no doubt in my mind about the individual skill on this Wolves team. They are extremely fearsome. To get YU going there with the kill. Juicy, so good all the time. Siufat, tremendous outings for them against Sentinels. Some huge clutch plays. And IGLing to boot, but Spring will be their top fragger once again as Juicy trying to push this angle. He's got a little bit of help. Clears the drone.
YU just only has a headhunter and a shorty at the moment. Either way, plenty of presence noted here.
My ult is ready.
As Hunter's Fury now going to be online with that orb take. Cosmic Divine available, and that's going to be committed immediately. We've got Spring here playing forward in front of this one to try to find some kills, and kills he shall find. Rien's wound, Benji Fishy, all just absolutely annihilated. As Wolves lose 1 and guarantee a lead at the half.
Spring is so smart. He finds these angles against the Cosmic Divide where he's going to be good for at least one kill. We saw it earlier from the dugout position. Now he finds 3 big ones.
Incredible.
One enemy remaining.
Their own Cosmic Divide available here for Spring, as well as a Dimensional Drift for Juicy. Who's got one to match on the opposite side. That Hunter's Fury still available, and yep, there is plenty to be happy about. Shoot that baby asleep at the wheel a little bit. Woot finally pulls the trigger on this Blade Storm. Finds very good results.
That's what I was looking for. A little bit of trickery there, and up and over. Find that first kill. That's a huge one. Taking the fade out of the equation. It makes retakes way more difficult for the Wolves.
Gotta be more creative now that you only have one updraft. You can't go for the Meteor Classic. Hunter's Fury gonna be able to find a tag. Lightsort dodging the shots there. Does manage to stay alive, but Miniboot right there on top of him. Comes back. The Dimensional Drift is Juicy flashing himself. Trying to enter in towards Art. Just stomping around. The spray out from Spring finds him while you falls, but it doesn't matter. Suddenly he's just bitchy left. The spike dropped here at the entrance to the A site, and he only has a stinger.
I think they're going to be able to suss this out pretty quick. Juicy just cleared Art.
The desk was talking about 4v5 conversions earlier on.
30 seconds left.
This is going to be a hell of one for Wolves to find. To get themselves 8-4 at the half. Another multi-frag round here from Spring.
This is looking really good.
Everyone died.
A lot of good coordinations, good adjustments, and Spring is popping again.
Out in the lead, we're able to find the opening pistol. We'll see if they can get the second, or if Heretics continue to try to run this back, make this a bit more contentious. We'll find out after halftime.
One enemy.
Eight and 4 the score here at the half, with Wolves out in front on their map pick of Pearl.
Now, let's take a look at the Coinbase Econ report.
There's one number that sticks out.
Yeah, for sure. Spring is absolutely just cruising right now. I mean, he's had some peaks, but he just was a consistent force. So many multi-kill rounds there. So stalwart on that defense as the Astro. Whether he be on the B or the A side, he was finding his moments. Just unbelievably talented player for the Wolves.
It's 17-7-3 at the moment, as far as the KDA is concerned. I mean, he's got YU and Juicy both covered as far as kills are concerned. The impact is being seen. It was seen in their opening series versus Sentinels as well. And he is not missing a beat at all. Heretics, though, down by 4 rounds, looking good, looking contentious in that first half. It looked like they were going to be able to maybe tie things up, make it a 6-6. But those last few rounds slipped away from them. They now need to have an explosive, strong start as they swap over onto the defending side.
No doubt about it. Now you're really looking for Juicy to accelerate for the Wolves. Start kicking in doors. Start finding ways to break through the Heretics' defensive lines. Kind of a 2-1-2 here. benjyfishy going to be locking down mid with his U-tilt, putting a long cross right outside of Art with one of the trips. The camera right at doors, and a little bit of a push out from Boot. He is checking out towards A, but that's where the trademark is there for YU, so that doesn't seem to be the angle that Wolves are considering for their attack. They're lining up for a B hit all the way.
Prowler heard. Get an orb take here. Trying to get Juicy towards that dimensional drift.
Changing
Slow
thoughts.
creep away.
Yeah, no contact there. Maybe feeling like it might be a trap. And they didn't get any responses from their util. They still haven't. They're trying to figure out where the hell Team Heretics are.
Flash. Not gonna catch anything there. They clear out this cam. He's had connected, but Benji able to wait that one out. He's waiting to try to see if he can find a moment to strike the Tyler. However, will scout him out. Move for the Sheriff. Off screen, finding YU as shock darts get lobbed in, and Juicy falls down to 60. And right now, a little bit contained. Minibu goes up over the top of screens, finds that kill, but Juicy trades it back. Two eliminations gonna be found. Now it's just Juicy, Lysor. 130 health between the two of them. The plant now coming through. Moved down to 22. Any damage from the Ghost basically will be able to find an elimination there, but who was going to be the first target, the first point of contact, and Juicy is able to win it out.
Player standing.
Puts himself alone.
Wait, what?
Somehow catches benjyfishy. And now it's just the Jet with no HP to speak of. As he looks for the ace.
Oh my god.
Will find it. Wolves get both pistols. Juicy gets the ace. 9-4.
Unbelievable. I said I wanted to see Juicy accelerate here on the attack side, and that is as good as it gets. Stellar stuff from the duelist.
And does it with 60 health.
That is just nasty.
Player
The
standing.
long-range win. This
Hur
one right here.
lekker där.
The heartbreaker.
Good shot, bro.
Oh.
Whips on the Jet to kill benjyfishy, and then gets the closer. That is devastating. Marshall going to be invested here from Minibu. Trying to hold down that B site. Slow approach from Wolves. Are working their way into position where he could potentially find some value with that sniper.
They're trying to fish it out. I mean, this is something you have to suspect with Wolves. They do love the Outlaw. You know, whether it's a very popular gun.
It's just a double push up here. They haven't confirmed or heard this Marshall at all. Minibu makes it sing. A great headshot. That's the Vandal on the floor. Spring in position to potentially recover it. Let's have it in hand now.
Damn. It's a crazy good shot. This is something that Heretics like to do. Buy up a little bit on these ecos. Marshall, Sheriff.
Right there.
Gun here.
She'll peek out. Not sure if Spring had been spotted, but other players
Playing the Sylvan spot.
not quite being noted here. You still
30
have 4
seconds left.
from Heretics all the way across the map. A lot of pressure on Minibu. Try to find a bit more value here. Has to clear the Prowler. They know his spot, and that's going to be Spring.
He did
taking
hit
him
me
down.
once.
4v4, but weaponry
Spike
not
planted.
really to their advantage whatsoever unless Woot can come up with some absolutely insane shots with that Sheriff. YU potentially in a poor spot. Pressure getting ready to fly through. And yeah, you're TPing right where you're standing already. Rian's not going to fall for that old trick. Collects the kill. Outlaw not going to be the greatest weapon trying to get the retake going, but they're looking at
Nice jump, bro. Nice jump.
Overwhelm they have.
Last player
As
standing.
Wu, it's back-to-back shots to the skull.
Just
Lights
gonna
are down
free.
to 10.
Nice, bro.
They
Take
will
off.
take it down to
Eco.
2 remaining players, but Team Heretics, they will take the thrifty win.
Unbelievable. The MasterCard Thrifty coming through there for Heretics. Punching right back after getting aced. And Woot, player who we got to see a lot on the duelist role back at Master Shanghai, has been playing Jet on this match. The one time they played it against Na'Vi, he comes up huge with the Sheriffs. Sometimes you might question a little bit these investments that Team Heretics likes to put in their eco rounds. Can be a little bit costly if they can't convert, but this one right here, that could be a game changer.
Yeah, if there's anything that can really get the players jazzed up, locked in, it's a round like that, especially off the back of an ace from Juicy. YU hearing the orb take, sees the trip set. Be able to find any kind of punish here, though.
Lysor with a frenzy here. Use that tripwire. It's going to have to be cleared. Hot flash on a timing there for Heretics. Didn't quite catch the Wolves, but right idea, wrong time.
Try to lock them in position there. It's straightforward.
Nice. Chamber's dead.
He's dead far too quickly. It's Benji Fishy ready for these players to come drifting out of that smoke, and Mini Boot is connecting with the stray shot on the Lysor. Shuts down this push in every which way.
Okay, 9-6, 9-6. Let's go, let's go.
Just trying to wait it out, see if anybody gets aggressive, and it could catch him with the right click. Interesting choice of classic there, Juicy.
Showing some support, but ultimately he's going to have to die. He's trying to assess his options, figure out what the best play is going to be. Had he just immediately sprinted over towards the B site, would have at least been able to get the plant down, get money from that. Instead, it's just going to drift into art and not be ready for Benji Fishy to be on a deeper angle. So kill comes in. That's flawless as Team Heretics continue to try to run this one back. 3 rounds still separating. Wolves still in a good position, but momentum is not on their side.
Now you're going to be able to afford an operator for Woot. Still going to be the judge for Woot. This one, a very important round for the Wolves to try to stop the bleeding here. Things have been going oh so well. You had gotten the second pistol, and all of a sudden, script has been flipped. So Juicy with the ult of his own. Could do a little bit of fact-finding. Heretics trying to play aggressive on this angle. But Wolves back for now. Smoke to obscure. Mini Boot.
Who's next?
Try to slide forward. Ult popped, and he knows they're probably somewhere near.
Plant a spike.
Sees them both. Gives them all the information here about the site that they can possibly want.
I'm back.
As the clones go flying. Juicy gets his exit out of the dimensional drift. Both players now contained here into halls. Flash is going to be exchanged. Brings him behind one. Juicy looking to go ahead and get this second elimination. Sends it on the corner, and Mini Boo eats the whole damn thing. Site broken open. Even then you have the op in tow. Heretics are going to have to just go for the save.
This is beautiful work from Juicy. Using that dimensional drift to great effect. Kind of understanding that Team Heretics were corralled in the back alley. And he just says, I'm going to pop out behind their cyber cage. They're going to have no idea I'm here. We're going to clear the site with one of our prowlers. The other prowler we're going to use to follow up after I get the first kill on a flash. Beautiful work and coordination there from the Wolves. And Juicy, when you need a duelist player on the attack side, he has answered the call. He has been ridiculous.
There's encroachment on his positions coming through. Spring maybe having a pretty solid idea about where a Jet with an operator would like to go, and well, he'll find out the hard way that he was correct. Ends up getting taken down. Op will be held. Boo similarly surviving. Money's going to be there, but Heretics now calling their first timeout of the match.
Yeah, already an early timeout. We want to talk about ways that they can avoid some of the Yoru shenanigans there. Kind of just in a spot where you're just smothered by the flashes. I mean, yeah, Mini Boo's just seeing stars.
Yeah. Bit of a rough one there. The util just goes to show how on point it was from Wolves on the exec. So timeout call for Heretics. Try to rally the troops, get that energy flowing once again.
Yeah, one thing I'm so impressed with the Wolves, watching some of the VODs, especially against Sentinels and here against Heretics. It sounds strange, but the way they play around smokes, the way that they don't just kind of sit inside of a smoke and try to hold an angle, like they'll use your smokes against you. They'll play in positions where a lot of people wouldn't necessarily try to challenge you from these little nooks and crannies, from these corners that are unexpected. Spring was the one that I saw doing it a ton, especially on split against Sentinels. But in that previous round, you saw Juicy do it a little bit there, using that Cybercade against his opponent, so they don't quite know how close he is off the back of his ultimate, and they're using tons of util to clear the site. So they pretty much know that they can isolate and lock down that position with their util.
On up, still retained. Woot, looking like it might be just a shallow little angle here on the A site, peek in towards A main. That's where the lion's share of the Wolves are going to be.
Blind is dead.
TP behind the box, Prowler cleared out by Rien, so the op shot hasn't sung out quite just yet. Looking with a quick little scope in there. He's trying to reposition. Wolves are throwing forward onto the side. Benji going to be taken down though as YU peeks down towards that B site through the connector. Comes away with the kill. Kill found, but door widely slammed shut here in their faces. Wolves are quickly going to pivot away.
Yeah, that kill from YU is huge because it opens up this angle to be more comfortable for this rotate. Now we can try to hold the line somewhere else, but the drone here, not sure if it saw him.
Didn't see him.
Try to just catch him off guard. I
He's
think
got such a good lurk.
Probably not the spot that you would
Right
expect
over.
him to fall back into.
Okay.
Who still does get the check. Takes a double take, but comes away with the kill all the same. Cosmic Divide invested though, so they can safely get the plant down. Knives now going to be popping from Woot as they get ready to go 4v3 into the retake. Woot just here, opposite side of the wall. Dimensional drift. Going to be coming through, gets body blocked, actually locking them out for a brief little moment, but the players are still going to be spotted all the same. It's all the info here for his teammates. Trying to send the flashes, drops out of the
Bro, what is this?
Trying a wide swing, and Baby says absolutely not, doesn't give the opportunity. Woot still does manage to go ahead and swing around the pillar. Find the shot, Spring flushed out through the smoke. It all comes down to Lysor, who will swiftly dispatch. Timeout works for Heretics. The gap once again, 3 rounds.
Yeah, just beautiful util usage here from the Heretics. Getting that identification onto YU's position over an Art, kind of being at least somewhat mentally prepared that he could be around that corner. Boo was checking it as he was swinging. YU, no chance. Nice attempt by Mini Boo, but the flash never really connected.
One enemy remaining.
And then they're able to just kind of understand, hey, there's only 2 more. They're both in alley.
Nice, guys.
Just lock that down.
Let's go.
3 rounds away from tying up the Wolves. Starting to look good. And let's see if they can keep it going. Still have that op. Still at A main.
One from a Nero, one from a Hunter's Fury. As narrow margin to try to find that shot. Lysor actually trying to hold this angle. Woot just disrespects it. Goes out, finds the kill. And Juicy's just gonna get sprayed down by Riens. The wheels are coming off now as Heretics. They are finding their groove. There's nothing more to be done here. Sufat and Spring than to just try to lock a position down and hold on to these weapons.
You gotta save here. You gotta keep these guns into the next round. Like that Woot changes up his play round to round with the operator. Previously, he had just fallen right back after taking that opening shot. This time, he dips back through and catches Lysor off guard, takes that kill. That starts putting the pressure on the Wolves. They're trying to spread the map, and it just does not go their way. And that's something that the Wolves can struggle with. They're a team that likes to try to send out multiple feelers, trying to figure out where the open space is, using a couple different players.
30 seconds
and
left.
if they can win those individual battles off that individual skill, looks great. If they can't, things just kind of fall apart, and they're left in a position like this where they have to hold on to their guns for an extended period of time in the round.
We'll be able to retain them. No one really storming out to try to hunt them down.
10 seconds left.
Heretics not wanting to take any risks whatsoever, but it will be a flawless as the gap closes one step at a time. 8 rounds now picked up for the side of Heretics. Wolves going to be scratching their heads as they find their economy down in the dumps.
Yeah, this is starting to look really nice for Heretics. That timeout had worked a treat for them, and now it's actually going to be a counter timeout. I was curious how much longer they were going to hold on to this, but the gap narrowed to 2. That that seems to be the moment that Fade wants to get the ship back under control, get it steered in the right direction again. Don't want to let this Heretics team get hot. That is when they get scary.
They have been steadily becoming more and more alive. I mean, look at the recovery from Woot. He was bottom of the charts for quite some time now, finds himself 12-13-2 over Rienz and Benji Fishy. Run back on this Jet on this defending side overall has been quite good, but the two brothers, Minnie and Boo, have just been very good this whole way throughout. Key reasons why Heretics are playing this so very closely.
Yeah, really consistent. And if you can get some of those rounds from Benji Fishy where he just shuts you out with his tremendous rifling. Saw it on Icebox against Paper Rex where he was just able to single-handedly just claw a couple away from his opponents. We know what he can do when he's on fire with those rifles. He is so darn accurate. He can lock down that position over towards B Link. Because that seems to be, I think, where the Wolves want to try. They've been really trying to brute force their way through A main. Haven't been able to find much success in that direction.
Honestly, Economy not in a great position, but two decent ultimates to try to make a thrifty go of it. They have the Nightfall as well as the Steel Garden available, so they're in position to clear out the site, take these guns out of the hands of Woot and Benji Fishy. There's a possibility here for Wolves.
Yeah, and they're trying to spread out a little bit. Trying to give up this space a little bit intentionally, and that's a good shot for Woot.
Short. It is. Benji, of course, does have the shorty behind here, just ready to play off his own trip. I'm going out, the rush coming through. Shabbat able to find him. Still going to be a good amount of damage. Zelda's weapon gets recovered. Rienz gets taken down. Suddenly, sights open up. Woot's still here, though. Basically shoulder to shoulder with him. The peek on the angle.
Oh my God,
instantaneous with a headshot. That Sheriff coming up huge. Miniboo drops down, finds one, gets out. Now, only has 30 HP. Barring a miracle, my God, I think Wolves have actually done it. As Miniboo, yeah, he's gonna back away. He doesn't want to try to go for this. The thrifty to come through with just the two carried over weapons. The ult's working a treat. Wolves will be 2-round wins away from taking Pearl.
Now, once again, it seems like Heretics trying to avoid those ults as best as they can. And I think Benji Fishy has a decent idea there. Oh, you gonna guess?
Seems like no. Oh, he got him! Spring! He's just too damn smart!
He is something else.
Wait until the last millisecond to make him think that he was safe, to think that he was going to survive, to hold on to the weapon before he tears everything away from him.
Eating some of those shorty bullets for his teammate. Finds a double kill with 10 HP again. Did that against Sentinels with a Sheriff. The clutch around. This one just breaks the site open. Even Spring's a little bit surprised there that he got that last kill.
This is a full-blown guess, and that means that Heretics are going to be sending the final timeout of this map. Once again, down by 3 rounds. Need 5 in a row if they want to avoid OT.
Now you've got some tough decisions to make. How are you going to change up that defense on the B site? You're doing a great job locking out A. Now you got to find ways to stall and react a little bit better. Of course, there aren't going to be those same ults in play just quite yet for the side of Wolves, but in general, giving up a lot of space at Link really opened things up for the Wolves to make that execute. And for now, looks like maybe they're just...
And somebody time.
Yeah, how much was left on that clock? Oh.
Pretty much all in on this one. Only a couple players on the side of Heretics with a decent economy.
You have to consider you dropped that op over as well. So you have to be a little bit extra careful because you know that's still going to be in their hands. It's in YU's hands for this round.
To utilize it still, though, is Woot. Hadrian's clear the haunt while you Swinging is going to be at a disadvantage. Luke is able to go ahead and come away with the kill. 4v5 now for Wolves. Needed if they want to get up to map point right here and now.
Seen some great positioning early in the rounds for Heretics, and that's a nice shot from Miniboo.
Swing out, Juicy. Dead. Hunter Spears from Rienz. Coming away absolutely monstrously. That baby going to be taken down. Lysor tagged to 70. Once again, I think Spring and Lysor just going to have to stay tucked together, find a safe place, and try to ride out these remaining 40 seconds.
This is just on a knife's edge. It feels like every time one of these teams might start to run away with things, everyone's able to punch back. The Wolves there gonna scoop that op back up and try to fall back into some safety. Let's see if Heretics can maybe find some last second gun steal of their own if they wanted to go hunting. Boo's got plenty of money, so he could be the one to make a go of it
10
potentially.
seconds left.
But for now, it seems like they're content to stay, but just locking down mid there. I mean, this is, you were able to shut down Juicy from getting through towards B-Link, kind of one of those pain points from the previous round. So things are getting addressed here very quickly. Another nice timeout for Heretics. Absolutely effective.
Going down without a fight. It's a really nice vertical flick there from Woot. The necessary one, it feels like. But from there, the round just absolutely gets away from Wolves. Quickly turns to chaos. They end up drowning in it.
You're going to hang on to that op at the very least. Benji Fishy does have a neural theft. They're all currently online. Boo went away from his, though. Could get a cosmic divide here in some fashion. I don't suspect the Tour de Force is going to be used this round, but you never know. Stranger things. Still holding on to all of his util. Just content to try to see if this time Heretics get a little bit more aggressive on that mid control, but it is very far back. These positions for Heretics are near their spawn.
Clear on the Prowler. Just gonna go ahead and take the gate crash as Star gets set up there to block off the B access. Seems like that's going to be the call to rotate made here for Wolves. As they go stomping across towards this A site, Trip's gonna be set up on that art exit over towards stairs, and now you've got Woot on a line back by Flowers, staring into A main.
The Heretics are trying to make decisions off negative information, meaning they don't have much. They're going to get a rude awakening here in a second.
Woot on the push. Fake goes through. They'll confirm position on the off. C's going to be going in, and Benji Fishy pushes forward, mows down two. Neural Theft now going to get the ping reveal here. Spring is desperately trying to break through. The repeat here from Woot is able to find it. Rienz takes down Lysor, and that leaves just YU left standing now. The time is just not going to be there for him.
I have the spike.
Spike is
10
picked up,
seconds
but
left.
it's just too precarious a position to try to make a play. So instead, he'll just hold on to the operator, or try to. As he falls down to 59, the push coming through from Boo off the flank, and somehow YU does not read that at all. Up, lost. Tour de Force behind, yes, but Heretics are one round away from tying things up.
Dude, Woot with this operator is so fearsome right now. And then Benji Fishy steps in. Needed to see some of those big plays from him, and he's Johnny on the spot. Gets the neural theft to boot. And then that is easy pickings for the rest of Team Heretics. They've got all the info they need to cut Wolves apart.
You want to play? Let's play.
Now he's up on the box here. This is such a cheeky angle.
Just changing around the positions.
Good flash, though.
Able to confirm a bit. As a dimensional drift gets the spot out on one of the more critical players here to try to identify. Two back behind the pillar. Juicy now exiting, sees him. He's just lingering here within the cage. Benji on the opposite side. Smoke's obfuscating all. Boom finds the off-down onto one, pushes the smoke. Shorty out, Lysor dead. Pops the bladestorm immediately. Tails went back up through B long. Repeats. Shot goes a little bit wide. Spring is able to collect one. Juicy back over at Halls.
Spike down B.
Finds the kills. It's just Miniboo left, but Spring will deny. Chaos abound, but Wolves this time thrive in it as they get themselves up to map point.
That is absolute madness there. On a knife's edge. Some of those shots, if they just could have landed one way or another, you know, maybe Woot hits that op shot onto Spring and it could be a very different round. It looked like he was just going to take this round over, switching into that Blade Storm when the pressure was on. Juicy stuck in the Cyber Cage, and he still manages to outdo Benji Fishy there. Just another great round off the back of that dimensional drift for
We're off to
Juicy.
the races, it would seem. They're looking for a fight here! Over at A main! And YU comes alive and sits them down. Boom frantically backpedaling the Prowler on the chase. The spot out on Orien's over by Art. The Thorns and Stairs, they hold him back, they spray him dead through the smoke. As the spike gets planted, Wolves absolutely crank up the pace here on the round. 2v4. As the Nightfall gets the connection. And one for the Wolves. Disconnected into main. Their own Cosmic Divide going to be used. Wrap around coming through. Fat Baby trying to arrive over towards Art. The push out coming through. And they're both shot dead. 13-10. Wolves take the opening map in this elimination series.
They came in.
They thinking I signed the niggas I live my life for. This road that I got on TikTok. Still on that bullshit. If he pull up, I'ma let it stick talk. I'm in LA with the vibes. They in the cut getting high. She tryna get in my ride. She tryna turn up the night, yeah. I was running no cash, yeah. I ain't ran up a bag. And they started getting mad, yeah. But I didn't get mad. I just kept getting cash, yeah. Now I'm in my bag, yeah. Now I'm in my bag, yeah. She won't get with me, she know that I'm sticky, but I'm in my bag, now. She won't fucking with me, she didn't come around, she wishes she had, now. And I'm in my bag, now. I'm in the bag, the gold, you ought to be exact. 300 racks inside and ain't no cap. I could've bought a raise today, yeah, yeah. I ran it up, they supposed to hate, I'm digging this lifestyle. Water dripping on me like I'm a faucet. The crew with me right now. You can play, just proceed with caution. I popped the wrong pill, now I'm nauseous. I need to get out the drink, it's a problem. I took a Tesla and landed on Mars. Lord, please wake me up tomorrow. She ain't no feeling because we ain't speaking, but she don't even call them niggas. She gon' get nasty whenever I see her, she try to suck all them niggas. Heard you been doing business with the ops, fuck you and all them niggas. We gon' keep riding around with them gloss until we find them niggas. She ain't no feeling because we ain't speaking, but she don't even call them niggas. She gon' get nasty whenever I see her, she try to suck all them niggas. Heard you been doing business with the ops, fuck you and all them niggas. We gon' keep riding around with them gloss until we find them niggas. They know they can't beat me, so they tryna leave me, and she tryna leave me, but I ain't gon' love her. Diamonds on Fiji and running with QC and Reebok endorse me when open new level. I'm loving this lifestyle and niggas won't beat me. I know they won't catch up, but I ain't gon' let them. As soon as the money get up to the million, put it in the ground and go buy a new shovel. How you gon' be in your feelings when I'm in my feelings? We both can't be in our feelings. I ain't gon' lie when you thinking I did it. It's so much intuition. Ain't telling you no lies. I'm tired of seeing you cry. Come here, girl, let me wipe your eye. Everything gon' be alright, yeah. She ain't no feeling because we ain't speaking, but she don't even call them niggas. She gon' get nasty whenever I see her. She try to suck all them niggas. Heard you been doing business with the ops. Fuck you and all them niggas. We gon' keep riding around with them gloss until we find them niggas. She ain't no feeling because we ain't speaking, but she don't even call them niggas. She gon' get nasty whenever I see her, she try to suck all them niggas. Heard you been doing business with the ops, fuck you and all them niggas. We gon' keep riding around with them gloss until we find them niggas.
Hey, my way do. If you want it, you got it. You know I don't rock it. They never could stop it. It's stuffed in my pocket. I go up for the score and they never could block it. After the show, I count up in the miles and tears fall from the lies despite 100 bands through the time of the night. When you left, I ain't wanna live life. Now I'm happy on the in and outside. Can you make it better? Chop out like Griselda. Post up with Berettas. Hustling through the night, yeah. Spin the block for the stretch. I'm with the hood up when we wet up. And it's all gonna be alright, yeah. When that road choice take your life, Gucci press, you be on top of that Nike print. Friend of rich niggas kicking your back though. And they should give a roll to niggas who own it, who don't know a thing but trap though. Blue faces, I put that over up in the vert, you get jacked out your shit, you can't text me. Pussy nigga throwing shots, ain't at me. Dropped up, tell a nigga get at me. Tough love for a bitch, won't trap me. For the body, then I give him the Mac free. Got a pound in the car, I'ma smoke on that. Left the state for a show and I'm coming back. If he say he won't smoke, ain't no falling back. Want a bitch for the play, I'ma blow the strap. He ain't using his head, put it in his lap. He ain't ballin', could tell that he only rap. I just put 40 bands inside the trap. Every manifestation I'm calling real. Gang. Now can you make it better? Trap out like Griselda. Poster with Berettas. Hustling through the night, yeah. Tell Jill bust a right, yeah. Hop out, gun flames through the night, yeah. You know how I'm rocking, you know that I'm with it. You loyal to me, I make sure that you get it. If you want it, you got it. You know how I'm rocking, they never could stop it. It's stuffed in my pocket. I go up for the score and they never could block it. After the show, I count up in the miser. Tears fall from the lies despite 100 bands through the time of the night. When you left, I ain't wanna live life. Now I'm happy on the in and outside. Pick it up, throw it out, watch it come back. Got a hole in the racks in the D or a bag. Count up that money, I run up the sack. Born on a jet with an illegal strap. That shit that they talk, I can tell you is cap. Up off the X and I only took out. Stay energized, I fall back from the top. But I have in my way, I'ma pay out the staff. I feel like it ain't no bitch I can have. Selling run boot with the fur like a bell. Balenciaga, that Gucci and Prada. I got on our 3 and I bought several pounds. When it's up, we'll be sliding and ducking from 12. Time wise, clockwise, I never fail. Ain't no slacking, we hustling, we on it for real. He don't give it, we take it, you know what it is. Can you make it better? Trap out like Griselda. Poster with Berettas. Hustling through the night, yeah. Spin the block for the stretch. Wake the hood up when we wet on. And it's all gonna be alright, yeah. When that wrong choice take your life, yeah. Be on top of that Nike print. For them rich niggas kicking your back, though. And they should give a roll to niggas who own it, who don't know a thing but trap, though. Blue faces, I put that over net. That shit that we selling up make you relapse, though. Thinking I'm slipping, run up and get clapped, though. I put that knife on the map, po. Gang.
Phone on do not disturb. Putting in no tea, but you keep working my nerves. Not trying to go back and forth about who hurt who first. You ain't got them question, nigga, baby, it's yours. How I'm under 30, I made 30 times. How you do me dirty and play victim blows my mind. I was scarred from issues, you said it would hit in time. Try to hide your past up in the dark, but come about it to the light. Hey, you ain't living right. Hey. I know if I brought it up tonight, we in for one hell of a night. Hey. Tryna do you right, ayy. Tryna do you right. I know if I text a friend or bring a friend, I'll leave with one tonight. You should call that nigga that you love so bad and sleep with him tonight. 2 wrongs don't make a right. Yeah. You should text your friends in that group chat and say he finally made it. My friends told me leave you in the past, can't lie, I contemplated. Always think I'm outside doing such and such, I'm concentrated. Even for the name and for the fame, can rock with nothing basic. She ain't one hell of a run if I lace up these Asics. Hey, she don't like my life, I tell her leave her face it. Yeah, the way for I knew Meek, I had a dream and chase it. Hey.
Switch my ex out for my nicks. Switched out the Bentley for the Fed. Exchange my life for my respect. I've been through hell and been neglected. I've been in the booth a couple hours on restless. If she come by the room, she get the vibe with them breathless. Jail today, I got hair from a fan. Try to cut it off, but it ain't gon' explain. I say, don't talk to me, come out the panties. I say, don't talk to me, come Papa Zanny. That's my bro, let's keep it in the family. Yeah, let's go. Never let them pull my car, they gon' come out the hill for me. I see he in design, a little bro gon' knock off his drill for me. I told her put her phone on D&D, don't get no lip to me. And I know they gon' hate, don't get no company to misery.
Take a trip and put your phone on do not disturb. Putting in no tea, but you keep working my nerves. Not trying to go back and forth about who hurt who first. You ain't got them question, nigga, baby, it's yours. Get money, fuck bitches. Get money, fuck bitches. Yeah. Like Pac, I got a wife and no mistress. Oh.
When she talk about other rappers, it be getting on my nerves. Ain't worried about her heart, I'm just in love with the curves. I'm staying one with God, I don't know who else to serve. Got a brand new Maybach built so long it look like a hearse. I think they here to stay, these demons live in my mind. Need a case for all my watches and I still ain't on time. Love the feeling when I'm going and I know that she mine. And I'm barely 30, but I made a meal 30 times. And I know I ain't living right. Feeling dead inside, I count up dead guys and they give me life. And I see him going left, but I'm with my brother wrong or right. And my panoramic ceiling, let me see the stars at night.
Take a trip and put your phone on do not disturb. Putting in OT, but you keep working my nerves. Not trying to go back and forth about who hurt who first. You ain't got them question, nigga, baby, it's yours.
Yeah. They scared to come outside. Tell them boys they better pray. Tell them boys stay out the way. Tell them ain't nobody safe. On my mama, on my gang. We gon' put it in they face. Yeah.
They scared to come outside. Niggas know we stepping 9 days. God know I'm stepping out with later. Until it hurts, it ain't no mercy, that's just how we made it. You heard that church up in my verses, God, that's how I'm raised. I told God he gotta forgive me, I'm insane, oh. Get down on my knees when I'm in pain, oh. Tired of the rain on my name. I clean this blood off my Jesus, please. Oh, Jesus, please. Can you feel my needs, yeah? Tired of fucking up, I'm in the streets, yeah. Tryna take the weight that's hurt inside of me. Scared to come outside. God, I need a second chance. Knowing that I love you, but sometimes I do the devil dance. Lost a couple of my partners, so I'm sliding out of whoever ends. Drop one of them niggas when I kill them, called the reverend, yeah. Cause no weapon formed against me shall prosper, yeah. God, know I'm clutching on this chopper, yeah. Waiting on them boys outside. They scared to come outside. Ooh, yeah. Niggas know we stepping night and day. Niggas know we stepping now and later. Until it hurts, it ain't no mercy, that's just how we made it. You hear the church up in my verses, that's just how we made it.
Though I feel cursed, I pray for better days. Seems like yesterday we was catching plays. And it's been hard on me lately, I can't catch a break. I'm losing niggas on the day to day. Every day I pray, only God can take this hate away. Lord knows if I see him, I'm gonna have to spray. You know that same spot I seen him is the spot he lay. I clean his blood on my Jesus, please. Jesus, please, say there's a heaven for a real one.
Maybe Wolves should put an extra, or not an extra wrinkle, but maybe they shouldn't play exactly how I was describing earlier, because Team Heretics could very well be super prepared for that uber slow style.
Sorry, Wood, Fade, Rian's Viper? Sorry.
Well, that just completely went under the radar.
Just thought, that is, what, hold on, sorry, carry on.
Are you okay with this?
My brain is lagging, my brain is lagging.
Can you get us up to speed and have some faith in the swap?
Yes, we're map 3, here we go, baby. Over to you, Achilles on Babyson.
Thank you very much. Never a cleaner toss than that one, Yinsu. Let's go ahead and get into this second map here in our first elimination series of Masters Toronto. Wolves in the lead, 13-10 win on Pearl. As the disc was just talking about, paper thin, Heretics have a ton of experience playing against this comp.
No doubt about it. This should be right in the Heretics' wheelhouse. I mean, they were 2-0 on this map in EMEA in Stage 1, but they were playing very different comps like the desk was talking about. So they, they're going to come into something different, but it still should be familiar. It's still going to be mostly what you're seeing last year. So this should be very much in their wheelhouse. I don't have many doubts right now about Team Heretics with this comp. I think the real question is just the mental right now for them. They haven't won a pistol. They've been getting shellacked sometimes, in a lot of these different rounds where it looks like they have advantages and they can't capitalize. And the shooting for the Wolves is really on point today. Obviously Spring is a known quantity at this point. He's consistently just top fragging for this squad, but Juicy stepping up big time when they switched over to that attacker side.
Yeah, needs to maintain that performance if they're going to be looking for a 2-0. Did have a quick little crash in the lobby, but everybody's getting back in, loaded up, and we should have everything underway here in just a couple seconds, so bear with us, guys. Hate to tease and tantalize a little bit longer. We all want to get into the action here on Lotus. See if Heretics can in fact give us that map 3.
I feel like it's going to happen, but man, the Wolves are just so good. When they're kind of all on the same page, when they're playing together, this team can do some real damage. And you could see on that previous map, they have some great coordination. They have some great executes set up that are just absolutely smothering, so difficult to deal with. So for Heretics, you know, this, again, mental game for me. That's all this really is right now, is you got to get angry or whatever, or hype, whatever it takes to get you back into this match. Whatever your team's, you know, vibe needs to be, you know, the players and the coaches need to find it, and they need to get it going right now, especially for this pistol.
Yeah, like I said, 0-6 in that regard. The Pistols have not been in their favor. We'll see if they can start rewriting that script, as we are now ready to go ahead and hop into Lotus. Toronto, you guys ready? Alrighty, well, here we go. Barriers will drop. There's MIBR forward position out here on the mountain.
He's maybe going to get some pressure. You've got a lot of options to take this mound space with the fade, with the omen, with the raise. See what they got dialed up, or if they're just going to try to dry peek this corner.
Who's going to be ready with a paranoia? Try to stave them off. On up and over the top. Going to be a quick little clear there. Last pack exit. I believe Boo in a spot where he can try to catch somebody off guard, but
Placing swarm grenade.
instead it's going to be a pivot
Swarm
across
grenade
now
out.
towards a lobby here for Wolves.
Yeah, they, in their last pistol round, Wolves spread the map and had Lysor solo plant on B and kind of crumbled underneath Sen. So let's see if they try to stick together a little bit more on this one.
There.
All it took was that blast pack, and that was enough to make them think that the other side of the map was going to be better. A bit of noise made here, door open.
Do you read and expect? Potential double stack. Looks like the push forward in towards Tree. Not going to be coming through, so Spring maybe not going to be caught here in the trap, but good. Does end up hearing two players in that position. Paranoia through. YU going to be held at bay here for the moment as paint shells go through, and now they're once again going to have to put the crossover on towards this A side. The vulnerable there, bounding forward. Lysor able to find the first. Juicy gets the second. Benji, Fishy, and Rienz have been flushed out. Weapons upgraded time ticking down, but still plenty.
10 seconds left.
To get the spike in play. 3v4 now for the retake with MIBR. Down to 22, back turn, and YU now striking on the flank. Spots out another one, goes unpunished. Boo desperately trying to get himself over towards the site to spray into the smoke. Not finding much, but Boo comes away with a second kill. Right clicks here, able to find them as Juicy gets himself a 3K, and Wolves continue to deny pistol wins from the Heretics.
Okay, now I'm concerned. Now I'm concerned for Heretics. Things are just not going their way on these pistols, and it is the Wolves looking so smart in this round. I think learning from their mistakes against Sentinels, making sure that they're sticking together, being really sure of the space that they've been given. And again, it comes off the back of CU Fat, the way that he's using that fade util to clear a site, to call the reinforcements over to go for that plant.
They did drop the anti-eco at the second half of
Fair.
Play, so still going to be a concern, as there is going to be a very heavy death ball coming their way, but high-low setup here. Wolves are anticipating this.
Just one Sheriff for Rienz. That's the only buy-up this time around for Heretics. Marshall.
He's dead over at the A side of the map. Some noise to be made. Paranoia going to be sent. Prowler getting a catch onto one. Swing out. Spike here in the hands of this player. Going to get dropped, but Lysor swinging around the side.
Oh my
Gets
God.
a fadeaway shot onto Benji Fishy with the final bullet. Push forward, looks for a little bit more, but will be Spring to take it away. Two casualties, a bit of damage going to be dealt here, but Wolves this time not dropping the anti-eco.
Now, all in all, you're not too fussed about that as the Wolves. A few kills there for Heretics, but the trap didn't really convert into any further damage. Let's see this. Wow,
timing.
Spring, just a timing, yeah. The guy just is so dialed in.
On his reads.
That's a nice readjustment there from Lysor, too, to find that headshot. He's got the fist pumping for Fade.
If he doesn't, I mean, you're looking at only two players surviving. Hell of a worse feeling going into this bonus as they look for a conversion. Turret set up contact in B.
Here's a gun that gave Heretics a lot of problems.
Spots him out. Juicy, good amount of damage going to be in there on the entry. Paint Shell's locked in. Boombot similarly to try to scout. Doesn't want to try to push this angle towards Baby Door with the judge in hand. MIBR's able to find one, but Spring does get rid of Blue, so a trade on the fades at the end of it all. Spike now planted 4v4. Couple players, though, tagged up quite low on the side of Wolves.
This judge still in play. Right around the corner.
Smoke going to be cycled in. Spring going to be taken down. Juicy
no, I don't like
one. Lysor
this.
gets the other player, Baby Door. Now it's just the double approach. Get through the connector. Lysor. Oh, they're just getting spammed out through the smoke. The push forward. Benji going to be good for 2 as he does find YU, but Juicy with another 3K. 2 charges from having his showstopper online. And a bonus conversion as Wolves start things off 3-0 once again.
I'm loving what we're seeing from the Wolves today. I can feel the confidence that Fade was telling me about before the map even started. It is the way that they are working together, the way that they're holding these crossfire angles. They're putting the right guns in the right spot. They're spamming at the right time. They're understanding their opponents so well. They have such a good read. And it is just another hot start on the attacker side for Juicy.
They need to win.
He has been a world.
Oh my goodness, Spring.
Oh no.
Looking for a little bit more, does find some damage. They're still going to try to just shove forward, overwhelm, and eventually they will be able to do so.
Oh no.
YU is going to stop them from getting value off of his fallen comrade's weapon. Gets a kill onto one, gets a spot onto Woot, still swings out for the challenge. Looking for the kill, will not be able to find it. Rien's trying to hold things down here at C, but it's just too much opposition. Once again, 4-0 start for Wolves.
His Wolves team is looking to make an upset. They are just fearsome. I mean, Spring.
They play a bit like
Mechanical God there, got the dink and got the fade away as he was going back behind the toxic screen, and Lysor winning one on the other side. Sure, Spring ends up going down, but YU on the job to make sure that that gun's not recovered and there's no big problems behind it. Now you've got a showstopper for Juicy. Let's see if they're going to go for it right off the rip.
Seasonade avoided. Minor little slow up here on the approach.
Tremendous patience being shown.
Trying to figure out exactly what their angle of approach is going to be here. One little shot through the one-way. YU does get a connection onto MIBR. In the meantime, Spring will lurk forward towards the A orb.
That's so scary. And he's going to not hear much, not see much. So they're going to try to readjust into that direction, try to open themselves up for a pivot, but I like the way Heretics is maneuvering to try to cut this off.
Showstopper up and over the top, dodging this out. And Rien's out into the open, just no way to escape. Reese finds the kill. Benji Fishy, however, plays forward into the smoke, gets a catch on the Lysor, gets the spike on the floor for a brief little moment as the C's goes at him. But now the call can come through from YU, pivot into B. The site is open, so Baby Door will get broken. So Fat Baby just going to stay tucked here at tree, looking for the linger, looking for this backstab play. They're suspicious about it, but do they have the read? They're going to try to double clear him. They nearly line up.
What was that?
The trade is there on 3v3.
Jump, bro.
The health advantage in
That
the hands of
jump was
Wolves.
whack.
Not much util to speak of. A couple blast packs and a haunt.
I'll find you.
Benji can find one. It would give him a lockdown, but hate to have to commit that here. Won't get the opportunity. Builds up the ultimate in depth. There's 2 players surviving. Wolves 5-0.
It's just tremendous patience being shown by the Wolves. Not at just the beginning of the round to avoid the C's nade, a little thing like that, but then the pivot over off of the space that Spring is taking. And when Heretics tries to collapse, Heretics has 2 on B, 2 on A. They're ready for this A hit to try to get some flanks going. They're able to find this showstopper and then realize, whoa, there's way too much going on. Benji Fishy already here behind the pillar on site. Let's go over to B. We think that might be open now, and it is a beautiful call again. I mean, CU Fat is on point as the IGL here, as Heretics gonna rip a timeout.
You have to.
You need to.
Juicy is 8-1-3 here at the moment. once again knocked back economically, but this has to be the moment for the timeout. You need to start getting some round wins. Yes, you're starting on the defending side. Typically, that's going to be the weaker. We do have some anomalous teams out there.
Sure.
Genji being one of them.
Sentinels.
But aside from that, you also are about to have 5 ultimates available. It's just a pit from Rienz that isn't online. Everything else is at their disposal. You need to make sure that when you commit them, you're going to get value. It's going to lead to a win, and you're not going to oversend it only to be faced with a round loss.
It's a really nice looking opportunity for a Thrifty for Heretics, and it would be a much needed one to say the least. But you're getting close to Spring's ult. That Viper's Pit would be a real thorn in the side. You know, you're running a bunch of Sheriffs and a Stinger. Not exactly what you would want to try to flood your way through, but you do have some ability to clear it with the lockdown, the Nightfall Showstopper, so there's counter punches if Spring does get that ult available.
Bring them down.
For now, Benji clearing the util and spam at, but just gonna fall back. You got Rienz there with him, one away from his Viper's Pit as well. Let's see if they're just gonna commit.
Bomb cleared.
Oh.
Sees nade, and that is just Rienz dead to rights. No way to escape. Juicy, a bad spot. Does get vulnerable. Does not get away from that Nanos one. Benji Fishy now re-swinging around the back.
Bro.
The peel off a second kill, but eventually is going to be flushed out. Spinning was similarly going to take it
How are
down.
dude?
Spring still standing, still delivering. It's the commitment of the Showstopper. Not going to be finding the value that was so desperately needed. Boo now alone with just this Sheriff in hand.
Gun here.
Turret set up over the top.
Cover going out.
Paranoia is not going to connect. And YU is instantaneous with a headshot. Puts him down nice and easy. 6-0. Wolves just looking absolutely electric.
I mean, other than a little bit of a body there by Liza.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, I saw it and I was like, oh
He
no.
made up for it.
He did.
He killed the Rays.
I mean, the funny thing about this round is, you know, Benji Fishy gets those 2 kills, and that makes Heretics think they could pull the Showstopper. They whiff on it, and then it still ends up being the Wolves round, and just a little bit.
A little bit more space. Still 4 ultimates here. And those Wolves just never really at risk of getting caught by these C's nade combos. Seems like they always know where they're going to be coming from. They're always playing back, waiting for that util to get dumped early.
Yeah. You know, Team Heretics is trying to guess at the Wolves' tendencies, and they have not found any success on that.
Prowler going to be cleared. Up and over the top goes Juicy, and Benji Fishy will be able to sit him down. Entry power taken out of their hands here. That is the best possible start to the round here for the side of Heretics.
Yeah, this is probably one of those rounds where Wolves are just feeling it, feel like they can do whatever they want on the map, but Juicy all on his own when he got into the site. Gonna try to pivot towards B a bit.
Miniboo, though, with the retuck, gets himself on the side. They're going to try to go for the 90-degree clear-outs. Can't find either of them. Miniboo standing tall.
30
Sufat
seconds
maybe
left.
last one standing, so it seems like Heretics here will at long last get themselves a round win. There's a long road ahead of them, but being able to get this just on rifling, just on util, not on ultimates, that is a big boon for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And still, they could do a lot of damage in this defender side. Yes, Wolves already have 6, but you can run 4-5 in this one. You're going to be feeling okay going into your attacker side. So this is a good start. Good first foot forward for the Wolves. Or excuse me, for the Heretics. And the Wolves going to have to try to figure out a little bit of what they want to do. You're one away from the Nightfall, and then you've got a lockdown of your own. So Viper's Pit as well. So you've got a lot of counter punches, and immediately a timeout is ripped.
Yeah, Wolves are calling a timeout.
Wow.
And
I mean, I think
by round, we have to build the castle, you know, brick by brick.
Absolutely. Absolutely. But I think, to me, this is just some of the things that I saw in the VODs when I was watching the Wolves is when they start getting these like individual plays, when they try to go for these big moments where they don't necessarily have the right information, they don't necessarily have their right setups or kind of understanding of where their opponents are, and they just try to make something, they just try to force a play.
Yeah, I think this is just one of those things where it's like, okay, I can hear the players talking. I think they're getting a little bit antsy. They're not sticking to the structure that we had set up ahead of time coming into this series. So I want to intervene and make sure that we're sticking to the script. But it does also give the coaching staff from Heretics the opportunity to get back in the players' ears and, you know, feed them information based on what they've witnessed. So it does come at a risk. We'll see what happens coming in off the back of this one. There's plenty of ults available here to both sides. One charge away for a Nightfall.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to be looking at a very similar array of ultimates for both teams potentially. Just depends on if they're able to get an orb or a plant over for CuFat, or even a kill. They're going back to this 4-1 setup that they love to run at the beginning of the rounds. Again, Season 8 combo attempted early. Rian's just waiting for the pit, and he's going to rip it. See what the response is going to be. Are they going to go for
lockdown?
It?
I mean,
yeah,
could just be lockdown for lockdown stalemate here on the C site.
Calling my bot.
And that is exactly what is going to happen. And if you're Wolves, you say, okay, we get 2 ults out of you, we can get 1 out of us, we back away. This is giving up a good amount of space and control over towards a site, though. Rubble firmly in the hands here of Heretics.
Not going to fall for the detain bait.
This has dropped the pit. Why you just hits us straight onto Rien, so even if the pit hadn't already fallen, certainly would have now.
Oh, they dodged the Nightfall too. They had backed out a mound.
But now that they've dodged that, that could force the pivot from Heretics. They might take this as false information. Blew up and over the top. Spike is going to be brought over towards this side, it would seem. As it's just going to be a TP into the site to get the plant down and Spring.
30 seconds left.
Flushes out Boo. Benji and Wu, in all likelihood, should just try to go for the save here. Looks like Wu will at least take a peek. He will be noted and dealt with at the door. Benji Fishy has to just walk away. Wolves, the timeout call. It ends up working a treat.
It's brilliant. I mean, just the way that they immediately are ready to counter that Viper's pit. And you said it, 2 for 1. That's just a wonderful timeout call there by Fade. Reading into Team Heretics very nicely. And then they're able to work to the other side of the map. That TP from Lysor really opens things up for them. Spring wins a big duel against Boo. He has just been so reliable. He is just an absolute menace over there on A, whether he's just creating attention or setting up for the lurks, getting information. And then on the other side here, just the timing. Just the timing. Rien's had knife out, he's just running forward. Got cut down. And there's Spring.
One enemy remaining.
Nettie's over there. YU holding the line. That's what you love to see from the Wolves. Just smart play. We know they can shoot. And they're looking for some kind of maybe fast B hit here.
Toxins going up.
Find into the side, try to get a pinch on anybody who might be hit with a vulnerable. It's going to be the Boom bot chasing over towards Mini Boo.
They get the Season 8 out again.
Ultimately, they're going to be happy with that. Smoke about the dissipate. Boo going to try to cycle this one back through. Is Nightfall going to be committed on to B? Quick little pick out. Boo comes away with 2. Spring and YU both going to be taken down. CuFat Baby concerned about a potential push out from Mound.
Sent the Nightfall, tried to sell a fake. They do have a heavy rotation over to this A side. Now they may be challenging Benji.
And still full util setup, double nano in the alarm bot. Situated here on the entryway. Turret gets cleared though, that draws the attention of Benji Fishy back over towards B. Peek into the connector. Paranoia from Lysor at the ready, but will end up going wide.
You know
he's coming down, dodges the Haunt. Smoke gonna be coming through, Juicy. Pressured here from multiple angles now. fights back in, finds the first, tries to look for a little bit more, was trying to go for a 180 flick, but does end up getting picked off there by Rienz. 2v3 now, Benji tagged to 72. This would be a back-breaking round loss for Heretics.
They don't have any util. Just gonna have to dry peek through.
Lysort should be dead on this angle if he swings out. Shots flying his way. It's the smoke set up to push into the smoke, and Ufat maybe unable to find the shots, and they know exactly where the Omen is at. Push forward, Woot winning out the fight. 3 players surviving. Heretics find their second round win.
Yeah, just Boo this time, taking matters into his own hand over at A Rubble. Gets those 2 huge kills. Snappy shots from the IGL of Heretics.
Seconds left.
That really opens up a lot of space for them. Good work by the Wolves to find some open of their own, but numbers were not in their favor.
Nice! Let's go, guys. Let's go. 5 rounds and we're Gucci, okay?
Yep, absolutely. I would totally agree. If they can string 3 in a row now, you're going to feel good about it. Still sitting on the Viper's Pit for Spring, but plenty of money for the Rifles for the side of Wolves. Another big A contest here.
Uh-oh, this time, Wolves not quite ready for it. Sees Nate gets the catch. Spray down on the Juicy, 2 players dead off the rip of the round. Heretics very well poised to get that 3rd round win now.
Finally, it comes through for Heretics.
And even if you start making this close, Miniboo has the showstopper. So as long as he's not dead early, that is going to be a hefty concern.
They're not running twice.
The high-low here on the corner. That baby just trying to clear out this util. Prowler around the back. Not going to note anyone.
Both teams not running twice, huh?
There's just nothing being given up here by the Heretics. They've got everything on lockdown. Complete map control in their favor. This one looks extremely difficult to do. Alarm bot right on the other side there for this double stack.
Alarm bot cleared. Spots them both out. Finds the first, finds the second. Showstopper going to be sent. And that's going to be Spring and YU dead simultaneously. Tuck around the corner here.
It's
Fat Baby now in a 1v3.
I think you should come.
No way.
173 here at the moment. Swings in, spots the first, tries to get the transition, cannot do so. Sees, grabbing him, trying to pull him in a little bit deeper, but Spike just cannot be planted fast enough. Woot will arrive, they make a good run of it, they make it close, but Heretics
They're going to take
get the round win all the same. 3-7 now, still
maybe not.
at 7-5.
Like, there's a whole half left.
Yeah, if you can get these early advantages.
He messed up his satchels.
Finally able to find that timing, find that moment. Wolves decided to try to turn up the tempo a little bit at the start of the round when the barriers drop. I mean, jeez, YU. That is brilliant work through that angle. Showstopper was there.
Nice, good job.
And it's the one that takes him out.
Bro, that was unfortunate. Like,
so I think I'd like to see Wolves pump the brakes a little bit here. Take things a little bit slower. See if they can find their open space on the map.
He's dead.
They went from reading these to disrespecting them and being punished by it. Shadows traveling.
Oh,
they
boy.
dead.
Nice,
Very start,
nice
YU getting spammed down through the Viper wall at B. It's another rocky start to the round here.
And now you have no ability to gather info. You're just going to have to brute force your way through something. Taking their time.
Going out.
Benji's been a thorn in their side.
Rip across, Nano gonna be sent out.
Nice.
He's gonna be able to find lines at the same time. Benji Fishy holding down this C site. YU try to grab this orb and gets the ult, either with this or in death, but this way he can try to go for a save perhaps.
Absolutely would like to save.
So he's just gonna creep up, see if he can spot anything
30
out.
seconds left.
Challenge into the smoke. One goes out deeper, but yeah, just nothing realistically to be done here in this position. Heretics Once again, coming alive, starting to run things back. A 4th round win.
You can't get caught by these season aids anymore. Gotta wait out the beginning of the round a little bit. You know, I know there that maybe you think you're safe. Oh, hold the phone.
Won't be able to find a little kill here onto Woot, but nobody else really in position to try to find a punish. So you got to be fine to go ahead and hold on to his weapon here. I mean, Lysor able to escape, but getting a bit too antsy here. Getting too aggressive. It's costing him dearly.
Benji really, really good here on this Seaside defense in a couple of these rounds. Able to find a ton of impact. Nano's in good spots. Positioning excellent. He has been really annoying to deal with for the Wolves. Do have a Nightfall, but for Woot on the side of Heretics. Showstopper though for Juicy. Lockdown as well. Of course, still that Viper's Pit for Spring. No season aid this time. Patience being shown here by Heretics. They've dipped into that well enough. They've gotten their value.
Lockdown going to be sent here off the rip.
Okay.
Brienne's going to try to reposition, wants to take a more aggro position here.
Yep, you are
now
dead.
going to be invested. Some damage going to be suffered, but Brienne's still able to find one before getting taken down. Nobody detained. The Nightfall out in response. That's going to connect onto absolutely everyone here on the side of Wolves. As MIBR goes chasing forward, gets himself here on the site, and they don't know what's hitting him.
Nice one, nice one, nice one, nice one.
Can you miss and retake? Heretics deny the plant, and they rescue the half.
And that is exactly what the Heretics needed. That is what the doctor ordered. They are right back in this thing.
The Wolves are going to be kicking themselves, given the lead that they had established. 6-0 at a point.
I feel like my chair is going
See, though, pistols have been on their side. We'll see if that continues when we come back after halftime.
C. One enemy remaining.
I don't really like committing to things. I'm scared. But when Verizon announced that I could lock in a low price for 3 years, I mean, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Can you hear me now?
Bro, I want
You got secrets I wanna keep. You can give them all to me. You can give them all to me. Demons. Demons. Demons.
We are back 7-5 at the half with Wolves narrowly out in front. Heretics, so monstrous efforts to recover this half, running back 4 rounds in a row.
Yeah, this is just really impressive stuff from the Heretics. Our Coinbase Econ report, kind of a smattering there. CU Fat having a bit of a rough go of things, but
yes,
both of our Killjoys having a really strong run there. You know, YU doing a great job on the backside, finding some of that value. Benji Fishy comes out big there and just kind of cruises through the rest of the way. Was really impactful on that C site, made it nearly unassailable for a lot of that half for the Wolves. And then they started to take that rubble control a bit, found some connections with their util, and looked really, really strong. Bit of a dip there, but you can see he bounced back nicely. YU picking up where he left off on Pearl, having a ton of impact on that Killjoy, looking really comfortable in the back lines.
And the stage has been set as far as KJ impact thus far here on the map. Benji Fishy has been getting value in pretty much every regard. Rifling as well as his util placement. Really likes to cluster things together, get that kind of overlap between the nano swarms.
Yeah.
And if you get the alarm bot phone out as well, then, well, you just basically guarantee the kill. We'll see what happens, though. Heretics have not been able to find any pistol wins so far in the tournament. Can this be their first as they look to take this all the way to Ascent?
Just the alarm bot at the front of the door, the turret over at B. 3 players over at A, but there's a smoke there slowing them down.
And I'm going to be lobbed in here as they try to go for the entry. Prowler just block out some of these bullets, though. YU forced to reposition. He'll get taken down. Woot there through the wall. Cuts him down to size. 3v5 now, looking for the retake. And overall, players on Heretic still pretty damn healthy. It's just MIBR down to 54.
This has to be crazy from the side of Wolves. Still have the paranoia. Still have the haunt.
Wall will fall. Paranoia to try to clear out the close angles here, but no one gonna get blinded up by that. A paint shell available for Juicy. Sends that around the bend. MIBR gonna eat even more damage, now down to 18. The kills still not yet being found. Lineup is there though. Juicy fighting 2. Pushes forward into the smoke. Who able to flush him out. Lysor now all alone. Gets the reload off the smoke. Gone. Tries to line it up. Finds the headshot. But needs to go for the stick here. Tries to go for the turn. Benji Fishy. He's gonna try to just jump shot him here with a ghost. He's just able to make it happen. Benji Fishy barely gets them over the line as Heretics will find their first pistol win of the tournament.
It's as close as it gets. It's a great opener here off the back of the fade util. MIBR just hold a W. Takes Spring with him. And then Woot through the wall. They know they've got YU pinned on the stairs. Just barely gets the wallbang headshot. And that is an absolute nail by Neil Zenia.
Yeah, they're just stressing out, and I cannot blame them.
Trying to find some grounding. Oh, man. Huge, huge for Heretics.
I mean, it's very necessary to instill some hope. Some pressure over towards C. Lysor going to be caught. Bounces out of the snake bite, but he eats so much damage, down to 22.
Really wants to do everything he can to keep that hidden position, but I don't think
spotted.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
I mean, Renz maybe now thinks that it's clear, but given the smoke, you have to assume that he could still be in that spot.
Toxins going up.
He's definitely wary of it.
Door chipped away at. Prowler not going to be able to go deep enough to actually fully clear it out, but if MIBR sends a paint shell, you'll almost certainly have the Omen dead.
Is it? Yeah, now you know.
Well, yep, got the re-reveal. There's the old C's nade, and Lysor's dead. Overkill? Maybe, but still able to go ahead and lock that one in. Root on entry, right click to the face, not going to be able to find the elimination. As it's just going to be Juicy left alone. See if he's going to be able to find any kind of damage here. As MIBR likely going to be sent out on the hunt. Yep, does get the swap on the Ghost. 3 charges from having a showstopper online. And jiggle out. He'll get 1 charge no matter what. And he'll get it in a kill as he keeps himself alive. Flawless round here in the anti-eco. Heretics have now tied us up at 7-7.
Yeah.
Let's go.
The methodology
Heretics.
for Heretics is A+, no notes. That is just so diligent. Making sure that that trick position never comes to fruition. I mean, maybe there was a chance there for Spring, but able to crouch down, hold it down. MIBR finds the final.
Juicy.
A little tap of the monitor. See you back and find some energy there.
2-12-3. It's been a brutal run for him.
I mean, a guy who is so impactful in the fragging department. Deep nano being set up, but right at the door is the nano and the alarm bot here for Wolves.
He's going to be avoided as YU and Spring able to find one apiece. Salah trying to shut down a bonus conversion, but they're not ready for Boo to be here. Paranoia not going to connect though. And
He
Spring
missed.
will mow down the remainders. Gets himself a 4K and saves the round from being catastrophic. Just the 1 casualty As Wolves regain the lead.
Yeah, just a nice classic C setup here. Some of that util at the front door to stall things up. One player up on the platform, another at the stairs. Set up that crossfire. Spring, given those opportunities, will collect most of the time. And let's get on your feet, see if you can get the energy going. Right now, feels like it is all Heretics. They have really come alive. Minibu is the showstopper as well. And they want to use that Seize nade to try to see if they could catch it early, but Team Heretics not even thinking that direction.
But it does buy them space for Juicy to grab the orb at A. So now he himself is one away from having a showstopper online. So things could get a bit chaotic here if he's able to find it. Same nano lineup up and over the top. Looking for the setup here as the showstopper gets pulled and Minibu's immediately dealt with. Response, however, from his big brother, still looking good. Gets himself a double kill as Rienz finds another. 1 HP, but this plant can come through.
Spike planted.
Spamming, looking to try to find any kind of straight kill, but it's able to be avoided. Rewrap needed as Lysor rotates around towards the back.
It's 2v3, 2v3. Who is low
Trying to
range?
entry here from the front. Alarm bot giving away at least one position. Moves forward into the smoke. Paranoia. Gonna be good for two players. Bounce around the corner. Showstopper now gonna be sent. Knows that he's gonna be close. Finds the kill. Another paint shell built up. Sent, thrown here at his feet. And
Oh
Juicy
my god, they brought it
absolutely demolishes.
That is unreal. Unreal from Juicy. For a moment, I thought they might consider a save. But Juicy's having none of it. And that Paranoia, absolutely perfect. It doesn't get any better than that from Lysor. The opener here, a little bit of a misguess at the beginning of the round. The Killjoy util, a lot of it was actually at the front of B site here for the Wolves. So that actually opened up this extra space, and Heretics are able to just flood through and get that man advantage, but man advantage be damned. Juicy comes through again.
And immediately, the timeout call here. Sent from Heretics. Down by 2 rounds, wanting to try to pull off a recovery. They know how costly that round is going to be. They know how much that's going to impact them. Having that immediate shutdown on the showstopper, losing that critical ultimate.
And then losing a man advantage in the post plant. And yeah, Juicy's able to get the showstopper, you know, off of that kill. Like you talked about, that orb that he picked up, critical in that round. Just little things. These little things kind of snowball.
Had he been one charge further away, like you
Doesn't
said,
happen.
going for a save might even be the call for him.
Yeah.
When you're that close.
Why not?
Juicy decides to roll the dice.
He had like 200 or 300 credits. I was looking at the economy to see if they really were going to heavily commit to it, but Wolves are very aggressive. You know, you see it a lot. Even in, you know, 2v4s, they'll try to go for pickoffs. They'll try to get into positions where they can do damage even when the round is basically over. And they find their moments and they catch you off guard.
A little bit of a force here. Half armors for everyone. Stinger, Sheriff, a Phantom, and a Vandal in hand here for Heretics. TP forward, Boo. Noted and dealt with. Lysor able to just go ahead, TP out towards safety.
These are these rounds for the Heretics where they commit a little bit of extra of their economy. Something that can cost them if they can't convert. But they have so much confidence in their own ability. Let's see if they can get it done.
Your lone flash now gone. An escorting utility of the Paranoia taken out of their hands. Potential pivot into B, given that they do have Benji Fishy kind of lingering his way in. If he's able to hit a heater of a Sheriff shot here, will just be the clear on the KJ turret instead as he backs off.
And now you've got a hell of a pinch set up. If this does turn into an A hit, the Wolves are just trying to keep it hidden. Still have the C's in Siufat's hands. Just trying to wait this out. Let maybe Benji Fishy try to create a little bit of attention on the other side of the map.
Spotted out though.
30 seconds left.
Manages to hold him back. This flank not going to be able to come to fruition. Taps the door. We still have Spring hovering nearby to try to watch that. Benji rewrapping his Lysor. Able to find one. Does eventually get flushed out. The Vandal finding value. Hands comes away with a kill. MIBR up and over the top of rope. Finds a kill there. Is
Nice.
going to be interrupted, and now it's on the floor. Spring going absolutely monstrous. A tap of the plant. The time, it's just not there. It's already over. YU has to do nothing else. Wolves get to double digits.
So you needed to plant, bro.
Spring is unbelievable. The game sense that he has. His mechanics are gorgeous, but his ability to just pivot on a dime here. And this opening kill for Lysor. Very nice. He gets a second. Then I was a bit worried the forces were pulled over. Look at this from Spring. One. Oh my God. That is otherworldly.
Yeah.
I feel you.
Just turned around and shot the other guy. And now, to add insult to injury, there's an Odin in the mix here from Lysor. Wanting to just tell them, nope, not this site.
Heavy investment, though, for the Wolves. Heretics can get this round.
Placing swarm grenade.
They might be able to start turning the economy advantage into their favor. Sending out some smokes. Again, trying to buy as much attention as they can on this C site. It worked a bit, actually. They pulled some players off of A. It opened up a little bit of space for them. They just got shut down by Spring and Lysor.
Nano to clear some nanos there at C. Alarm bot's going to be set up. Staring at each other. As the Odin continuously ringing out. However, 52 rounds remaining for Lysor. It's a little bit of damage there on the MIBR, but certainly not the big value that he wanted to get from this Odin as he continues to run lower and lower on bullets. Push forward towards the door. Juicy going to try to hold things down here.
Oh, what a paranoia.
The paranoia locks him in position. Hasn't seen anything though. The gun barrel is on the side. The swing in. MIBR wins the fight. The B site here almost for the taking, but YU on the repeat. Catches the enemy raise there in midair. Fight not going to go deep enough to be able to get the hit there on the Woots, and the spike plant can be committed to. Hit now, blocking off Baby Door. As Lysor says, all right, I'll just reposition. TP's towards upper, joins in alongside Sufat Baby. Spring finds one. Benji Fishy going to be taken down. Two of the remaining players here inside of the pit. Push around in from behind, looking to try to find the Viper, and they found him. Just Boo now to try to clutch it out. Push on the smoke, and he cannot find it. YU with covering fire
My ultimate is ready.
allows them to get the defuse. Wolves 2 rounds away from sending Heretics home.
They are so cool, calm, and collected in this retake. A nice opener there, but then a response from YU. The pit is down, and who else but Spring to knock the first player out. And then he realizes where that Viper is. His other teammates are dying for the cause. They're trading along the way. And he knows exactly where Rienz was to get that kill. And then Boo, I thought maybe he might get the timing there. They weren't guessing initially in the right direction, but YU spins on a dime.
And MIBR's dead off the rip. The C8 combo doing wonders. Lysor will get caught as Boo able to trade it back, find some revenge here for his brother. Again, it's such a critical pick. The entry power gone. Now ults may have to be committed, where previously they could be saved.
Now you can let C be a little more open. It's so much harder to take C without a raise. You can commit these forces to this A side. Obviously, you know they're there. Obviously, they've been making a bunch of noise. You can lean a little bit further in that direction. Get that lockdown ready. YU going to be sitting on that ultimate, just waiting for his opportunity. With this turret being cleared, a little bit of another kind of fake here from Benji.
Here the Prowler, good spam out. Reading that spot behind the tree. Juicy does fall. Player advantage now here for the side of Heretics.
Face your fear.
So Nightfall will go across. It's going to connect on the 2. Spring, Sufat Baby both getting their audio taken away from them, holding on a wider angle to C's not quite going to be able to connect. Woot desperately trying to get a breakthrough. YU at the same time has arrived, has a lockdown, but might not want to commit it into the round quite just yet. Plant coming in, Spring trying to run this down, trying to get the interrupt, is unable to do so. Looks to try to isolate, but it's just too many targets. 4 players alive. Heretics, a very solid bounce back. They break the win streak from Wolves. They slow the pace a bit.
They're just sort of able to outguess some of these positions. Sees nade early. A nice TP from Boo. Through the smoke, catches his opponent, his other Omen counterpart off guard, and Lysor. And they're just swarming the site. That Nightfall brilliant gives them all the information they need to calmly move their way forward. Get in there. It's going to be of eco here for the side of Wolves. Just one Bulldog for YU. MIBR going to grab an Outlaw then, knowing the economic situation that his opponents are in, and it will be one shot onto every player of Wolves.
They're going to be cleared out. I mean, a 5-man death ball push out towards Mound, forcing Penchy Fishy away and back in with the rest of the team. Trying to get a retake going from here. Going to prove to be rather difficult. See if they're going to be able to make a go of this. It's just YU back through the defender spawn. Everybody else pushing forward in towards A lobby. Penchy Fishy going to be good for one. The Paranoid connecting, holding down M1, runs out of bullets. Swaps over onto the Classic. It's a right-click kill. Juicy will be able to put him down. Weapon now scooped up. This Prowler will go on the chase, but with the drop down, MIBR finds the kill, spots out the other. And it's going to be 2 easily delivered eliminations. So YU is going to try to drift out of this poison orb, but doesn't quite have vision. Rienz cleans it up. One casualty, another round win. Heretics 2 away from tying it up. This map is not done yet.
This has been another solid comeback for the Heretics. Are they going to be able to find a little bit more, just like they did in the first half? See if they can catch up, close it out, force overtime. Who knows? Benji playing that angle very, very nicely, and this Outlaw in such a powerful spot. Just gets tons of value. Nothing YU can do there. So no, thought maybe there'd be a timeout considered. Back into the Odin. Spring, along with YU.
Holding wide. It's tucked back over in towards the site though. Not taking any risks, nor are Heretics, given the pre-fire on the box.
Some early rotations though from the Wolves. Double stacking the front of B door just in case. Wu is sitting with the spike, but he plops it down by pillars. Kind of is the direction they're thinking about. Turret on the other side there. I mean, that has been the consistent position. I've seen Heretics clear it with a nano before with Benji. So they pinged it out again, so I suspect that that's something that they're going to be diligent about here, but you can see YU ready and waiting with his ult. Wants to try to shut them out of a sight, and here goes a Nightfall.
Just on a timing. Bit of information going to be gathered there. This does allow for Heretics to just pump the brakes a little bit. Slow down the approach. It's going to be a showstopper. Sent out here from MIBR. There's answering showstopper going to be set, but MIBR, he's ahead of the curve on this one. Juicy taken down. Lockdown's going to be exchanged here on both sides. Baby able to find one. The spray on the Odin, only going to be good for a singular kill. Root dead, but Spring still playing forward here. Rotates around the back and catches Boo unaware.
The time.
The detain is there, but the time is certainly not. Benji Fishy just now picks it up, but the round was already done and dusted once again. The clock betrays Heretics, and Wolves now find themselves at match point.
That is just wild. I mean, tremendous patience being shown by Wolves, but they're playing B so much of this round.
30 more seconds.
I mean, Juicy and CU Fat are just ready the whole time at the connector. And then the cross lockdown. Spring is able to spring forward. And the infinitely sharp knife of time cuts the Heretics again.
Shadows traveling. The Chinese third seed looking to take down EMEA second. Heretics need 3 rounds in a row to force this into overtime. For the opportunity, the chance to try to then take us to Ascent. Nanoswarm's coming through. MIBR gonna be getting cooked as UClaw is able to find two. Too Baby finds Rienz. It's just MIBR and Benji Fishy against the world. Juicy in the corner. Reload necessary. Spike in hand here. Where do they try to go? Tap on the door to try to instill some doubt. A smoke going to be cycled over.
Seems like Wolves are going to give them the opportunity to get the plant potentially. But when are they going to make their move? They're not giving them the opportunity to find any freebies.
Either side with much util. But MIBR dead. Benji Fishy, 10 HP. Versus 3. 30 seconds. Even with a pivot onto the B side, they're going to be able to rewrap. He's going to try to fake it out, but they have a numbers advantage. Juicy scaling forward, makes some noise. Benji Fishy hears it, and he cannot make it happen. 13-9, 2-0 fashion here in the Great White North. Wolves are the apex predator as they eliminate Heretics from Master Toronto.
Unbelievable. The performance that this team put on today, absolutely incredible. And CUFAT almost falling to his knees. Who would have thought that the number 3 seed from China would take down the number 2 seed from EMEA in 2-0 fashion? Incredible stuff. Hot starts on both maps, and they are able to close it out. This team looks damn good, and they are looking to see if they can find their way into the playoffs.
Commiserations for Heretics, but elation here for the Wolves. What an incredible showing from playing Sen close to getting the 2-0 here today. Unbelievable scenes, an unbelievable team. They persevere, they're not done yet. They still have to fight and dig a little bit deeper to make it to the playoffs, but that's a damn good showing. We're gonna send it down to Jen though for the Verizon post-match interview.
And give it up for the Wolves! Okay, Juicy, I'm gonna need you over here. Let's talk about this win. All right.
Okay.
Do you know what just happened? It's your first win in the international stage. I mean, I feel like that's gotta unlock a lot of confidence for the team.
Yeah, I guess at least we won one game. And we sent Team Heretics home.
I mean, yeah, let's talk about that too, right? Because I felt like Heretics, they were crawling their way back into the game. Everything was just a nail biter. And, you know, it's easy for a team with relatively less experience to kind of crumble under that kind of pressure, especially against Heretics, a team with so much experience in the global stage, right? So how did you guys remain calm? How'd you close it out? What was going on in the comms?
I guess it was just like a lot of communication between the team and like especially our IJ and our coach really just encouraging each other to keep calm. And like Heretics is really good, but I think my team is better.
Oh, all right, getting a lot of spice here. Now, you said you guys are coming into this with a we got nothing to lose mentality. I mean, you're only one game away from the playoffs now, right? So are we keeping that underdog mentality, or do you think it's time to upgrade to a new one?
I think definitely we'll keep the underdog mentality because we play well with it because there's no pressure. If we lose, we lose. But if we win, we win.
Right, no pressure at all.
Yep.
Right, congratulations once again. Ladies and gentlemen, the Wolves.
Which game is it now? Is it Liquid versus Sunlight, right? Liquid versus MIBR. It's a pretty big game as well.
The smoke of me for Moses had to kill one. Do it for the bills, I swear this shit is getting ill. They scared to come outside. Niggas know we stay
stepping night and day. No, I'm stepping night and day. No, we stepping now and later. First, it ain't no mercy, that's just how we made. You hear that church up in my verses, that's just how we made. Oh, you hear that church up in my burger, that's just how I'm raised. Glock off in my britches, that's just how I'm came. Keep a 30 on me, nigga, don't get out the way. I get my preacher on. Yeah, big old Dells and Eagle on. Fly in the Eagle, big old shooter, pull up in them Regals on. Drop out none of my people, this that gang gang. I put them demons on you. Pussy nigga not equal, we told heaters. I got that ether on. They didn't believe I'm the people choice. They didn't believe in us. Run down on you in them Adidas. Yo. They scared to come outside.
That looked beautiful. Let's watch some baby dolls.
I was trying to follow what's her name, but she was acting like a fan. She had to tell the world we had them. You know what I'm saying?
Hello everyone, this is your daily dose of internet. So how does something like this even happen?
What's wrong?
Oh my gosh! A water pipe suddenly exploded from underneath his road.
Oh, whoa, that's dangerous.
These two fish neighbors got mad at each other.
不要打架了！他是惹我们。我说不要打架！
Something tells me that he's been doing this job for a while. This guy found this really weird sea creature at the beach, and I have no idea what it is. This fire breather accidentally turned on the automatic fire sprinkler system.
My husband says this is my most unhinged skill. So my supplements.
No! Help, come on! Nah. Woo! yeah.
This bear was kind enough to try and fix his flag. She got out to save this kitten that was in the middle of the road. This guy wanted to offer some cake to people working out at the gym.
This is really good.
This giant dust cloud was seen rolling through India. This fish hid inside this jellyfish when the diver got too close.
Hit it.
This raccoon family was curious as to what this person was doing.
Bro, raccoons are so cute, man. Look at them.
What?
He started going into random classrooms playing the sound. They found the biggest parking lot puddle they've ever seen.
Puddle. I do it for the kids.
So I guess this guy is a professional bagel tosser. They asked her to take a picture of them, but they were shocked because it actually turned out really well.
Wait, I gotta see this. She really took. Wait.
So why does this bird sound like it's practicing for the opera? I found an artist that can create some incredible sand art.
It's making Dwayne the Rock Johnson. Why did you make him white though? Ah.
I guess it doesn't matter how long your legs are, as long as they move faster than everyone else. This building doesn't have any elevators, and this guy doesn't want to move, so he just kind of installed his own system.
That's kinda sick. Look at this dude.
This kite surfer, who also happens to be an Olympic athlete, saved this woman who was struggling to keep their head above the water. So I guess food delivery people are starting to use kayaks to avoid the bad traffic on the streets.
Fruit, you better leave it alone. Stop messing with it.
This garbage man accidentally threw out their entire trash can. The frame rate of this camera perfectly matched the rotation of this helicopter blade to make it look like it's floating. These people found an egg with no yolk in it. That is the end of this video, or we hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later.
Cats. Oh, wait, Cats Nation? You joining?
I'm a member. I have my citizenship application underway. Hoping that it'll get approved.
Wait, oh my god, I just realized what they're doing with their 6-man roster. It's like the cat adoption policy, right? They found a 6th player and they just...
They're on the range. Let's see, what can I watch? That's short and I can finish. Okay, let's do this.
Can fuel my gambling addiction.
Oh no. Wow, that's... Wowie! 1 block!
What the fuck?
What? You guys...
Hello? How much did she
You guys
charge?
are terrible. You guys are terrible people.
What do you mean? What's wrong with us?
Women.
What?
If you haven't played through all the Bioshock games, they are fun.
I'm so good at this game.
To watch. D. Our juicer is the best, so don't talk about enemies. But yes, who think they are better than our juicer warlord.
Bro, this guy is way too funny, man.
I'm done. I've had enough. I'm done with it. Next game. I'm gonna give it a stack shot. This is probably not it, but you know what? I never give up. Oh wow, I give up. That's it. I've had enough. I'm digging my way out of here.
All right, good luck with that.
Where are you digging
Start
at?
here.
You want to help? You want me to help with the hole?
Damn.
I'm out.
All right, where did you get that from? Was that in the bag?
What
Tell
the
me
fuck?
it wasn't in the bag. Where'd you find it?
I've had enough of your shit. Either you
It
help me.
wasn't in the bag, was it?
I've seen people put like spoons up their ass
Move back,
with
move
a
back.
fucking drill.
Move back.
All right. Tell me it wasn't in the bag.
What the
It wasn't. I found it at back.
What are you doing? Renovations.
Can I continue?
What's your name?
Come on.
I am doing
Here, I'll help you. Let's go.
Thank you.
Let's
Let's
get this hole
go.
started.
Let's go.
Get this all started.
Let's get the whole squad. Everybody up. Come on, come on. I hate this fucking game. I love it. I love it. I hate it. I like it. I don't like it. Chat, where's the gold? Do you guys know?
Moneyback Joe signed the stimulus bill. I'm donating my entire stimulus to you, Mr. Cow. You deserve it.
Well, I don't know why I took that, to be honest. Where is the gold? Watch this jump.
Hey XQC, recently got broken up with. Do you have any pog pickup lines I can use to score a baddie? Thanks XQC.
Yeah, just go ask the girl, hey man, where's the boss at? She's like, which boss? What are you talking about? No, the boss. Just the boss.
To me all the time.
Wait, what do you mean? What boss? Ah, never mind. I found the boss. You're looking right at it. And just go. People call me Chernobyl. Wanna know why? Wanna know why?
Because you had a meltdown?
Yeah, that's why. Greek, you're so fucking fat, you're a fucking burger!
In here, you need to put your fucking hands up. Shots fired, 1078, he's in the back room.
What the fuck is that?
Also, have you heard of Bofa D7? Just kidding, him not a degenerate weebo Miguel.
Oh wow, I'm gonna get the oh my god! Why is it so scary?
Fast XQC slepper and going to
Why
sleep.
is it so scary? Guys, look, I escaped! Guys, look, I escaped! Oh, guys, I'm
Last
trolling
time
the killer,
I saw
look,
someone
guys!
this bad with a
I'm
knife,
doing
it
the
was when
thing!
I was a Cub Scout and a literal
Holy
child
shit,
cut off his
fucking
own
10-year-old
fingertip
players in this
with a
fucking game, man!
Omega Lau. Different parts of stables.
I'll do it.
You played with him the other day.
3, 2, 1, go! Holy shit!
No. Oh, I just started to. I mean, I just moved in.
Oh, you just went to the city. You just flew,
Yeah,
you just flew in?
moved to the city. Yeah, I just learned how to talk. I was having some trouble earlier.
Yeah. I thought he was a DJ for the longest time. Turns out he's just a person.
It's kind of hard to listen to you with the helmet on. I'm gonna fix that.
What?
Oh. Okay.
Oh,
no.
wow.
No.
Thank you.
Oh God.
This is. I hate stars. Oh.
Flash out.
Enemy spotted A. Reloading.
Oh wow, dude.
Spike planted.
But to many apparel shops and
Go
businesses.
to sleep, wake up, eye juice, push the button, motherfucker, order some
Why
dog
do you
shit
always say
food,
Thank you twice.
cook some corn dogs, go to sleep, jerk off, wake up, do it again.
Okay, can you stay straight there, I guess?
Dude! Where am I going?
Hey chat, quick question. Which game did you play more as a kid?
What the fuck?
When are men going to get a National Men's Day?
Oh, we have one. It's every other day.
back in 2022 and how he played.
This is going to be one of the most fun maps to watch, I think, because for different reasons, right? You highlighted the op versus the IGL. This is going to be a map where Nats is going to have to call around that op pressure of Osbosses so beautifully. So it's going to be individual play out of MIBR, out of their star, and Nats to lead his team.
And just to iterate how important it is for Nats to be back for Liquid and the fans, if you're not in the venue right now, there's a group of ultras just standing behind the stage, singing, cheering, screaming their heads off. I can understand why they're excited. We're very excited. More importantly, Team Liquid, thank God for banning the Pearl. Thank God
you're happy to
won
see
the
that,
MEA team. But the map choice is also them picking the Sunset. There's some interesting things going on.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see how that pans out. But honestly, for me, I really am just so interested in this Icebox because of what we saw Team Liquid play on it the last time with the triple smokes comp, playing no duelist, right? Like, is there going to be some element of that they're locking in? Was that a one-off? How does Penny fit into the roster? There are so many questions left to be answered from Team Liquid.
I'm going to bet on the fact that there's going to be a bit of a return to normalcy with Nats coming in, right? It's like the teacher coming back in after the substitute teacher was in before. He's going to come in, okay, we're going to run what we were usually running before and bring everyone back into a normal state.
So you don't want to see Nats play Clove? Is that what you're saying?
I did not say that. But I mean, when you think Nats, who do you think? You think Cypher?
Yeah.
You think Viper? And I've always been such a huge fan of that, so I would love to see it again here.
And the Viper Harbor, that could be pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably what we're seeing from MIBR. I think, like, looking at this coming in, it's like all of a sudden you have so many opportunities for Nats to come in and hard anti-MIBR because you've seen so many times this team playing the map, Osbos loving this map historically, whereas on the other side, you don't really know what you're going to get from TL.
And it's honestly, I wonder what you can really do in terms of game planning from Fraud here. I think a lot of it is going to be reliant on the players in the server and how they react and how versatile they can be. And here we are with the live agent select.
Yeah, you can't come in and wear a Leo shirt and expect me not to have that kind of reaction. But like we said, live agent select, we have a Reyna hover. I will never say no to an IGL Reyna.
I'll say no to that. Nope.
Wait,
nope.
Boostio Reyna? You're not a fan of the Boostio Reyna? The audacity.
Yeah, and I'm going to stand by that one. All right. Honestly, MIBR, there's no way they're switching anything up. Team Liquid, though, that is where my eyes are going to. How they're going to find answers to deal with Osbos's Jet. The Jet is locked in.
The 3 Viper hover is amazing. But Kiko, we should expect him to not be the one to flex off of anything. Right here, with Penny in the line, you can't, unfortunately,
5 hovers. Give it up.
Yeah, unfortunately, we can't have 5 Vipers. That would make me very happy, though. I'm a big Viper fan. So if we could do a 5 Vipers on the stage, that'd be great.
Just run a replication here on the Masters Toronto stage. Why not?
Crazy work.
All right.
They're taking their time, though.
They are taking their time. And
this is what I want to see. Pennies on that comfort.
Is that a chamber?
That is a chamber.
And it's a chamber.
Does this mean, I mean, with Harbor locked in, does that mean no Killjoy on this map? Because that would leave a ton of holes.
That's a huge gap in mid that I think MIBR is 100% going to abuse. I understand that Artzine, he's a great IGL. He is going to be utilizing that mid part of the map 100% against this comp.
Very interesting from Team Liquid. I mean, we probably wouldn't have been able to guess this out of all the things they could run.
Yeah, no, the chamber is a huge shocker, but I think just wanting to be able to hold more forward lines and deal with Osbos early in rounds.
Well, we got 2 bonafide legends on stage. Why not bring you guys 2 more in the casting booth? Here's Uber and Wyatt.
Flattery will get you here, Yinsu, that is for sure. Tons on the line here. I mean, the stakes don't get higher for both Liquid and MIBR respectively. And Liquid finally have their all-star IGL in the fold. And in an unprecedented move, they've folded in their super sub for this tournament. Penny's come in. Not only that, he's taken pride of place in the Jet role.
We have never seen anything like this at a Masters or Champions tournament before. We've had subs, but then the starter will come back. This is absolute madness. But on the MIBR side, can they get their head back in the game after being destroyed by Gen G? This is a team that Osbos handcrafted, put together. They've become the hope of Brazil, and it's because they've brought in some of those very talented Challengers players. Shenum and Cortesia have been lighting teams up throughout their Americas run, but you can see, you could see against Gen G, confidence was low. They were getting nervous. This is the first time that they've been on the international stage, and it's time to bounce back, or they're going to have an early exit.
And what's crazy is that these rookies on this MIBR side, they made their debut on the stage in Americas, and, you know, Cortezia, for example, said, I didn't feel nervous at all. I felt confident, I felt right at home, and he was. It showed in his play. Here in Toronto, it's been a different situation. In the press conference, it was pretty low energy. Aspas says, we just ran around the map for an hour and a half. We didn't show anything. Now it's time to show up and show out for MIBR. They're on the attack side of this pistol.
Oh, let's go. Liquid versus... Okay, wait, what the heck? Cortezia is almost dead.
Has been unbelievable. 5-0 in VCT Americas.
Kiko going to be challenged early, and Cortezia actually looks a little worse for wear. Backing up, getting some space. There's Penny already in front of a home crowd, delivering. Panatek through the walls, able to find two. That leaves Verno and Shannon with it all to do.
Verno getting up top right now with the Sheriff. They're going to kind of always want to press forward. They need to get a kill before they can even try to plant. But Verno's just going to get caught on the side.
Nats is just a little too clever for that. Panatek exits the round with 3. And EMEA's number 3 seed are off to the races.
Switching up the comp, but getting Penny on his original role. The jet that he was playing when he was with version 1 at Reykjavik years ago. And we have not seen him at a tier 1 level since then. It was a slow decline. He eventually joined up with G2 in Challengers in Americas, had a role swap, went away from the Duelist. They failed to ascend that year. And then after that, you know, just posting, I want to go back to the Duelist. I need to prove myself again. And for 2 years since has been competing in Challengers, has been one of the underrated best duelists there, in my opinion. And it's so cool to see him get this opportunity again. He has been grinding for something like this.
Playing under such a reliable champion IGL. It'll be Penny and Nats over here on the B site early. Nats has a feel for this timing, so going to cut off access to that far side of yellow, but Aspas has already dubbed Nats out. It's an IGL down. And behind this controller, Util, they're going to go for a plant, but Penny tries to stand his ground. He's overrun. Kiko, at least, through this gap, found a second through the wall as well. And Aki's Team Liquid a real staging ground for a retake. Aspas will be allowed to plant.
A couple guns actually recovered for MIBR, giving them additional opportunity. Guardian for Aspas.
Okay,
off to some out of Panatek, a little sharper in that instance. And Genom, one of the quietest rookies on this MIBR squad in their debut here in Toronto, has to solve this problem. Camo's waiting for him to come around the corner. That's an anti-eco converted for Liquid.
Listen, that is, of course, just an eco run from MIBR, but I'd like to see, and perhaps I don't want to read this as an early indicator, oversell it, but I like that they've scaled into that site together so fast. Artsin was getting really proactive, swinging deep so people could trade off of him. Again, early days, but I do find that juxtaposed to the game against Gen G, where they were slow to go for trades, so fearful to swing for each other.
Penny is taking a very sort of conservative approach to this round, perhaps wanting to get that op in hand as soon as possible, get rolling on this defense side. Orb denied here by the snake bite, so Team Liquid have to respect it. Aspas has already started to inch forward in the jail direction.
That's your very standard util early. There we go from Cortezia. Panatek punished for the jump up, and now Jern going to get additional info towards the site. Would love to force Camo off this angle with the Outlaw.
Camo giving another option just to fall off those op lines. Outlaw in hand in this round though. Snakebite here to try and canvas the point, but it's Camo down already. It's the Outlaw. The game, Code thrown up by Kiko, hoping to make some use of it, but Aspas is ready to fight him in this site. Team Liquid have been denied, and all their good guns have been knocked out of their hands.
The critical reason of why MIBR have had so much success on this Icebox map is how well they play around the harbor.
Aspas blindsided by Nats's emergence from the Cove,
Oh,
but all things considered a pretty clean play against the bonus round by MIBR.
In addition to the round win, that's going to get Artsin just one orb away from a very early reckoning, which could be absolutely pivotal. Winning against Team Liquid, who are about to be on their first buy. Send him on to the
We saw BLG's Rushia on this exact map not long ago, being able to chain multiple of those reckonings together in one half.
Already look at this, the energy is different for MIBR right now. Standing up is Artsin, their IGL, having a lot more life than he did against Gen G.
He felt like he was countered entirely by that Genji roster. Could not show what he was capable of either. It's a clean slate. It's a new day for MIBR. And of course, survival here in Toronto is on the line. Can't afford to make any more mistakes.
There it is. Behind that high tide, Artin is able to get the orb safely. Drone going deep. Penny wants to entrench inside. Doubled up with pad attack. Here comes that ultimate.
Aspas goes up to 410 as well, looking for a bit of an angle around, but Penny dealt with Kotazia pretty comfortably. Through the wall, wrap around the corner, it's going to be Verno, Artazine, and Aspas have a crossfire, and that was clinical deconstruction of Liquid's defense here. Camo's on the outside looking in, and he'll be pursued by young Verno. Brought down.
That is a Team Liquid who opt to try to anchor the site, fully stack it up with as many players as they can, but they're staring down the Reckoning. It disrupts their position, and the executes from MIBR on this map are way too clean. Look at Aspas, they're getting top left on screens, able to punish the Sweden players towards Gen. I love that. So well played.
And what a timely round to have that Reckoning available. Energy much higher here. Yeah, a press conference, like, it was the most glum display I've seen from this MIBR team. Felt like they weren't able to, I think the most disappointing part for them outside the losses, they couldn't show what they'd already been able to do over in Americas. These guys blew our mind when they first hit the stage out there.
Get another round win. Artsin is out of his chair. IGL is getting hyped, trying to keep everybody excited, confident, and they need that. Artsin is an IGL. Also, look, he had that first year with MIBR, and they failed to get much of anything done. He was the one player from that roster that actually remained going into this year because you could see his potential the entire time. And then as kickoff began, he wasn't even the IGL for this team. But when he picked up that role, that's when the team started playing more cohesively. That's when they were able to make that lower final in kickoff, nearly make it to Bangkok, but here, able to qualify for Toronto. He has been pivotal to the success of this squad, and if they want to continue the run here, he's going to need to be IGLing at his absolute best.
And as we're talking about this Icebox, and in fact, the entire map pool for MIBR, it's in theory quite favorable. They have not conceded more than 8 rounds to any team in Americas on their run here on Icebox. And we had a conversation with Frog the other day, and he said he's very pleased that Sunset's made its way back into the map pool. It feels like that's like a top 2 map for them, one they can really showcase the things that make MIBR, MIBR.
And then after that, if it needs to go to the decider, Split has been in their wheelhouse all year as well, running that double duelist look, even when it was off meta and finding success. That's where Artzin isn't just IGLing, he picks up the Raze and he plays like a demon.
Seeing Frod there as well. In the past, Frod's coaching style has been one where he imposes the structure on the team. He really sets the parameters and has them play his way, but he sort of confided and he said, with Aspas on this team, I can't really go for that. I want to unleash the GOAT, as he put it. I want to let this player show what he's capable of. So now, even he's evolved as a coach to work a little bit more around him. Of course, we had a chance to check in with Penny about subbing in for Nats and what that was like playing in front of a home crowd in his Omen player moment.
I think I played really well, obviously map 2, and that was a surreal feeling, honestly, to have that performance and come out to the home crowd and just see the stage and everything like that. So that felt good, obviously because of Canada, but I feel like the majority of newer gen esports players or like Valorant fans aren't as familiar with me. So I think after the map 2 is when I really felt the love and all that stuff, like getting off that stage, everyone was going crazy. It was like a surreal feeling. And yeah, I'm grateful for that.
Keep Liquid afloat to give them the opportunity. It's been a while since he's been on a master stage like this. A curveball in hand, but he doesn't need it.
Especially here, the coaching staff on Liquid is great, honestly. The game plans are really clear. I think that was a big part in why the games were so close, because obviously we have had no practice, but we had good game plans and everyone knew what to expect. And I think, like you said, there's no general feeling in the public that I can replace Nats and do what he does, So I think I'd have to come in and do my own thing. And that's what I'm gonna do as long as they need me to play.
And of course, Penny's fit in so well that he's been put exactly where he wants to be. We had a mild audio issue down on the stage, which has now been rectified. So round 5 of Icebox beckons the Team Liquid on a bit of an awkward one.
And this team respects Penny so much. that they've got him on the duelist, on his primary role over Camo right now.
Frees up Camo to play the more aggressive, sort of util-focused agents. Just like in theory, the Chamber. But MIBR, look at how they dissect, break up this A side. Yes, it's against Jerms and pistols, but we saw that in the gun round as well.
One enemy remaining.
Keiko lit up there. All too easy. This one should pass to that event. Nat's hoping for something on the backside here. okayyy, one of the highest rated players in Americas after his first couple of weeks of play.
Let's
this
go.
guy can shoot heads.
His headshot percentage is always outrageous. That's what people were looking at when he was coming into Americas for the first time this year. He is never getting spray kills, always tapping players down. But Team Liquid on this round, they're going to have some quality ultimates to potentially play for a retake with that Hunter's Fury, Reckoning being one orb away. MIBR are so good at slamming this A site. Their executes
Those who lose today go home.
as good as it gets.
Is it
Anchoring is an absolute nightmare.
I don't think so, right?
Team Liquid could certainly just want to get out and wait for that spike to be tapped, then get back in with this, Hunter's Fury, disrupt the plant.
Haaspas has an encounter with Penny earlier there. The latter sort of respects it, ducks out of the range of those knives, and Shannon has already managed to get so far forward. And bear in mind, not a Killjoy setup for Liquid, so they can't just stick a turret here and watch for this push-up kitchen. This could be a problem for the defenders.
Shannon has got into a great position, and MIBR are going to peel away from that A site, given that he's all the way up here. But Nats, he catches Shannon. Will he expect okayyy, though, who has also worked up tube? Double lurk going through. Timing just a bit off.
Spotted out. This hasn't really dissuaded MIBR from drifting over in the B direction to play behind his Viper wall.
Team Liquid, however, they are aware the wall is going to come up. Recon clears out back yellow, so Aspas knows he's safe to move forward. High tide there, rather, is going to cut things off. Hunter's Fury disrupting.
Encounter in tube, definitely brewing. Without the Viper, of course, MIBR can still make use of the harbor wall to get in here. Kiko is down. Nats fighting in the side. Glancing blow from that Blade Storm. Still wants to challenge Aspas and rips him a new one. Artazine a little on the lower side as Penny's been able to pluck Verno out of formation. So MIBR down to the youngsters. That's okayyy in a 1 versus 4. Panatek spotted playing out in the open. Penny has the space to swing off of it. And TL, keep this one at a simmer. Early encounter over at A. But the play out mid for MIBR doesn't play off. There's just such insane game sense there for Nats to go hunting.
Yeah, that's well done by him to get this opening. And then they use the Hunter's Fury exactly as you want to be using it on this map. Disrupting when the spike was going down. The players had already been rotating towards B. Gives opportunity to find kills. And okayyy at the end can only isolate one. Has to swing into a high-low while the spike is being diffused. MIBR, obviously at this point though, their economy is so strong, winning a number of near-flawless rounds in a row before that prior. And now Lockdown plus a Reckoning to try and keep this momentum going. Break the Team Liquid economy. Verno one tag.
And attack in danger. Verno converts it.
Almost
rendezvous there from Camo up to Rafter. He's able to avoid that third shot of damage, but now the Reckoning comes in because Artazine's had them rolling, and that's forced TL out of the site.
This site should be taken for free. This spike should be going down for free, and then they have the lockdown after the fact. Counter Reckoning. Team Liquid, they want to go in fast at the moment, but they're denied by that Molly temporarily.
They respect it. Now going to make the win through Rafters. MIBR have the hot foot. They're going to keep moving. Asbusters can't connect a shot as Artazine on 410 now. Nats will show himself in theory. Just in time, Artazine can connect. Verno and Shedham now. Have to lock it down. Camo low in the back corner. And it's on Verno. Newest addition to MIBR. Keiko got it to half. One bullet in the chamber. It's not enough. Keiko able to finish him off. Complete the defuse, and that's 2 in a row for TL.
That looked damn close. That one bullet tap. Barely for TL. I like the haste that they were able to get back into the site with the Reckoning. Again, using it at the right time. These ultimates to flood and disrupt rather than trying to anchor against the tsunami of utility that MIBR are going to throw at you. Unfortunately, I believe okayyy just got entrenched pretty deep in the site there. There was a multi-kill from Camo off that drop down. So there wasn't a real opportunity to get the lockdown in on the post plant.
But the retakes look interesting for TL because they don't have flashes in this comp. The Reckoning is a great way to get in. unsettle the team currently holding the site, but after that, you've got to contact.
Yeah, and they're basically going to have to hope that the cascades coming out from their harbor will cover up the angles. That'll allow them to get out without having to flash through. MIBR, 5-stack today again. They just love hitting this site, and why not? They are very good at it, and they've got the lockdown to free things up. What a shot from Kiko. Able to drop off, get man advantage to play for retake again.
And MIBR, well, they've got the lockdown in, that's fine. Once more, TL respect it. Looking to retake now with a player advantage. Flashes or no, they're going to be favored.
Pretty unique plant spot from Artzin. Doesn't actually have to use the code for any level of safety. Cascade to assist Shenum, who's playing so far forward.
Covered off the push into screens. Here comes a Viper's Pit from the back of the site. In theory to give TL a way in. Artzin here's got Camo dead to rights. That was Shenum. Able to find him, and Kiko now needs to find a timing to get out of this pit, but it has been rough. You can see TL don't necessarily have the tools to break in.
From
Now without the reckoning.
MIBR desperately needed this Shenum. He couldn't get anything started against Gen G, was not able to win out duels, but here in that pressed up position, being supported by additional utility from his harbor IGL, capitalizes. That's just a great multi-kill. You have Cortesia aware of that flank, had a read on pay right there, catches him out with a lovely headshot too. This is the rookies of MIBR hitting mechanically. We knew they could. Were they going to, under the pressure, under the bright lights, and so far they're stepping up.
Whatever's happened in the last couple of days has allowed MIBR to be more themselves here. TL, a Viper's Pit to try and get into that A side was uncomfortable. Now already they're looking to stack this B side. They've been knocked down to just a hero rifle for Kiko. Cascade up to give MIBR a little bit of a base of operations on the B side, but they're not convinced.
Team Liquid have got 4 players here, plus Kiko, deep down mid. So MIBR, they are pretty straightforward when it comes to this attack map, so why not stack when it can't instantly broken? Obviously, Team Liquid, not the greatest weapons, actually spam through.
And they're inside the side. This is exactly what MIBR wanted. Trap them in with a high tide. Reckoning for Kiko. No plant yet, 48 seconds in the round, though. Penny's gonna drop down and get the better of Verno. Kiko, swing, it's good. Shenum dealt with. Cortesia can't hold. And a MasterCard thrifty here for TL. Behind that reckoning.
Liquid won that round?
Really dictated this game so far.
How?
That is flattening for MIBR. Kiko is turning up right now. Such a small angle. I love this from MIBR. Look at this proactivity, the swinging together. But it's CO players, specifically Kiko, even then getting that opening kill, wrapping around site, catches Shenum.
Who are they?
That hero rifle
What's that
in Kiko's hands ultimately unraffles MIBR, but
In
Penny
their
in midair,
jerseys.
chopping down from Crows. That's pretty nice too.
Commitment from TL to fully stack, investment into the operator for Penny, one of the OG great offers of the NA Valorant scene.
Verno plays off of that dart yet again. Another Hunter's Fury deals with the Harbor. That's some stall util now, taken off the table for Liquid.
If MIBR have one rookie that has had no fear, even against Gen G, it has been Verno. He is stepping up at the moment. These Hunter's Furies have been absolutely lethal, and it's allowing MIBR to slow the game down with that early man advantage, keeping Shenum posted up towards A, inserted, while the rest of the team can pivot towards B. Team Liquid, they have an idea that this is likely happening right now after the noise cut. You can see multiple players at the top of the minimap on their way. They want to get to B early.
The alarm bot placement suggests they might not be staying here. Yeah. Send a cascade, pull out, make use of the inserted Shenum over at the A side of the map. Working the map a lot, but we're running low on time.
The real hope here for TL is that Penny will be able to catch a player, perhaps.
No, don't.
30 seconds left.
There's no way. I mean, does he try to go in front of it? He's going to get stunned up by the Reckoning.
How's he supposed to hold an op line in the Reckoning? It's not possible.
Just has to play safe. Spike is going to go down.
Oh no! Off the screens. Asmas had an opportunity. Camo chunked low, but no finish. Back into the pit he goes. MIBR taking a more defensive stance now inside this Viper ult. Panatek has found Verno right at the back at Belts. Camo's going in. He's low enough as it is. It's all the same to him if he decays somewhat to try and take this fight. Nanoswarm on the spike location itself. Camo down, but he was low. Artazine being pressured now. Another one from Panatek from long range, and there's Nats. He's in the thick of it. Decay down, and now the pin is gone.
Oh my god, Panatek.
But that's not nearly enough. A brilliant retake from TL. Again, multiple controller ultimates to fight through. They get their 6th.
The retakes on A have gotten them in this 6-4 lead. They have been so good in those situations. That felt, frankly, unwinnable and should have been. The reckoning into the Viper's pit to get the site for free. Spike down. They're in a 5 versus 4. That was a great first kill. MIBR was playing some pretty passive positions, and that does allow Team Liquid to get forward, get up top, and then drop into the pit together. But even still,
we cannot retake that ult ever. And we come now, we retake that.
I mean, absolutely. The fact that TL have just been able to unravel a very, very complex situation on a retake where they don't have flashes. They do have the Sova to try and spot out what's happening in the Viper's pit. Penny was forced off the side entirely by that reckoning, and still they managed to figure it out. This is a retooled Team Liquid roster with Penny sort of just fitting in here. But you can see that IGL prowess from Nats, leading his team to a victory in an extremely difficult scenario.
that round as well would have had Team Liquid economically in a terrible situation. Very crucial for them that they won that. I mean, being up 6-4, already having 6 at this juncture on your icebox defense, you will take that all day long.
And they convert a 4 versus 5. Verno hits a fantastic Owl Drone dart and follows up on it with the Hunter's Fury. And MIBR still can't stick the landing.
The success that MIBR have had on these post plants on A is when they've been able to fight deep in the site together. They gave up so much there that even despite having the pit, which is why they felt they could give it up, Team Liquid were able to take advantage of that. Operator still in the hands of Penny, and interestingly, it's with 3 other players towards A. I mean, it's super typical. You'll have the op here do something like watch B main while there's an A stack. So they want to just get proactive behind it, post up with multiple players who, yeah, they do. They've got Camo watching belt, but Osboss, top tube. Nats could be under a lot of pressure.
Got Dizzy as well, might swing at the same time. Nats is overwhelmed. There's not much you can do. It's a verified high-low setup thrown out there by MIBR, and Kiko lingers too long in mid. Jedham's starting to gobble them up now.
That's a beautiful bait and switch. Look at the attention that Osboss drew up there. Crosshairs so high up, and then the swing from Shannon through window. That was beautiful.
Overloading mid. Now MIBR just retract. Get on out of that part of the map. This will allow Camo to re-clear, but he can only do it via raw contact. Not a great position to be in when you are down 2 versus 4. But he will confirm that MIBR have absconded off to B.
With both the Harbor and the Viper alive heading towards this B site, you know, even if Penny were playing a position like back Snowman perhaps, there's just never going to be an angle to actually get a kill here with the Operator.
Camo made the right choice coming to this site. Penny now going to make his rotate through as they've confirmed it, but Artazine sticks the plant. Now MIBR arrange themselves over around green and yellow. Camo hopes to show him the red light, but there's not a lot to see.
Ultimately, this is just a must-save situation for Team Liquid. They've been taking a bit too much damage on these rounds, still losing 3 on the prior, so they want to carry that op over for the final one.
And despite these back and forth rounds, MIBR's economy has largely remained intact. They've been able to continue to buy full loadouts, whereas Liquid have had to mix in a thrifty round to win that out. A couple of these weaker buys, and they're game planning for a similar situation now with this 2-gun save. Not yet. MIBR have made this a real competitive half on their best map, making it difficult for TL to put them down.
Getting the 6th round feels more important for MIBR here than it does for Team Liquid when you're on this attack half. This was so well played. Look at this from Shannon. Those players just entirely occupied with Osboss. Look at the crosshair there.
That needs like those 3 solo forearms to make that kind of correction from low to high. It's not happening.
Last opportunity for a round. Only one ultimate likely going to be used in this round, which is Patatek. So we've seen Team Liquid be really excellent in the situations where they have ults to disrupt the plants, get back in.
Penny wants to play forward with the op again. Cascade, he actually pushes it. Aspas up to jail, which is normally where he heads early in these rounds. Penny wants to linger, at least for the duration of that tailwind. Penny Penny now is going to be here for the long haul as it stands, and Artazine walks into his line.
Spike down.
That's a spike drop too.
That information is crucial. MIBR, they like going for this double lurk with both their Viper and the KJ working mid. Oh, like where?
Timing.
Oh man, Cortezia was hoping at least to be able to help from window should it be required, but didn't expect Kiko to be in kitchen as well. Big mid presence this round for TL, maybe a response to what we just saw from MIBR. But a stunning start for the EMEA squad.
They really are aware as to how MIBR love to play this area of the map. There's multiple lurks. Kiko is on one right now. The aim is just stunning in this first half.
Dap.
He's laying it on thick, folks. Great mid presence there for TL. Thwarts another attempt of MIBR to thrust into that part of the map. And 7 defense side rounds. It starts here with Penny pushing up, taking that shot on Artazine, getting the spike loose.
Penny has done a nice job so far. First game on the chat with this team is classic agent, and he's showing up. Kiko has been fantastic as well.
Quick break here at halftime, and Icebox has been competitive so far, but Liquid have the lead by 2. We'll see you in just a moment.
Do it again. Watch me win. Then watch me do it again.
Coming back into the second half with your Coinbase Econ report. Obviously a measure of just the amount of value you're able to get in terms of damage out of the credits that you spend in a round. And I think that Chamber provides an interesting example of this in this case, because obviously Headhunter is a very deadly weapon you could sort of get filled up for pretty cheap.
Yeah, you can get the tour de force as well. So it's interesting to see Camo didn't have an amazing first half, but also just doesn't need to invest as much into the rounds as the other players. But you know at any point, Camo is the kind of guy that individually can turn up. You know, as for Penny, he on the opposite side, you have the guy investing the most money, but still able to find value with the op as the game went on. So still maintaining a solid econ rating throughout. Now as we get into this second half, Team Liquid able to get that 7-5 advantage on defense, winning the pistol there. So MIBR, they would love to make that 1-to-1 as far as pistol rounds goes to open things up.
It's been Kiko's individual play, and that's his mid-rounding that has really gotten TL ahead of MIBR so far, but on the pistol, second half, this will see MIBR defend, and TL have that characteristic B-side group early. Quick ping on Artazine via the Aldrone.
Aspas is 5 and 10, man.
Still has that dash available, wants to take a duel back yellow, be able to escape and then double up, maybe play a little cross with in right now.
But if Artazine gets overwhelmed, Aspas doesn't have a safe retreat angle. He'll have to stay. Off the line, he gets pushed into the cloud burst. Aspas, okay, realizes Penny's there. One shot is good, but Penny emerges with a headshot immediately with a ghost. Cortezia has to get in here. The Panatek has slapped him back down to a paltry 8 points of health, and Kiko gets the plant.
These players are so weak right now for TL. Having to wade through a lot of that Viper utility. They were in some serious danger. Recon available for Verno, going to go back yellow. Can it be played off of effectively?
Shannon is walking up on this. He'll have two angles to watch, but Camo's made some noise, and it's an easy finish now to wrap around. He's going to try and do it all. Here's Verno, young gun. Not enough. Kiko continues his streak of dominance.
It has been a reign of terror from him on Icebox. His aim today, as sharp as ever. One of the most talented mechanical shooters coming from Europe. Putting on a show. Both pistol rounds right now converted for the side of TL on MIBR's map pick, putting them in a really tough position. We know one of the keys to an MIBR victory when they're playing this map is defense, get the economy rolling, get the AWP in the hands of Aspas. That is always a win call.
So far, this has not played out. Arzine just flies a little bit too close to the sun there, and that's sends him out of the round early. The only player over at B, fairly far extended, so MIBR have to quickly get their ducks in a row for this underport attempt and thwarting TL.
Walls going up, Cove getting thrown down for safety, and a very easy plant. Only one Sheriff right now for Shenham, so should be a fairly simple cleanup for TL, who have heavily invested into this round. Look at the array of weaponry they have on a round 2 anti-eco. It's very important that they carry this all over for sure. But when they do, if they do, the bonus round is going to be looking deadly.
Yeah, they're in such a good spot and pretty confident that they're not about to lose these weapons. MIBR may well agree with them because there's been no further attempt from them to get into the game. Perhaps they don't really want to be feeding Kiko further because he's already over halfway towards that reckoning. Something that's going to make it ultra hard for MIBR, even on a rifle round, to adequately defend any of these sites. So they'll play the pacifist approach to the rest of this round. And this is now the most rounds that MIBR have conceded on this map compared to what they had in Americas.
In any VCT game, prior was only 8. It never happens where we need to see MIBR in a comeback position on Icebox. TL are looking fantastic with their IGL and one of the best players of all time. Nat's back in the game with them. Goes without saying that this round is must-win for MIBR. Things would absolutely spiral out of control. TL would break their economy. This should be worth 2 for them if they can convert. And again, just look at how good this bonus round buy is.
Only 2 players with half armor on MIBR, so Nats' options for instant kills will be a little limited. Verno backs off. He does at least see either Nats or Camo here over towards that A side. And that's almost anticipating a bit of a thrust forward by MIBR, but they are very much of a different mind. Falling back to the extremities of A. Maybe trying to get some mid control for Cortezia, but he doesn't ask for much. He's already got the turret watching it.
They've very much given up the B site, and they just have passive info gain with that alarm bot under tube, turret on boiler. Very prepared for this A hit, ready to absorb that. Multiple players back site, hoping to get that kill. Maybe go for the full retake if that's an opportunity they might have.
Behind tide, Aspas gets ahead of it straight away. Cloudburst here for Pinna to play, but Aspas is going to go over the top. Camo's down. Oh, what? Vamos Aspasin! Massive 3-piece. Patatek and Keiko now have to pick up the pieces. And Aspas is still looking for more.
30 seconds.
He has come alive.
One enemy remaining.
Verno will supplement his effort earlier on. 4 for Aspas. MIBR, come alive,
big
not
round
a
from
moment too
us.
soon.
We've been waiting for a little bit, perhaps a little bit too long, to see the GOAT make a play like that in Toronto. What on earth was that snap to the player up top? You are joking.
More of that. MIBR fans need to see. And again, very nonchalant approach for Aspas. He's been on these stages so many times before.
That is one of the most unbelievable spray transfers I have ever seen in this game.
Yeah, man,
what the hell? I'm absolutely stunned.
Nothing like a little pick-me-up for this beleaguered America squad. Trying to assert themselves on their map pick of Icebox. Penny gets up on top of Tube early. Spotted the bow by that turret.
Really close to an engagement.
Cortezia might give them one, but is he aware of Nats shoved up here? Can't find the correction in time. Nats is going to ask for more. Verno eats the vulnerable and hopes to have an opportunity, but it does not present itself. Nats is out of there.
And all the while with that mid-action, Okay, Artson does catch out Penny on the retreat. This is getting awkward. Nats is everywhere, taking duels.
Shenum, though, really expect that second player up tube. MIBR also emphasizing their defensive efforts in mid.
Look at Osbos, he's on the long flank right now, but
there's a
Patatek aware.
Maybe spotted up by the trademark. Some sound made. Patatek, patient, waiting on this. Osbos! Can't run back against the nasty spray transfer. Shenum through the wall. Timing hurts him though. Camo deals with him. And now to push up over towards Crows. There's Ferno. Didn't have a chance. Team Liquid take one big stride forward again.
Disgusting snap from Camo at the end. Nats doing the most in that round and doing what he has always done best. Those lurk timings he's finding. Being able to cross through that poison cloud, tucked into this corner.
Yeah, man,
Corsia not ready for that engagement. Pivots back to Tube, and all the while, he's also just distracting so heavily that off of the high tide Kiko throws into A, they go in and just get a nice free and easy plan.
We barely mentioned it, but there's a reckoning in play as well. Kiko's just been developing those round after round.
Full investment from MIBR right now. If Team Liquid win here, they get an opportunity to get to match point with a subsequent being an eco for the Brazilian team.
Position forward, cross here a little low though to capitalize. He has to get out as the spray comes in. He is unhurt though. Camo can clear this mid util and step back a bit. Again, two players trying to work tube.
Camo is hoping someone goes for a reclear. He is daring them to face. Oh, pinged out.
Spray this one. Corsia steps up. Inferno at least is able to complete the trade. At the moment, Shenum, you're starting to think about drifting back towards the epicenter of the action, which is Nats here with the Outlaw up tube.
It is remarkable that, oh my
God, wide swing.
Just facing into the open, gun down.
Kiko handles him comfortably, but there was another gun trained on Aspas anyway.
All right, high tide is going up. Counter high tide from...
What is Nats doing?
Inferno is trying to entrench himself into the site.
30 seconds left.
How?
Oh no! Nats! He's in the walls! And now he's sat right up behind Artazine. This is absolutely going to put the pressure on. Nats breathing down the neck of our sophomore IGL.
Look at this, there is a long flank from Shenum coming around. He's just trying to ensure that he's not going to make too much noise, but the time is dwindling. Artazine just really wants someone to overextend and push towards him. It's not going to come. He's going to have to be the one to get proactive. One of these MIBR players needs to make noise for the other.
He's going for it. Spotted Kiko, though, can't handle him now. Eyes over towards Raft, and Nats challenges and gets destroyed! That's where Shenum was dealt with by Penny. And Artazine could not do more. This is now heading into a 4-alarm fire for MIBR. They've handed over Team Liquid their 11th round. And Liquid are just going up gear after gear.
Camo picked up, just cannot get away with even going 1-for-1 there. Osmos swinging out into the open, faces into multiple players. Really wants to be a hero in that situation. This attack side has been a Nats lurking masterclass.
And he's defying all of the assumptions that MIBR are making about the positioning of skill in the mid-round. They thought that getting rid of, I think Kiko it was, or Camo rather, up tube, that would be it. But Nats was actually doubled up with him, unable to help much with that initial fight, but then slipped through the net. Shenum had no eyes on him as he rotated over towards A.
When we get back into this, that was the round that was going to put MIBR on a really bad buy where they're going to need to force. It's not appalling, but they're going to have a ton of light armors, weaker rifles, etc. Must come out of this timeout with a strong game plan. They have good ults to do it. Look, I'm just looking at Verno right now. He has the most kills in the server at 15. He is one of the youngest players at this event. His first year out of Challengers. The one American player on a team full of Brazilians. This roster move on paper, I feel like this makes no sense. He's fit into the team like a glove, and now he's the standout for them at their international debut.
But it's not enough here on Icebox, not by half.
He was getting multiple Hunter's Fury kills, though, in that first half. Using them even early in rounds. Can he get another advantage for MIBR to try and convert off the back of that ultimate.
Verno, who was nonchalant like a second skin, is going to have to keep that composure as Aspas again goes down early without support and a wide swing into the attackers.
He's just out in the open, caught after the smoke drops. Pretty disastrous. Look at this force from MIBR. There's just 2 sheriffs. Artisan taking matters into his own hands. And now has a reckoning to play with. Rather, you know, he did already have it, but he will be able to fire that off when the execute comes in.
As far as stall utility goes, MIBR are well positioned, already having bought some time with that awkward situation for TL. They've recovered the spike and all dropped down. They might look to take multi-faces as they contact now into the A site. First challenge, Leon Genom taken down Artisan. Genom's able to find the spacing off of it at least, but Camo's gotten in there. Team Liquid now starting to scrap for the site, and it's only Genom standing under rafters. It's not enough for MIBR, this awkward by light armors. They get blown apart.
They're playing so heavily to anchor with a Hunter's Fury and a Reckoning. They can pounce, or could have pounced on Team Liquid when they tried to go for the plant with those ults. But anchoring with the weaker weapons is their undoing, unless Cortezia can come up with a monster clutch. Team Liquid are on the precipice of match point. And for the first time in VCT will deal a loss to MIBR and Icebox.
Cortezia handled all too easily by Penny. Someone who also stood on the Americas stage for a time.
Yeah, at the beginning of the year was a sub for Brazil with Furia, gets them a win, and now, unfortunately, a sub about to deal them a loss on Icebox.
Again, one of only 2 Canadians who will take the stage here at Masters Toronto.
No, we thought we were only getting 1. We've got a second hometown hero.
That's a beautiful finish. Team Liquid have looked sublime on this map. It's been a lurking masterclass from Nats with amazing mid-rounding and Kiko and Penny delivering where it counts. Off to the races now. Aspas wants to play forward once more. Bladestorm at the hand, but this time he has someone to play off him at least. Or does he? Oh, Artisan, not what you want to see.
And some serious danger on the run right now with Aspas, who has been eager to take duels on this A-side. Hunter's Fury coming through, Penny midair.
Artisan handled comfortably. Just 1 blade was enough to do it, but he had more where that came from. Another great Hunter's Fury from Verno, but it's not going to be enough. Now to side under full control of TL, and a fight this bit to make it that much harder for MIBR to get back in. It's now or never, boys.
High tide up right now, they're being delayed. Molly on to Camo, he's on the run, doesn't want to get shot down. Wall vulnerable up, MIBR, they're in backside. This is Team Liquid with more players, passive just in the pit, allowing MIBR to come to them. Pressure now on the spike.
Gives it a tap, draws the util out of TL, but there is still more. Panatek has 2 shockies to play with. Genom ducks in, sees very little, backs out. Recon bolt comes through. Penny has his head ripped off. Cortezia finds those shots. And on the spike is Verno. He's gotten it to half. Are they going to know he's going to be there? They're too busy dealing with the rest.
Oh my god, Nats.
What a way to end it! A Red Bull clutch as he sprays through. And what a gut punch to MIBR, their best map this year. TL, no respect, send them absolutely packing to start the series.
Must feel pretty good for the Liquid fans to have Nats back in the roster.
Nats clutched that so nicely. Okay, let's watch this.
Okay, this is the cancel video. All right. Cancel me on my birthday.
Same shirt.
From my POV, I just don't think racism is a laughing matter or funny at all. Like, if you're making racist jokes, you might as well just be racist. And if you're racist, you're a bad person.
True.
I just like to stay within the lines.
So true.
I don't like to push any boundaries. I don't like making anyone feel uncomfortable. We welcome people of all races here.
Yes, we do.
This community.
Yes, we do.
And I hope you all feel comfortable here.
I do hope so.
Unless you're a bad race, then I don't want you here.
I'm not off to a good start.
Is my color weird? No, I just look like that. If you could eliminate a race within the year, which would it be and why? I'll just be honest. I kind of said the N-word last night.
What?
Is it really racist?
No, I didn't.
Simply dislike the bad ones? No, stop. Don't kill yourself right now. My sub's still active. No one cares about your depression. A little bullying never hurt anybody. Can you wait to kill yourself in 6 months so my sub expires? The lowest I would date at age 24 would be 5. Minors. I'm gonna nut one way or another. No, we are not looking at child pornography again. I refuse. That was a GTA. I'm drunk. I might sexually assault you. Sorry. Even though you do not consent, I will continue. People protest Chick-fil-A? Wait, why? Really? Oh, the homophobia. That's not that big of a deal. Wait till his viewers find out he collabed with a homophobe. I'm not a homophobe. I just did off instructions for homosexuals.
Ready for your milk, daddy?
Spread your butthole. I was young. I didn't know anything. We don't like minorities over here. You stupid go back to where you came from. My vagina is in my bio. Oh my god, poor people suck, don't they? Click on my profile, look at my bio, and you can see my vagina. I want to go to internet cafe. Not to look at child pornography this time.
So how old are you again?
I turned 18 last week.
Okay, we're switching it up. Okay, we're switching it up.
And why do you want to become an actress?
I've always wanted to. I grew up watching shows, and I don't know. I think
I'm a
it just
fucking
fit me,
natural.
so I'm really
actually a
excited
natural
to
at
be here.
this.
Thank you for meeting me at the mall and inviting me over.
Cinema.
I really appreciate it. I'm super excited to get started.
Today we are out here whoring on the streets to get pregnant.
If you want to spend a night with me, all it's gonna cost you is 2 lines of coke.
Oh my god.
Dan Clancy was backstage.
Role-playing.
Let me lube your switches. Oh wow, I love the mechanical sounds you make. Get ready with me for a day in my life of trying to get a pregante. Oh my god, your unique gasket mount design is so sexy. Oh, I love your tri-mode connection. You can connect to me 3 ways. Are you seduced at all? No.
Nick, you are so hot.
Holy bajonkers! God damn! Oh my! Look at that! Look at that face! Oh Jesus! You're so attractive. That reads like a Japanese porn title. I'll search it up. I like my lashes there more. Gee whiz! I might as well get some new pants because I'm wet from my vaginal discharge. Hero, thank you for the 200 bits. Lori, thank you for the 29 months. From how horny I'm getting from looking at you, your sexy ass. Dude, like face. Stop! It's going on for so long. There was like a period of time where I was worried that I would be like not like a registered sex offender, but like a registered like sexual deviant who like they have to specifically watch me to make sure I'm not like, watching porn on the plane. Right.
Yeah, so we're seeing your screen right now.
Is it true that Nintendo Switch can't load porn though?
Fanfan, you're the. I mean, come on, you're the expert.
I'm
trusting
I'll do
you,
some
dude.
research. Agent Trey, think about that new Prime. Welcome. Why?
I'm not on this sex offender list yet. You only can't go if you're like a registered sex offender or something.
Why did I say yet?
Which I am not.
I feel like I should get used to seeing, you know, underage people less clothed. I'm talking about Dan. I'm talking about anime. I did do a minor. I'm talking about college. I feel like whenever people think of me, they're like, oh, top 3 things that describe fan. Cool. Holy fuck, shut up! Chill.
Oh, I'm in college. I was wondering if I could. Oh, I'm not just in college. I'm also doing a project for like photographing. Yeah. Could I take a picture of you guys?
Yes.
Oh, okay, great. That's awesome.
She's carefree. She's badass, and she's like just so suave.
Okay, let's use the value that we have from the 6 players that we have on the team right now and try to go as further as possible in this tournament. And yeah, that was the decision.
Right. Thank you for the insight. Good luck.
Map number 2.
Well,
Here
it ended
we
up being an
go.
amazing decision because Team Liquid absolutely decimated MIBR on Icebox. I am your hosting, so I'm back here with Ender and Mel once again. I know we were talking about how much we were going to miss Nats, how important he is as a player, but Mel, I think he actually demonstrated that on that stage.
Yeah, I think his awareness, especially around how MIBR was going to be lurking in mid, it kind of, honestly, it's poetic seeing one of the best lurkers in the world on Icebox play it out. And being so aware of other teams' lurks and shutting it down so early was a huge win condition for Team Liquid.
And the fact that he comes in, you know, after missing the opening game for Team Liquid, first map on the Icebox, top fragging, getting that 1v3 at the end. I mean, it's just vintage Nats.
Iconic. Is there anything more iconic than Nats 1v3 on Icebox?
Gambit. Sorry.
I mean, you just had to do me like that. Just like just a stake to my heart.
You did ask, but I mean, I had to make an excuse to bring up Gambit here. But also, Nats had a great map on Icebox. Aspas a little bit more quiet, except for this moment, of course, the HyperX reflex, where he kind of gave us a little bit of hope that he could maybe turn this around for his team.
Yeah, I mean, this play is just insane here. The dash into that spray transfer finds a headshot on that third player as well. I mean, it is just endlessly impressive in this clip what he's able to do right there on the quick adjustment.
I feel like I kind of jinxed it, or I kind of willed this into existence backstage. I was saying, man, I want to see something out of Aspas this game, and immediately, right as I ended that sentence, he hit that 3K. It was kind of flicky, too, something that's not usual for his style. I feel he's quite slow and methodical normally.
And, you know, in isolation, that play was fantastic, but I still don't feel like we were able to see the Aspas that is promised, right? What we've seen from him domestically, what we've seen from him at previous globals, so far in the opening series and in this game now, he has not been able to step up, and he absolutely has to be that player. You also look at that second half where he never gets the operator into his hands, losing early rounds, not like intentionally saving to get that, ends up costing, I think, MIBR big time.
You can maybe forgive some of the other players on this server, on the side of MIBR, maybe not knowing how Nats plays, having never had the experience of going up against him, but surely Aspas could have foreseen this.
Yeah, I mean, it was just interesting to watch how the mid play unfolded because there was no killjoy in the comp. MIBR tried to exploit this, going up for some lurks, but Nat just had the perfect read on this play, knowing that the timing was being taken.
I think he was well aware of the gaps in their own comp on Team Liquid, knowing they didn't have that killjoy, and so reacting by having everyone commit, and Nats even so much as so to leave B open so they can look at their mid was such a heads-up play and such awareness from Nats.
Yeah, so often they're playing like Nats in this area by tube, and then 4 players to A with 1 player quickly rotating over after showing that early presence, full gapping B, maybe thinking they can just play retake over there, but it was very effective in the rounds that MIBR was trying to exploit mid, and the other half of the time, it seemed like MIBR were just running a lot of A hits, so no matter what, Nats just had the right read round around.
And I love for the fact that Nats is carrying on his outlaw lurks. He does this a lot in the NBA on Fracture in particular, which that was new. This is something that we've never really seen him do on Gambit, and he even said himself, like, if you think my lurks were lethal before, it gets more lethal now because I have a weapon that could just one-bap you even if my aim is a little bit shakier. And the other thing is, if you guys have never had the pleasure of hearing a Nats speech, this is about to be a treat. So take a good listen to this.
Listen, incredible half from everyone, okay? Patrick, incredible mid-round, incredible shots. Camille, a bit more of you, okay? If you want to speak, let's speak. You are a bit off. I don't feel the energy the way you showed at the start of the game, the way you had in the frag room. Let's just bring it. Cheer, honestly, just keep it up. You don't need anything, adding anything else. Calls are good, shooting are good. Eric, just do your stuff, honestly, I'm happy with that. And as a team, boys, this half, let's bring the same what we had in defense. What we say, let's fight right, let's fight left, let's fall back, let's retake with this. This half, it will be needed. But they don't allow us to play the spike, let's fight them together. What do we want to fight? Left, right. This what is the most important for us for this half.
I love the way that he's like, oh, you need to do this better, you need to do this better. Kiko, I love you the way you are. Yeah, don't change.
I love
but
that.
He's always like this, so every map he's been playing as an IGO.
It's so funny to me how he goes line by line, person by person. I mean, imagine being the guy who's like, he's ripping into you. He's like, bro, come on, I need more out of you. I need more comms, more shooting, more trading, more everything. And then you just see him go to Kiko and he's like, By the way, you're doing great, phenomenal.
Yeah.
Honestly, role model on this team. Keep it up. I think that's just hilarious.
It's like your boss at work pulling each person in for performance reviews, you know, but in the middle of a tourney game on stage.
Golden child.
Doesn't that make you want to be better? It's like you want to please your boss, right? You want the praise coming out of him. But he's also very self-aware as well. You know, when he has a poor performance or he's not pulling his weight, he is very open to apologizing or asking his teammates for help.
Yeah, like the once every other year that he has a poor performance. Yeah, that makes sense.
Once a year. Well, I do have some news for you guys because more often than not, we hear 6-man roster. It's not a real 6-man roster, but in this scenario, Penny will be subbed out.
Oh, wow.
For the next map, and Serial will be coming in for Sunset. Now, what does this tell us?
Wow, I mean, I'll admit it. I really thought they were saying 6-man roster just to soften the blow of having Penny essentially replace someone on the team for the rest of the tournament. But it seems like they're actually making use of it, replacing him. And honestly, it might be a bit of a clue into what comp they're running, maybe double Sentinel here.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Because Penny, he's playing the duelist right on that last map for them. That's where he is definitely feeling most at home. But Serial plays that Senti slot, right? So I think on Sunset, there's definitely some looks you can do there, whether it's going to be Deadlock getting involved, some Vi, some Cypher action, and certainly can make some sense.
I can't wait to see what they're going to bring on Sunset, but also how MIBR are going to respond to this. So let's hear what Coach Fraud had to say ahead of Map 2.
Hello, Jen here with Coach Fraud. Fraud, this 6-man roster from Team Liquid, is it something you considered when you're prepping for Team Liquid series, or did it throw you off?
A little bit, but at the same time, we've been trying to really focus on ourselves. It's obviously not proving like we're not putting in the results, but ultimately we have to focus on ourselves, not think too much about what they're doing, who they're playing with, and what comps and stuff. We know that they're going to be changing things up a lot, bringing in players and stuff, so it's really more just focus on ourselves and work on the stuff that we're making a lot of mistakes on, trying to correct that.
Thank you for your time and good luck.
The coaches are always going to say that, right? They got to focus on themselves, but surely it gives you a bit of a clue. And you see Serial on the other side. Maybe they run double Senti on Sunset.
Yeah, I mean, you see that, and you're going to come in and have some ideas. But ultimately, until you see it locked in, nothing actually matters. So until you are actually loading up into the game, you are going to be 100% focused on yourself. But it's an unenviable position because, like, when it feels like so many different things have been going wrong in that last map you just played, in the last series you played as well, there's not like a one-size-fits-all solution to this.
And I think it is a good approach here. You don't want to lean too much into what the other team is doing because maybe there's so many mistakes you're doing on your side. And I think a big part of that is being kind of intentional about what does work for you. I can imagine, I've been in this situation before where you've had a rough map, you go into the next series and you're trying to focus on yourself. What that means when coaches say that, they mean, okay, let's review rounds where we did something good. Hey, yo, Artzine, remember, this default works really well. It bleeds out a lot of info. We can work the map when we do this default. Or hey, keep the set play in mind. Remember, boys, like this is something that gives us an 80% win rate in scrims. Stuff like that is very literally what could be happening behind the scenes here, as opposed to, oh, watch out for this trap, or be careful, they're going to lurk up here, considering you have no idea who they're playing or what comp Team Liquid's even going to run.
I think there's also a lot of things that they can look at that aren't even map specific in terms of like playbook and strats ideas. Like you heard Nats in his like speech talking about like how they're communicating, like saying we're going to be swinging left, timing things, swing right, play together, those types of ideas. Because I think there were numerous different rounds from MIBR in that last map where there's two players alive, maybe have the chance to trade off of each other, but it's not coming in, the timing isn't there, and whether that's, you know, miscommunication or not understanding what your teammate is trying to go for, like those things have to be shored up if this team's going to win.
And both of these teams have already played Sunset in this tournament. They both lost, but Liquid have decided to choose it as their first map choice here. They must have seen something that MIBR did against Gen G that they could potentially exploit. We will see the agent select in just a moment and see what kind of comps we're gonna where we're gonna go. But I mean, I think it's fair to say with Nats back on the team, Serial would not be playing that Cypher again.
Right, I'm expecting them to bring out more of that Deadlock purely because we saw them struggle, them being MIBR against Gen G against the Deadlock.
Hold on a minute.
But as you say,
I don't know ball. I don't know ball. I don't know ball.
Could this be real? Nats on the Viper after we just saw MIBR struggle against that same agent just against Gen G.
Mel, I know you're a big believer in the Viper on some maps, and especially on Sunset. Can you walk us through what you like about this pick on the map?
Yeah, I love how it disrupts B main control, especially when you're on the defense. Everyone likes to try and abuse B on Sunset, right? If you get into that post plant, once you get the bomb down, the round is practically over. So Nat's probably going to be using that wall towards B or doing a cross wall map to apply pressure, and it feels like Nats is everywhere with that wall. So that's what I'm really looking towards when I see this hover. But I don't want to get too excited. I love Viper and I love Nats on it, so I'm just hoping this goes through.
Yeah, I think I would really like to see it. And you can see Nats there on stage as well.
Giving the speech, yeah.
Still keeping it going, getting his team ready and locked in for that one.
Do you reckon he was like, Kiko, that insta-lock was amazing? You did such a good job locking in the Omen.
I just love how confident you were locking in the agent right away. That is going to be the Nats Viper. This is going to be awesome to see everything Mel just said, but also on the attacking side, I think the lurks, having Viper Orb as well, can be very impactful, whether that's top mid to enable lurks or in a post plant, devastating.
Yeah, we have seen him play Viper here before, and it was amazing. MIBR, they have to bring it if they want to force a map 3. Take it away, Uber and Wyatt.
Just as you said, Yinsu, last chance for MIBR to show their quality here on the international stage. A lot of rookies, a lot of debuts internationally for this team, and so far they've not been able to put it together. A paltry 6 rounds on their map pick coming into this series, and their Sunset was anything but good against Gen G prior. So it's now or never.
And unfortunately for them, it's flashbacks to that map loss as Team Liquid are playing a very inspired comp by Gen G. The difference is being that Serial is on this Cypher, subbing in for Penny to run this comp with a Sentinel plus the double controller, so you can have Nats lurking on the Viper. We saw how impactful he was on Icebox on attack lurking. MIBR did not know how to deal with him whatsoever.
MIBR have won 0 pistol rounds here in Toronto. And for a team that wants to get their duelist rolling early, that is devastating.
They have gone back to the most vintage agents on this map. Gecko was just a staple for early Sunset fight in elbow.
It's too early for them. The timing's off. They tried to throw a paranoia and play off of it, but Team Liquid were a second early for them. Shenum and Hardesing just got overwhelmed.
Man, losing another pistol. Oh, so brutal. They just don't enter these games with any level of momentum, but you have Verno alive. He has been the player for MIBR, the unlikely hero. A lot of damage onto Serial. But with just 3, how can they get back in? You have Cortesia on that late flank, but there's so much delay from this dark cover now going up. And MIBR, they have nothing to really get
Someone
through
got replaced. Did they not?
Oh man, inside the poison.
This guy was not there.
Just a stunning shot. Cortesia had no way to get on that wrap.
Was he?
And MIBR, it's one false step at the start of the round. They can't recover from it.
You said it, there was a mistiming with this early elbow fight. The relay ball coming out, Hardesing caught out here in the open position known. And then even being blinded up, Camo just dives onto Shenum with a real opportunity to get the kill. Well, the movement is just really tough for him to track. That is exactly why you run the Neon against Billy. Even though it was in a lost camo on that agent was really sick.
I don't think it was.
Okay, over to round 2. Team Liquid just an exchange here in B main, and paint shells drawn out of Aspas. But they saw so little that they are already out of that site.
He does have a Sheriff, the Brazilian star. That is the only light upgrade into this round. Verno, unfortunately, caught on the exit. Of course, only had a classic in hand anyhow. So the site is all too free for Team Liquid.
Scanned up the site. TL can still play that old school approach here to Sunset, falling back to B main, smoking it off, spamming the site. They have left Kiko in there. Cortesia has to step up here in market. Now it's a question of timing. The rest of his team are on the way to Boba. And Cortesia is just trying to dot his eyes here, see if there's anyone in a backstab position in mid, but MIBR, no business trying to challenge this, and they're very much aware of it.
Matt's just happy to go hunting with this Ghost. Similar to Icebox after the pistol round was won on attack from Team Liquid, they invest very heavily into this round 2. There they didn't have a ghost at all, actually, which is pretty typical. Here they do, but even still, double Bulldog, double Vandal. They have a real shot at winning this bonus round with the level of weaponry they've got. MIBR desperately need to stop the bleeding at this point.
Now, MIBR were able to win against the TL bonus on Icebox and actually made that first half look pretty competitive. It was a 7-5. But again, they've always had to play from a deficit. They've played from behind in every single map they've played here in Toronto. And that is going to take its toll. The fatigue is going to start to creep in. Frustration, I'm sure. This is an old school look for this map.
Yeah, this is
on the Gecko.
Just the past. The old
Used to be like
throw the
Gecko
dizzy
Breach.
up
Yeah, have the
get some
lineups.
info in main. But yes, this is the Breach nerf going away to the Sova. That's very relevant. Look at this hit from Camo all the way through Link off the fast lane. Relay bolt to press forward, but Aspas shuts him down.
Arazine though is dealt with. Aspas can't really help trade that kill. Patatek is in position, playing around this one way. Trapwire is also there, so MIBR don't have anywhere to go now. They're going to be pinched in this part of the map. They've got to fall back to Halls, ideally. Kiko wants to take the fight to Aspas, and he had his back turned. 4-0 for Kiko. Again, dominance showing on Icebox. He has stepped up massively. And that serial doesn't have to do a damn thing. Shenum is stuck here.
Team Liquid, they know it's definitely possible that a player is here. Shenum with the first.
Now it's a matter of numbers. Overwhelm that position ideally, but Shenum's able to TP away and still might look to take the fight. Cats Nation, do they have the answer? You'd better believe it. Verno and Cortezia grouped up in Link. Now one last crack at this. It's bonus round, too strong for them. Apparently Cortezia gets in though, through the cyber cage in the back of sight, gives it a tap. Verno decayed down, but healing up. Kiko steps out, wide swing from Human now. Nats has to clutch this away.
Oh my god, Nats
Almost gets there,
did that.
but it's your nonchalant King Verno that's able to get MIBR into the map.
Much like against Gen G, Verno in the clutch. The hero of Brazil, an American Challengers player that made his debut in
What is it with
BCT
American
this year.
Challengers players in this series, huh?
The most unlikely of unlikely heroes for MIBR, for Brazil, for the best team that they've got in the scene right now.
It's funny, he kind of threw people off in some of his press appearances early in Americas. This is more nonchalance, like he didn't seem to care much. I think he was really misunderstood, and you see his like more low-key approach to the game means that he can get onto these high-pressure situations and actually shine, whereas the rest of his team have struggled in that regard.
Since joining, the vibes were so fun and always just felt so great for MIBR throughout their entire America's run. It's just only in Toronto here that we're seeing them, a little bit more sad, I would say, with some of the results that they're having.
Bit more
pretty
sad.
dejected, some would say.
Glum, even.
Maybe putting it lightly there, but happy to convert against that bonus round strat that Team Liquid brought out.
It was costly, though. Look at the weapons at MIBR. Stinger, Bulldog mixed in with the Guardian. Shenum can't get value out of his weapon. Aspas is able to get away, and Camo took a pretty big hit in that exchange. The Dizzy going to create the spacing to get Aspas out properly.
Now being spotted out, Team Liquid still more than enough time to make a pivot. That dark cover to obscure anyone top mid who may have intentions of firing through, and now a noise cut as they go into market. Eventually they'll have to break this strip, give up the game. Low HP Camo, maybe he can make some space and can trade it off.
There it is, Cortezia, Seal with Panatek both go down. Nice little setup here. Bulldog a little bit wayward, but he's Verno in a clutch position again, and he delivers against a true veteran.
Oh, but clutching against one of the all-time clutch gods in Nats back-to-back. Caught jumping up, wanted to get that molly down so he could run forward, try to recover the spike.
And honestly, that's set up by this early engagement. Camo ends up going quite low. In fact, there are two players that die to a shock dart in this position, but Verno wants to fight instead of use that util. Fighting forward, Arazine also with a decent timing through mid. Good collapse here. That has got to feel good. That has got to feel vindicating.
Some great little triple swings from Cortezia and Shenum in tandem. They're playing from market. Team Liquid on the bad buy. Hero rifle for Kiko, who's been arguably the sharpest shooter in this server. Perhaps inarguably, he was outrageous.
I mean, with Aspas minus 23 over 3 maps, it's hard to see that Kiko has much competition there. A warning shot for Arazine, and he'll have to get off the line as the relay bolts come in. This will allow TL to slowly scale up into halls, but Aspas has been brought over to A to bolster it.
Pivoting here, fast lane now, so Team Liquid can get out onto the site.
Camo wants to fight through this with a stinger. Good.
You could have seen the barrel, but it looked like he was so locked in on the dark cover.
Oh, that's awkward. Camo gets away with it. How? 3 players for MIBR here on Link, and they're going to go for it. Artisine the Herald gets on in there, but now Hunter's Fury comes straight through. Panatek trying to light them up as they get on in here. Serial going to be outdone by Courtesy and the Guardian. Artisine finally finds connection with that Outlaw. Nats's Ghost though, too sharp. Chico now gets that rifle in play. Then he gets value. Found 2, leaving Panatek on his own. But he can hear the yells from the stage here. With every round MIBR put together, their confidence starts to build.
Their economy is being kept very honest by Team Liquid, but they are winning the rounds. That's what matters most. They'll be happy too to have gotten one of those ultimates out with Panatek committing the Hunter's Fury, all for naught. They've done it again. Cortesia with that opening engagement. Serial late, biding his time, picked off. Scale it together nicely, trading things out with an advantage that they have. Nice! Well done.
And you've got a lot to retake with, right? You've got Boombot. That ends up putting that pressure on Camo, forces him out. You've got the Dizzy from Artisine, a lot of retake potential, so MIBR make the right choice, get off the A side early.
Now look at the state of the ultimates for MIBR, as Team Liquid are in this with their next full buy. Showstopper, Hunter's Fury. Very dangerous.
Both exits from mid are trapped.
Great shock dart. That's going to allow Camo to maybe push up as that dark cover is getting cycled. Team Liquid, they do love to go for these deep wrap site executes using the Neon to get through, one of the other sides.
There's a timing. There's a timing for Verno here through spawn. Spotted by Camo, who'll now get ahead of it. Boba.
Oh, I love this from MIBR trying to get control of B-Main. This has to be a trade from Aspas, and he connects with the rocket.
Now we can double back. There's action over at B. Camo is in that site. Nat's also causing problems towards the top of mid, but Verno again! He's the kryptonite of the champion of old. Drop down to 4 with that spray. Hunter's Fury, though, has been developed.
And it's going to be read by Verno as the spike gets tapped. Team Liquid wanted to bait this out. You still have Aspas in B main. Oh, that connection was close. Aspas is a little bit weak, and he is biding his time. Team Liquid, they would love to be able to push for some space together rather than feeling encircled in sight. Was that just spray? Pure spam through. Verno only had 3-4 HP.
That's kind of devastating. Verno could still have been such a threat from that Boba position. Camo's still watching for it, but the moves are here in main and market respectively. Shannon wants to head up towards Boba, but Camo is stuck on that line. It's going to be a tough fight for him to win. Aspas gives himself away now. Great paranoia for Shannon to get him, and Aspas has dealt with. He would have had to find 3.
Chico, bro, this guy is
Chico
so
again
good,
slaps
bro.
down.
With the aim still just looking
Yes,
to
getting so many
clean for
multi-frags.
Kiko. Unfortunate that Verno was just on such low HP after one of those previous engagements. I mean, that unbelievable quick tap on such a tight angle from Serial.
Aspas, he just didn't know what was set up on the site.
I think MIBR made some good positional decisions in that round, taking B main after realizing and seeing that Camo's through top mid. They could be pressuring through market as well. We need space somewhere. Let's fight B main, but Serial going 1-for-1 there is huge.
Inferno is able to light the side up with some of that Sova Util. That goes differently, but still. Group up here towards this B-side lobby for TL.
And now just on account of the MIBR round wins coming down to primarily Verno clutches, look at their economy. They were on a multi-round win streak and they have nothing to show for it.
Cortesia, though, is able to look into pressure towards that camp position. Obviously, one will be set up behind Liquid. One look and all will be a reveal. Cortesia just snarled up, though, in an engagement in front of main. And it's going to be the Outlaw that claims him. Into the site we go here. MIBR happy to give it up. Rather have no real choice without Cortesia.
This is Verno with just a classic.
Stinger for Shannon. It's looking ugly there in terms of the arsenal.
I like this from TL. Tap the spike. Let's try and get some util out. See if they swing into us.
Spike planted.
Play it safe. All right. And now we can get the spike down. Now we can position.
This is what Aspas wanted last round. A recon to try and set him up. Nothing was shown from it. And here's Nats. Happy just to play out in the open by main. Doesn't see Verno cross. He's been revealed. Timing was there. Serial dealt with him comfortably. Stinger and Sheriff now to go for it for MIBR. They're grouped up, and that's just going to go looking punished for that. Outlaw unrecoverable, though, and so is the round as far as MIBR are concerned. Shannon found a second, but eventually TL just overload that market.
Nats is just one of those players that you're always going to see take advantage of the Outlaw on that attack side. Just loves to recognize these situations, excuse me, where it's going to get the most value, take advantage of it. MIBR are going to be fully investing into this round. Both teams not totally out of the woods economically, but this one for TL, they'll have another buy even if they lose here. This is a round where Nats still has that Viper's Pit.
Camo wastes no time in pushing towards his A side. That overdrive at the ready. Rifle though in hand. Clear of that util, more than happy to be the blunt object to try and crack A open, but he's just the solo player. He can sell ice to an Inuit. Shannon cleans him out, but now MIBR realize the action really is over on B, but it's a Viper's Pit post-plant already set up. Short-handed as TLR. They've got strong defensive positions.
That was a great trade from Verno. That flash was used early. I'm not sure if R2 was able to connect. Okay, just spam through. Normally with a pit down, that's a no access to sight moment, but Verno comes up.
He's not done either. Serial here trying to play from lobby. Serial killer they call him, but Cortesia able to fight back here for MIBR. They waited on this ability to buy it back into the game. It's a costly one for them, but Verno once again delivers the death blow. 3 kills and a Viper's Pit destruction.
That was the definition of must win for MIBR, and they come up. Verno is just that guy for this team right now. Finds the trade up to Patatek. All right. Going to be satisfied with that little play.
But that is emblematic of the changes made to Sunset. You no longer have that kiosk to hide behind when you're trying to play post-plant there in B main. So Verno can actually spray at those defenders where they're set up. Characteristic look there for Aspas, who again was 2-9 in first kill, first death against Gen G. And as Ender put it out, he said he felt like it was the worst performance of Aspas's career against that Gen G team. He had a moment on Icebox, clutch, but again, hasn't really taken over the game like MIBR need him to.
And that was with him on the Neon against Gen G, so they have switched things up and gone for a very traditional composition, bringing back the Gecko and bringing back the Rays. We've really seen primarily Neon here, you know, since this map was in its latter days before getting removed, and Neon had the buff where it was, you know, she was the most
deadly
overtuned.
accurate on the slide.
It's still real good and primarily being used here. But in that game, there were so many moments where Aspas was getting very disconnected. MIBR were slow to trade, playing very individualistic, but not in a hyper-aggressive way, in a nervous way. And that's just
I'll never forget
have to be completely changed today.
That 4-player swing into Foxy on Haven, where they just get gunned down with poor spacing on that multi-swing. That one lives in my head rent-free.
Standard stuff with this Gecko on defense. Just throw up the early Dizzy, see if there's going to be quick pressure on this A side. If it's forced to be shot with this Cloud, that's going to give a good opportunity for Team Liquid to cross and then double face as the smoke drops in case someone from MIBR was playing close.
Shannon second guesses himself there and opts not to overextend. Kiko likely was watching that line and still is. But into halls is the rest of TL. 3 players getting a lot of map control, and no one's watching from alley here, Wyatt.
This wall from Nats is so cool. They basically just give up Link. They're going to let Serial play on that side late. Send everyone through elbow. We have most of the angles cut off. Matter of fact, let's just contact in.
Oh, wait a minute. Was Aspas trying to get up on the box there?
Probably for the best he didn't, because he was getting spammed through.
Maybe he just thought better of it not to. Into the side they are. Paranoia really hitting hard. Confusing here for Artazine. Camo now will look to step out. Some good old-fashioned fights here, and it's, of course, blood for halls. So TL don't have to overextend. There's no undue risks that need to be taken here. Nats, though, getting chunked low with this wallbang spam, and Inferno again is the one that puts MIBR on the board in this round. All out to the sun they go! And Patatek will end the round. It was about as elegant as MIBR could possibly be with time not on their side.
They're just thrown into such disarray, trying to work around that wall that Nats has up. Yeah, this was a miss, but again, I think for the best, because Camo immediately started spraying up top when he heard the satchel, so he might have died there.
Maybe a fake, yeah.
But when MIBR actually get into the site, they don't have any smoke for, you know, being thrown down elbow, because Shenum was blinded up, died trying to go through the wall, and then everyone's just stuck in awkward positions. It's resulted in MIBR's economy being broken again. They've got a couple Guardians, sure. And honestly, throw one of those over to Verno. I'm gonna be real, like Verno is the one keeping them in this game.
You need to dap my boy up, and you need to give him everything he asks for. Give him the Supermax. Cycling that smoke top mid again, TL have started to take control of that part of the map. Again, it's, yeah, like you said, 2 Guardians. Relay Ball catching onto Aspas. Camo, though, respects the paint shells, but he's gonna duck back into market. He's feeling it.
That Shakhtar breaks the tripwire. MIBR have been pressed back into more passive positions, so they can assume that Team Liquid are just walking into market right now, slowly, silently.
That cam from Cortesi is designed to be able to look into B main as well. Rid of Kiko. Spraying through the dark cover here is MIBR trying to slow the game down, but Camo's gotten in and onto the side. This is now a problem. All of MIBR playing from Boba. They might try and flood in on off timing. It is Aspas leading the way. Shadow was able to get there with the classic serial under pressure, but takes his. Now a beat, a break in the action. Reloads, Aspas a little bit low. Shakhtar takes serial down to 10, and Shadow converts. It's just Nats. No plant yet for TL. TP from Shenum hurt as he gets back into Boba, and he shows a little bit of leg.
Spotted out, drone going to come in from Verno. Nats forced to dodge that for now. The Sova has not been able to recover a decent weapon. He's just got the classic Verno versus Nats again.
Verno shoulder piece here, Nats is ice cold! He's ice cold! He's just got enough time to find the plant. Gets it in. Will be spotted out by Verno as time to fight. Verno is 35, very low, but he has the drop on Nats, who's watching the other corner. Ring around the rosy, but Nats now is convinced that this is the line he's looking for! Ice cold, Red Bull clutch straight out the freezer. Beautifully done. Another TL round that hurts MIBR's soul.
Vengeance for Nats after being denied a couple rounds by Verno earlier. It has been just a face-off between one of the greats of all time and one of the future greats in Verno.
He has it down to the second. Every aspect of that 1v2 was calibrated and refined over years of play. Not even close, baby!
Oppa, oppa, oppa. Sorry.
Just another day in the office for Nats. I feel like back in the day used to be a bit more of a stone-cold killer, and now a little bit more whimsy about him.
Loosened up, delivering performance reviews at a rate of knots in the halftime, which of course we're getting awfully close to as MIBR have opted for a timeout.
And just seeing Nats in this era now as well, where he's performing like when we saw him in his prime with Gambit, when he's won an international trophy, but also being the IGL, pretty crazy that he's just been able to elevate his play as a whole to this level.
You can see why people are raving about Cats Nation, because Kiko has not been far behind. Just consistent brilliance over Icebox and now Sunset.
I mean, if Nats keeps this up, hell, if he takes down another international trophy, look, he's already in the conversation for one of the greatest of all time, but man, that would put him up there.
Round 11 just around the corner, and MIBR are bought up for it. They're ready to go. Verno's been put in a lot of these clutch situations, and in 1v1s against Nats has looked better at times. It's the rounds they're chasing Wyatt. They've been sorely looking for these conversions.
Out of this timeout, MIBR mixing things up for the first time, going for an aggro push right down mid. Serial might have spotted someone barely on the cross. It's hard to tell, but it's in. What is that? Just spray through the smoke?
I mean, they challenged the one-way. Team Liquid. I guess, yeah, there's a smoke at Link, so he just played through that.
Yeah, did the
nutty timing.
Did the dark cover not go down in time, Serial? Right. TL back in the round, but Shenum fast on the trade.
I mean, you never expect this, right? MIBR flipped the map. Many of them playing over towards that tiles position still. Adazine, though, has fallen all the way back to spawn. He knows the game plan is to give up this part of the map and go for a later crunch. That attack on the walk. Does he realize there are 3 players coming? Paranoia is going to force him off the line anyway. Pain Shell, he wants to challenge ahead of it, but then doesn't see a target, so back to box he goes. Nico hit by the Dizzy, flattened out as beautiful, man. Finds a perfect timing to come back into the map for
Nice one, 4K for it.
MIBR, man, that timeout really went a long way. That was definitely an audible that Frod called.
100%. Great decision to mix something in like that late in this half. All of those kills in the defuse are in now with that Thrash for the final round too. Yeah, they just push around the corner. Well, yeah, a little bit too early. A dark cover came later. Of course, you know, they're doubled up, so they're hoping they can get the kill, but they were perfectly lined up, making that all too easy.
All things considered, it's felt like a slog for MIBR, but it's just a one-round game here heading into the last of the half. And they've come in drips and drabs. That round 3, 4, 5 string for MIBR, crucial. Getting some even footing now on this defense side.
We've seen this before. Wait out the Dizzy, throw down the Cloud, and then a couple players pop out at the same time for the double face. This time it's Camo with a Bucky, though. They want to get into elbow. Shenum eyes on it.
Safer line, he's not one and done. Tark, but Camo doesn't care. Slides on in, detained though. Will there be a double swing? Yes, Artesine overwhelmed. So the player advantage stands with TL.
Furno wants to get into the side. It looks like he wants to manifest an opportunity to at least find one kill, bring us into a 3v3 for the retake.
From the shadows there from Keiko. Back with the rest of the team now. Smoke to the top box of Ali, but Cortezia will play just on the vestiges of it. See Keiko coming! They've overestimated themselves, Team Liquid.
Spike down A.
A bit of a misassumption made about the position of the Cypher, and it's punished eventually. They bring Cortezia down. Verno's comfortable in his element, you'd think. Serial's able to pluck him out.
Oh, he just assumed another player wouldn't be coming from elbow.
This is now Aspas' chance to show us where the heck he's been all week.
30
A 1 versus 1, and he's dealt with by Serial. A 7-round half for Liquid. And an anemic performance by the Rays in the clutch.
MIBR were at such an advantage in that round. Things got sloppy for TL entering into the site. 1v1s going either way. A lot of clutches here.
Another close map. Much hinges on the pistol in that second half, so stay tuned for that one. We'll be back after this.
Esports is a $2 billion industry now, but it all started in dingy basements and cramped living rooms.
From how the pros train to how the money flows, this G2 and MasterCard series breaks it all down. 12 episodes, packed with insight and lessons for anyone looking to understand the world of competitive gaming. Ready to learn the game behind the game?
Stay tuned for what's next.
You won't want to miss it.
Undercover, they don't know.
Another competitive half here in this match between MIBR and Liquid for survival here in Toronto. Look at Cyril's Coinbase Econ report. Big in the clutch in that last round of the half. Over the course of the game, his Cypher gameplay has been very, very efficient.
Had a good opening too, back during the pistol round, which, by the way, MIBR still yet to win one in this entire tournament, Mitch. Not one. They need this so bad. so bad. They don't know what it feels like to win a pistol round anymore. They need this early momentum desperately after losing that final round, which felt unlosable, to a 1v1 where Serial closes things out.
Closes things out against a world champion who, as far as this series, this tournament is concerned, has not showed up. Aspas, after the first half of Sunset, is 5-9, switching to the more traditional Raze look. Still waiting. We're still waiting to see him light this stage up, and maybe we don't get it at all.
From MIBR, this is looking like a classic B hit and leaves your... Well, okay, well, Cypher's left in the dirt on tiles, actually. That is so tough. Artson now trying to scale into sight. Recon going in the back, dizzy through the wall. Can anyone actually capitalize off of it?
Going for a doubles back though, doesn't like what he sees, and that's because there's 4 players of TL looking straight at them. A veritable firing squad set up by the EMEA team, and Serial goes from strength to strength. Ferno gets his and more, that's the question. It's Shenum down at 2.
Wait,
0 pistols for MIBR as Team Liquid get another one. Widen the lead to 3 and start to tighten the thumb screws on this floundering NA squad.
Cortezia just takes an early peek through tiles, walks right into a double face there. Patatek nets the kill. Opted to go a bit earlier, try to get a kill. You know, could have alternatively chosen to take it very slow.
Show me your hat, show me your hat. Man. You are a Cypher hat, Nafi.
Bro can't just ask for a milady tip your hat in the current year? Come on, Serial, give it the program. So too busy just feasting on these pistol frags.
MIBR have had enough of losing pistols. Why not try some success on a round 2 force instead?
It's an America's force for an America's roster. Aspas will lead the way quietly, just communicating that there's nobody here in elbow whatsoever.
Team Liquid happy to have 3 players ready on this A site. On account of the Cypher setup towards B, some passive info gain towards B main. Cam watching towards tiles, jiggle peek from Nats in mid. Team Liquid don't really have to budge over on this site.
Patatek has started to reassume control into this A site. Expecting here that some anchoring could be required. He is yapping.
There are pings going down on the map right now from MIBR. Dizzy ready to be thrown over top. Should connect onto Patatek unless it gets broken, but when they come out of elbow, Kiko is on the perfect angle to get an opener.
Crossfire broken up though. This is scary for Patatek. He's hit with the paranoia, but oh, Aspas taken down. Kiko's on the box, and that wasn't smoked for. 1 for 1. Shenum Sheriff claims him, but Camo now is dug in and ready to deliver. Cortezia. First casualty in the last round now has to go big to clutch it. Just a stinger. Almost enough for Nats, but not quite. Camo exits with 3. And now it's a 4-round game.
I believe that dark cover from Shenum was just thrown down to cover the entire crossover towards spawn side. It's not in the one-way. So Kiko gets that opener. Fair enough, MIBR multi-swing to find that trade. But then they're at such poor ranges with the weapons that they've got. No real effort to fight towards Link, draw attention from the other TL players away.
That mid-rounding for Patatek was sick. He was jabbering at a mile a minute, and look at, they anchored that site after initially playing off of it.
And they just had no reason to leave. They had full passive info defensively across the entire rest of the map. Got a lot of shares for MIBR. Can they do anything here?
Oh my god, that
god, what? Sure.
Okay. Just a tickle. Turns into a 41 health Shenum and easily dominated by Patatek. Aspas down again. Verno is low after these early exchanges. And the Viper wall gets toggled yet again. MIBR. See what the Brains Trust have to put together. IGL Artazine still on the scene. Your options are becoming more and more limited.
Okay.
TL just happy right now to play in the death ball formation, give up A if they need to, go for the retake, face together mid. They're making this easy. They're going to make it look effortless unless Cortezia lives up to the headshot machine name.
Relay bolts for Camo. Into that space. Don't need to do too much here for TL. Just keep MIBR on their toes. No hurry. Oh, jeez, okay.
30 seconds left.
Somebody alert Peter. That was brutal.
Nats is just patient on this angle. Artson dealt with, and cortesía shut down. Not a whole lot of damage for MIBR across these past couple rounds. Team Liquid carrying over so many weapons. Economy bolstered again.
Is that, yeah, this shock dart, like 100 damage worth there. Perfectly placed. Makes the Bulldog conversion all too easy. Camo. He hears a shot fired off, swings it. Yeah, this is just great fundamentals. I mean, for MIBR, what is this? Season 1 of Attack on Titan? Where's the catharsis for these guys? It's all doldrums all the time on this attack side.
Camo has picked up the Bucky and wants to tuck close over towards elbow.
Please, MIBR.
I mean, there could be a drone to clear this out from Verno or a recon. Dizzy, oh, that ult is great.
Okay. Good fast lane to get off the line. Needs to still find a good application for that Bucky, but comes out of that engagement unscathed.
Artson getting pretty close to the Thrash. Team Liquid, they have 3 players here again.
They're walking this again. Okay. Oh shit, I'm punished for going for the orb. Nat's ready to cover. That is just centimeter perfect.
These trades are just coming too slow from MIBR. The swings are getting watched for. I mean, I'm sorry, what? How has that timing occurred? Maybe cortesía can be the hero. MIBR, they want to pivot over towards him, but Verno's facing in mid. Okay. Beautiful tap.
A multi-face coming out of Verno, though. Look at that cool calm collector, but couldn't quite convert. Still evens up the game with cortesía. A wedge driven in between TL and that B side they hope to defend.
Verno maintaining hero status
30 seconds
for
left.
MIBR. It has been him keeping them in this game.
Kid is unreal.
It has been all about him. His clutches, his taps, open facing multiple players. This has to be converted by the duo of Aspas and cortesía.
Surely you can expect Aspas to step up and land this plane. Into market, swings it, and there it is. Nuts is handled. Chico's are good for this. He's more than up for it. 12 and 8 over the course of the game. But cortesía and Aspas are doubled up for it. Little swing, little peek. There it is. MIBR get one finally. It's costly, but hey, they're in the game. The head is above water.
You can still hear them screaming from the stage, even being down like this. And barely getting this round win. I mean, this is some awkward stuff happening in elbow. Verno, multiple players. Looked like he was even on for the third. With the aim going pretty awry for Nats.
And at that point, Verno's assuming that TL are probably scrabbling to deal with, cortesía, who's gotten in there to Boba. Good intuition. MIBR having to pay dearly for each one of these rounds.
Kiko was able to avoid that recon, so he's still set up with Camel Paranoia.
Oh, why are you dry picking
Fury as well. More, they want more. Beautiful trap play to find an early advantage. Look at Nats even walking down mid into tiles.
And the spike is loose on the wrong side of the one-way. Aspas has to find a way to recover him. Nats on that walk.
And he's just thinking, why is he even here? Panatek timing shed him with the jiggle peek. cortesía wondering how he's ended up in this situation, 1 versus 4, against a team who effectively could be anywhere on the map.
It seems like they are at all times. Nat's like a bona fide sleep paralysis demon turning up when you least expect him. cortesía obviously has a very straightforward objective. Do everything you can to dig your team out of a desperate spot. This cross to the spike location, of course, will be watched by Kiko. cortesía has a sense for it too. And he doesn't know who's waiting by elbow out in the open. There's no information and surely no hope. But now, cortesía has allowed TL to get close enough that there's a real risk of him losing this gun.
He does just want to save, but if you look at the cash for TL, they don't really want to hunt right now. They are pretty low.
Cage triggered.
So they'll be content to just win this out and
10 seconds left.
Let cortesía live to see round 18. The rest of the team won't be able to get too much anyhow, with Artson being pretty low.
Foolish.
All right, good shot. All right. Stay alive.
cortesía lives to see another Fire and Brimstone Dawn here on Sunset, but it's still an ugly situation for this America's #3 seed.
How cool is this on the replay? Initial contact taken from Camel. That goes into a paranoia with the Hunter's Fury. And then when all of that presence is seen from the defense as to MIBR being in A main, Nats just slowly walking down mid, playing behind that Viper wall that cuts off the sight line to tiles. Aspas on the run, wondering, why is this guy here?
Like, does he have
How is he here?
Is he in a solo lobby? What is going on? And yeah, it's a timeout for MIBR. Their last lifeline, potentially, of this entire tournament. They are on the precipice of being ejected with a 0-2 scoreline. The unenviable task of having to tank it with Gen G as their first opponent.
Our team is
Hard to look good in that matchup for anybody, but here against TL, this was supposed to be fertile ground for them to mount their comeback and fight into the playoffs. But it has looked anything but convincing. 6 rounds on Icebox, 6 rounds so far on Sunset, and now at risk of losing it all.
I think that game against Gen G from MIBR really just illustrated the experience difference. You have a whimsical texture, just having so much fun, and this MIBR team completely out of sorts. That set them off on the wrong foot. They haven't been able to win a pistol round. They're still hanging around. Verno still has them in the game. This might be their last chance, though. It's going to be a full buy. Aforementioned Verno with no armor, glass cannon Vandal, just a sheriff for Artzin. Liquid on the precipice of getting their first win here in Toronto with the return of Nats. This could get them to match point. From there, within touching distance of the victory.
Gonna be a rare cameo appearance for Thrash here for Artazine. Has not been able to develop many of those Gecko ultimates this game. They're going to use it to try and clear into market first and foremost. Paranoia comes out though by TL to slow up MIBR from filtering in behind it, but they're still going to assume this space. 2 players in Boba, 1 anchoring the site for TL.
TL are trying to get actually back into the site right now very quickly, playing around Nats Viper wall. Man, should be able to get the spike down.
Serial heard the pitter-patter a little feet, but had to respect the mosh pit at his own.
Thrash isn't done with you.
Another Thrash usage here, a reprise performance. Trapwire caught. Looks like he gets to the back of the side. Nats is taken out. Kamoki with an outlaw. Can't quite connect enough of that damage. And all the ultimates employed by MIBR. This was their Hail Mary round. And it looks like they're set to convert. Aspas with the fadeaway shot on Panatek, and Camo's outlaw has a fair bit of application here, but it's a stacked deck against the EMEA squad. Camo dealt with. MIBR once again come up for air in a flawless round.
Credit to Coach Fraud. Both timeouts, they win the subsequent round. Just going for that fast, heavy ult play through market into B. I want to mention again, if we haven't spoken enough about Verno, feels like every single Hunter's Fury he's had is converted into a kill. Again, kills Kiko there.
Yeah, on Icebox, I mean, they were stunningly set up by our drones. That was Thrash, you know, made use of by twice. That space was cleared for MIBR to get a good foothold in market, and Nats was caught crossing. Round 19 now, TL still a couple away from a series take. MIBR have got to double down.
Something we have seen from Shannon before when he has the From the Shadows is he will send it into the defender spawn. Oh. Actually punished for that by Gen G. That, yeah, a little bit unlucky. Don't think that's
call the fire department.
Recovered. Does someone have a ladder? Cortezia at bay on account of this one way that, I mean, TL are just so happy to fight off the back of it. They are showing no fear.
And they could refresh that as they're about to. Kiko sets up yet another rotation of dark cover on that one-way spot. MIBR, though, might look to just fight it. Camo's playing up close. It smacks of a one and done, but he's got the speed to get out of the smoke at the very least.
The thing is, the existence of that Bucky is pushing the rest of the team into Liquid, who are stacked up, market and mid.
Nat's got 1 kill in market now, falls back to the B side. TL, how do they get Camo involved with this Bucky? That's mid-rounding now. Kiko, what a timing. Aspas again perched up on the kiosk when the 10th spot is taken down, and Nats has an opportunity here to really ruin the day.
30 seconds left.
It's just Verno again. How much can you ask this guy to do? Kiko shuts him down, and TL are 1 round away from an important match win here. And a chance of playoff still.
The fundamentals from Liquid there are just lovely. Look at the way that they're repositioning for each other around that site. Kiko throws down the dark hover near jump up to pivot towards stairs. He gets that kill initially, and then Nats is in main. Nats gets traded, but Kiko was already repositioned to play off of him to fight the MIBR team who wanted to get through market.
And that's the kind of intuition we've just not seen from MIBR when it's counted. It's faster play towards A, apparently. Kamen wants to go back to that position. Our drone, though, is going to force him to respect it somewhat more. So maybe a loosened grip on A for TL. Fast lane, Patatector wants to hang around. He knows the death flow is there. The Damocles sword hangs above MIBR as they await their fate. Contezia has to get them out of here. Neural theft to see Kiko and Serial lining up for a double face. Until the hope of Brazil is vanquished. A missing world champion for MIBR. And Nats' arrival heralds victory for Team Liquid. 1-1 in the tournament.
Getting their best player back, their IGL. Nats had a hell of a performance today across both maps. His Viper is just GOAT status. This TL team are back. Even making a little substitute for map 2, just depending on the comps that they want to run. Both Penny and Serial playing well. Clutches going their way.
Oh yeah.
Incredible stuff from Team Liquid. It felt online like there was some kind of tier gap when you're talking about the top 3 teams from Europe, as Fnatic convincingly beat Heretics. Heretics 3-0 Liquid in that lower bracket final. But here, it feels like they are kicking things into that next gear, on pace to make the playoffs after this dominant victory.
Coming back from such a disastrous start, Liquid have earned themselves the respect of the fans, an important match win, and a 6th player that they can make use of. And they've done so effectively on Icebox. Penny came out on the jet and showed us exactly what Canada can produce in terms of Valorant talent. And Liquid has said, don't mind if we do, making fantastic use of that Challengers player on the biggest stage of his career. We're going to head down to Jen Lee on the stage, who's standing by with a Verizon post-match interview.
And give it up for Team Liquid! Nats, okay. Just a second. Autograph time. Nats, we have to hear it from you. And you have to look into the camera. You know you're busy. Okay, man, you just got off the plane. I don't know how you're doing this. Can you talk to us through what was on your mind since the moment you got off the plane to the moment you got onto this stage?
I mean, I came here not to play one game, right?
Okay.
So, I mean, there is not a chance I'm taking 10 hours flight to play one game. But honestly, I'm proud with the boys. It was very hard 2 weeks for them. But yeah, I mean, it's good to be back on the stage. It's good to be back playing the game, not just in Ranked. I mean, I'm enjoying that.
You're definitely here to stay. Earlier today, there was a huge question mark around the 6-man roster, but it seems like it definitely paid off. So can you tell me a little bit about what it's like to work with Penny? What's it like playing with Penny?
It felt good. I mean, he was playing very good on Icebox, honestly. He brought a lot for the team. And I mean, he's having a different perspective, especially from... he's from different region. And he has some different ideas. That's cool to see because we have our ideas in EMEA. And he's giving us some other ideas. That's cool to see. That's cool to try them. I mean, that's something new that we're learning also as a team.
So when it comes to the 6-man roster, though, was there your input in this, or was it more of your coaching staff's decision?
I mean, I was playing Ranked. I don't have any input. For the whole time while I was not here, they were deciding. I only was deciding yesterday and, I mean, helping with the decision.
Okay. All right. Now, we are about to redraw, right? And you will be fighting for your chance at playoffs tomorrow. Is there a team you would like to face? Preference?
Who do I like to face? I mean, we cannot play Billy, right? Because we already played them. And it's Wolves and the Paper X. I think Wolves, because I would like us and Paper X being the playoffs. Okay. That would be cool. But I don't mind, honestly. But I never played against Paper X also, ever in my life.
Okay. So anyone's good. You're ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'm going to let you get back to celebrating with the fans. Now it's time to find out what tomorrow's schedule is going to look like with the draw show. We are going to have one-on-one teams battle it out for their chance at playoffs. We have Victoria on stage with us from Riot Competitive Operations. Now, Victoria, we have a lot of questions to ask you, especially about the rule. First of all, is regional matchup allowed? Second of all, is rematch allowed? Because as you can see, Team Liquid and Bilibili have played each other. So talk us through the rules.
Regional matchups are allowed.
Okay.
Rematches are not allowed. So
All right.
like you mentioned, very smart guy, BLG and TL cannot play each other. So we don't want any Swiss rematches already.
Okay. So shall we get started?
Yeah.
Regionals are allowed, but rematch is not allowed.
All right.
First one?
First one for the first match is BLG.
Bilibili. Right.
And then the first team for the other match
will be
Paper
X. Okay. So rematch is not allowed. I think we can kind of predict the matchups, but still. Let's see.
Okay. So TL.
Team Liquid.
But they will be moved to play PRX.
Paper X. As Nats just mentioned, he's never played against Paper X, so this should be interesting. And Wolves Esports going up against Bilibili, so a regional matchup.
Yeah.
Right, so we have the matchups ready. What about the schedule, the orders of the matchups tomorrow?
Yeah, so Team Liquid played second today, so they won't play first tomorrow. So this is actually the order that you see it. With only 4 teams, there's only so many matchups, right? But still, they're all fantastic teams, and excited for tomorrow. And then we'll hit playoffs pretty soon.
Well, thank you very much, Victoria. And that's it for the draw show. I literally cannot wait to see how these matches play out. So make sure you tune in for tomorrow. And that's it from us on stage.
Okay.
Well, since Nat said he didn't make any of the decisions, is joining me and Ender here.
G freaking G. That's the wraps for today. Honestly, the games were not that sick today, but we've had some really good games in the previous days. To be fair, we've had some really good games in the previous games. Here's the stats for the match.
That's going -3, bro. That's crazy.
Here's the stats for the game. But yeah, that's that. MIBR is out, Heretics are out, and then we've got our games tomorrow: Bilibili versus Wolves, Paper X versus Liquid, and then I think on the 12th there's a dark day, which means there's no games, and then I think playoffs pick up the day after on the 13th. So we're back at it again tomorrow, and then 13th to pick it up. Now the question is, people are saying watch the CS phase match. I don't have perms still, but maybe I can get them right now. I would be
okay. That's it for me today. See you guys tomorrow on the matches.
Had to tell the world, you know what I'm saying? You really fuck with me. You know what I'm saying? You a fan, bitch. Everybody, I'm don't know thought like. Yeah.